Waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
Good morning. Day 3, 2023 California Pro-Am. I'm Brian Detrick, sitting here with Kevin Bishop. We're going to be getting into our women's first bracket, head-to-head finals, top 8 skiers from yesterday. We saw some great skiing. We're here at Short Line Lake. We just had our national anthem. I'm sure we'll see a simulation pass here in just a minute, and then we'll start with our first bracket, Kevin.
Yeah, no, really looking forward to it. Been a good couple of days with Amateurs Friday. Had some amazing skiing yesterday. We'll talk about that some more here from men's and women's slalom, and then got to see some awesome jumping. That was unbelievable last night. And so now we've got the finals today. We've got the women first. We're going to do part of the head-to-head. I believe we do the round of 8, the round of 4. Then we go to the men round of 8, round of 4. Then we'll finish with the women, finish with the men. And then we'll go into jump right after that. We'll just do a quick change in the lake and we'll get going. But amazing skiing all weekend. I don't think it's going to be any less exciting today.
Yeah, conditions are perfect this morning. You know, like you said, we saw Regina, number 1 seed in the women, 2 of 41. In the men, very competitive. some runoffs just to get into the top 8 with the top scores of 6 no continuation and a 5.5 at 41. And then in the jump, we had women jumping into the 180s, and we had 3 men jumping 230 or beyond. I believe off the top of my head, we had Dodd at 230, had Joel Poland, personal best and New England or British record at 235, and the legendary Freddie Krueger, put one out, 237-foot jump. So excited to see the performances today. And we see, looks like Regina in the boat going down with the simulation pass. I know Regina usually starts at 32 off. So going against Janina this morning, we'll probably see Janina come out as the second skier, starting at 28, and Regina opting to skip that first pass.
We'll see if we can get the information from the dock on the skiers have a choice. So you can either choose, the top seed chooses either which boat they ski behind. So we've got Greg Bedell in one boat. We've got Will Bush in the other boat. Both, of course, the same nautique, same motor, same prop, same everything. And if they have a preference on the driver, you can choose that, or you can choose to go first or second. So if you go first, you're out there, you run your score. Let's say Regina runs 1 at 41. The next skier comes out. If they run 1 at 41, they lose. They have to beat Regina. So if you go first, you have that advantage. Some skiers might choose to go second to see what the first skier does so that they can just one-up that by a half buoy. So, Brian, we both skied in these head-to-heads with this sort of choice, and I love it. It adds a little drama. It adds a lot of strategy. We've seen different things over the years. I remember we had 2 different boat manufacturers one time, and one skier took the other skier's sponsor's boat just to not let them ski behind their own boat. So all kinds of stuff happens. So I don't know what the choices were here. We don't have that information, but we've got Regina at one end and Janina. She's coming around the island. So we're kicking off Sunday. The first skier in this event, Janina, will be coming in at 28 off. But beautiful conditions today, just like Friday, just like Saturday. Everything is laid out for these skiers to do their top performance. They've got nothing to think about but their own skiing, and here she comes.
Yeah, Janina into the course. First skier of the day yesterday. Again, first skier of the day here in the final. She ran a half at 38 in the first round and had her work cut out to work her way into the top 8, and was able to successfully do that, running 5 at 38 in the second round. Nice opening pass here we see on the replay. We talked about it yesterday, Kevin, with the morning sunrise, might have just a little shadow on that first pass on the 246 side. But, another, 30 minutes or so, the sun will be high enough and won't have any trees. We
made it. It's all the buoy. There's one in the shade over there. Like you say, we're 40 minutes later than yesterday. But for everyone tuning in, this is a north-south lake. The sun is due east of us right now, so there's no real glare to speak of for the skiers. It's more of just a couple. We've got some tall trees and a little bit of shade, but it's really not going to be an issue, in my opinion, for these girls. So now we'll find out. Brian, you and I will find out who's first and who's second, because if it's Janina, she'll be. Oh no, it's Regina. She's going first. So whether she chose that or she chose the boat, we don't know. But Regina's our first skier. So whatever score Regina puts up, Janina will have to attempt to beat. We'll see how Regina does.
Yeah, obviously going against the number 1 seed. And, like we talked about yesterday, Regina needs no introduction. So we've got her opening pass, 32 off. She's the only skier to run 39 yesterday and was able to do it both rounds. I know we had Whitney and Jamie ran 5s in the first round. Jamie backed it up with another 5 at 39, and Whitney was right on her heels with a 4, but definitely played a role with that seeding to be in the opposite bracket.
Yep, Regina looks amazing as always. We all she's very consistent. obviously refined her craft to a point, you know, it's just amazing. And yesterday, I remember watching the second. Well, I watched both, but in the second one, her start at 41 was awesome. I think I didn't speak with her about it, but I'm sure she came into that 2-ball and she jumped on it to go, but it was so close. She'd have hooked up, been around 3 for sure. I mean, I'm not even sure she wouldn't have turned 3. It was close.
Yeah, I think she had a better one the first round, but coming into 2, she was more aggressive in the second round and got the ski to release into 2. So just set her up in a better position, even though she didn't have as good as 1 in that second round. And I thought the same thing. That she was going to turn to go. So it'll be exciting to see what she's able to do. We've got Janina coming back in. Second pass, 32 off. Little heavy there, maybe slight shoulder drop there at 3, but no problem. Still a, easy opening pass. We saw her jump as well. So, she had 3 sets yesterday, and obviously both of these skiers are overall skiers used to, putting a lot of time on the water, but, those tournament sets definitely add up.
Yeah, and both of these skiers jumped last night, right? So it makes it a little more fair in our bracket here that they both had the same amount of skiing yesterday. Hey, Brian, how many other pro events do a head-to-head? I don't think it's a lot. There's this one. Can you think of another?
Yeah, there were a few others, in years past, but right now I would say there is Matteo's in Italy.
Yeah.
And I think that might be the only other head-to-head off the top of my head. Most of them are going, a third round,
right,
straight up, time purposes, right?
Yeah.
Head-to-heads, one, it's a lot of skiing, and some skiers, aren't, that wouldn't be their priority to, have potentially three rounds today. That's 5 rounds in the weekend, maybe 6 if we see somebody that was in the runoff to get into the top 8 yesterday.
Yeah, and it's interesting when we talk to the skiers. I think everyone's going to have their own opinion about their preference for a format. I've skied the head-to-heads before in the big dogs, and I love this format. I think it's fun. I think a lot of the guys and girls are used to straight up, but Greg and Debbie have refined this event over the years to be what they want and also give the skiers what they want. And today we're skiing in a head-to-head. And Regina making just strong work at her 35. And Brian, the reason I asked you about other events is I wondered could this be Janina's first head-to-head? It's not Regina's. Could it be Janina's?
Yeah, potentially it could be. I mean, we talk about, overall skiers and, Janina's, her specialty isn't slalom. She's trick and jumper that we see her, at the big pro events most of the time. And obviously when it's a multi-event like this, she's definitely going to strap on the slalom ski. And so it could potentially be her first head-to-head. And obviously, being married to Dane and, she's at least been around, and Dane's been in his fair share head-to-head. So even though she might not be on the water in a head-to-head, she's definitely played a role and been there in that support role.
And it's a different deal, right? Your wait time is much longer. You're at the end of the lake. There's 2 boats. You're dropping. You're going to make sure you don't, or you're going to intentionally get closer to the skier, depending on who you are. I watched Nate drop in on Freddie once and put his arm right around him in a final. So there's things can happen, but it's a different deal. To have the 2 boats and have your wait time be adjusted. If the lake's cold, you might get cold. We don't have that problem today. I think the lake's 85 degrees. So Janina getting down the lake at her 35 off pass. Looks like she's going to get out the gates, and they'll drop at the end of the lake, and they'll both be coming back at 38.
When you see it's an early morning and Janina's wearing her Camaro, top or potentially shorty, like you mentioned, it's a little cool. This morning the sun's out. Obviously, where we're at, the sun is baking on us, so it feels very warm for us. In the shade, it's a little cooler. But you mentioned the longer wait times of, for me personally, that's more time for that mind to wander, and to try to stay focused. And, for me, I try to, say my cues, in my head to myself to keep my mind focused. And everybody, has their different strategies. We've talked about yesterday, there's a lot of skiers that'll, just have a chat with the boat driver or judge, and, that's their way of calming themselves and, kind of keeping themselves in the moment.
Yeah, I've been able to boat judge here for the finals several times, and it's an array, right? Everybody's different. Now, Brian, you're particularly quiet. Even if it's me in the boat, we're not talking while you're skiing. And then you get like Rob Hazelwood or Freddie. You're more vocal guys. Parrish likes to talk. Here we have Regina coming in 38 off for her pass that should be comfortable. I would imagine she's getting in touch with Greg, the driver here, figuring out how everything's going, how her rhythm's going to be going this particular morning, what the lighting is, just getting all set up because she wants to come back on this next one and go through it. So she's had 32, 35. Now she's had a 38, and she's going to drop at the end of the lake. And I don't know, do you think, is Regina a talker? Or my guess is she's moderately chatty at the end of the lake. I haven't been in the boat for Women's Open. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it could depend on, maybe what Regina's feeling. I could see it both ways. I don't think she is maybe as chatty as, Chris or Hazelwood, but, probably a little more talkative than myself.
I think everybody is, dude. I think you're the
you're probably right. I definitely just keep to myself, and, it's something that I found, works for me, and just to keep myself focused. That mind can be a big asset, or it could be, a big hindrance at times. And, everybody's mind works different, and just got to figure out, what works for you.
So Janina, what she had yesterday, was it?
She had half at 38 and 5 at 38. So she, wasn't able to finish this pass either round. So obviously Regina running 38. This is a must-run pass here. The start's going to be important. Not a very good one, but she's a fighter. She's over to 3, long to 3, and unfortunately, that's going to end her slalom performance for the weekend. She gives a wave to the crowd, but she is not done on the water this weekend. We'll see her later on battling it out for the title in women's jump.
That's right. And now, so good skiing for her. She wanted more. Like you said, she had a half, she had a 5. So she was definitely proven yesterday she's capable of running it here. Didn't get the start. She's done with a 3. Now, Regina has a choice. I believe, I did double check the rules, but I believe the way Greg runs it is Regina can choose to continue, or she can just get on the platform and come in. So maybe the skier wants to take a shot at it, get a look at the gate, feel out the water. It's no penalty to her to do it. Or maybe she says, I'm good. I'm going to get in the boat.
Well, yeah, it'll be interesting, decision. It looks like Regina's going to choose to go. And, maybe one option is, she started 32 from the dock end yesterday, where she started 32 at the south end. So she's running all her passes from a different direction. So I think a good move here, get a gate look at 39 from this direction. We see that Nautique boat back in the course. Regina Jaquist, 39 off. We saw her run it both rounds yesterday. Good looking start here, Kevin.
Yeah. No, this is where I forget to be an announcer and I become a fan, and I just start watching her ski, watching her run this pass. She maybe, Brian, I know we've talked about this a lot of the time. You just want to look at the start. The start's so much of our success in the pass. It dictates everything. If you get a good start, she stood up at, kind of quit skiing there coming into 3. Maybe all she wanted was to look at the start.
Yeah.
Or maybe.
From what I see, I know webcast, you just got view of the replay. I mean, she was perfectly fine. I mean, we've seen Regina, videos a couple years ago from that tournament in Wisconsin. I mean, I think that was the strategy. Let me see 39 from this end. Let me get a gate 1, 2, coming to 3, and stand up. So I think Regina just wanted to get that feel, and from what I'm seeing, that's exactly good position that she wanted to be in.
Yep. Good. Brian, I'm just double checking the rules, like I said yesterday, and Greg and Debbie are open-minded to refining the event. Working with Rochelle and everybody else, and the rules have evolved slightly over the years. I'm just reading these, just making sure that we're speaking correctly to the 2023 rules. Yeah, so we're speaking correctly to skier choice, and nothing's changed. Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to move to our next bracket. We're going to have our number 2 seed, Jamie Bull, going against our number 7 seed, Karen Truelove. And it looks like Karen's on the edge of the dock here, so we might be seeing her go out first.
So Jamie with the pair of 5s yesterday. In both of those passes, making some adjustments, not quite getting around that 6 ball. And I'm just double checking Kieran's scores. Mid 38, so she had a 3 and a 5 at 38. Again, skier totally capable of running that pass. I think a lot of the skiers improved from round 1 to round 2. We're hoping that they'll improve from round 2 to round 3 as we get more used to being here, more used to skiing here with these 2 drivers, with this lake, with these boats, and see who can push their scores up from yesterday.
Yeah, and I think it looks like Jamie's in the back of the boat, so I think we're going to see the same thing, skip past 1 as we saw with Regina. So she's just going to ride down to the other end of the lake. Karen will be taking 28 off for that first pass, and then it'll be followed by Jamie, the first skier, coming back at 32 off.
And the way we've done this in the past, I've been on the dock helping manage this in the past, is so in this case you have a skier that wants to start at 28, and they're allowed to. If that's their starting pass in the first round, they're allowed to start at 28. So then Jamie has a choice in this case of she could go 28, which she's probably not going to want to do because she doesn't do that anymore, so she can go the other end of the lake. Or Karen could have started at 32, which she doesn't want to do. So we're trying to make it fair for the athletes and run the head-to-head the way that we want to while letting skiers start on the opening pass that they're comfortable with.
Yeah, it's interesting, Kevin, because Jamie actually went 32 the first round, but then she docked 28 the second round yesterday. So I thought it was going to, maybe she hadn't, skied, 28s lately in practice, and thought it, maybe for this head-to-head, with knowing that a lot of the women want to start at 28 off, that she would just give herself a warm-up. But nonetheless, she's going what consistent, what she's used to, taking 32 start. And so we'll see Karen. We see her in the water.
Did you hear? That was curious. I'm glad you mentioned that. I was surprised by that yesterday. I don't know if Jamie ever does that. I would assume she doesn't, given the level she's at. I would assume she's at 32 start. I don't know, other than, like you say, maybe she wanted one more pass. Maybe she wanted to try it from the other end. I'm not sure. But we have Karen on course. Boat comes around the island, and so she is going to be running her 28 off down the lake.
Yeah, Will Bush, Greg Bedell are our drivers. And we got Will Bush with the Nautique and Karen Truelove. Nice looking opening pass. Skiing on her good ski.
So So it's a family event for the Cougars last night. They've got both their boys in town. We got Freddie here, obviously jumping last night. We've got Karen here, so the whole family's in town. It's great to see everybody out here making it a family event. Even saw Dash on the trampoline at Will's house over there throwing some gnarly flips. I was like, who is that kid? Oh, of course. He's just seen him.
Yeah, the kids are definitely following in mom and dad's footsteps. Excited to, see them, taking on the sport, and it'll be very interesting to follow them over the next 10 years as they continue to grow and develop and see what they're able to do.
So Jamie will be coming back on course. So now we know Jamie is the first skier. So like our last round, whatever Jamie does is the score that Karen has to beat.
Yeah, so I got some intel that Jamie was under the assumption that everybody had to start at 28 yesterday. So that's why she took 28, and then found out that that's not the case. So that was the strategy yesterday, and unfortunately wasn't provided accurate information. So that was the strategy.
Well, there we go.
That went in yesterday.
Thanks,
so
Brian. Thanks to wherever we got the information. So now we know. Appreciate that.
Because you always wonder. I mean, we saw the same thing. Is that the same information that Nate had yesterday? Because we saw Nate, same thing. First round, 35 start. Second round, 32 start.
Right. And
so we thought that was a very interesting play, but maybe that's what went into that decision, or it could have been something else. We did see skiers started 32 the first round, and then elect someone like Dane Meckler elect to go 35 the second round, and then we even had Joel Poland go 35 both rounds. So everyone has their own strategies, and sometimes it's playing to how things are going to go the next day. So interesting to hear that intel.
So now, as we've talked, Karen's been down at the end of the lake. She's waiting roughly twice the wait time that she normally waits. It's a little less. Like we say, it's a little more time to think, which maybe is a benefit. It's a little more time to catch your breath. Maybe that's a benefit. Or I know a lot of us, even in practice, I'm going on the beep. Like, I just don't want to change that. But in these events, that's something you have to deal with. So now Karen's coming back. She's had a little extra time to sit there and think. But the drivers communicate, so they know what time to send that other boat. And the lake's perfectly flat. And here's Karen with her chance to run her 32 off.
And Kevin, we talked about yesterday, Karen's opening passes, 28 through 35, very, very dialed in, another smooth pass for her, as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, no, same brain. Thinking exactly the same thing, right? It's just so professional, so refined. She's so strong. She's so quiet out there, just, making it look easy. That's one of the things that's almost too bad about our sport, is the better you do it, the easier it looks and the less exciting it is. And unless you understand how hard it is to make a pass look that easy, it's just hard to appreciate. But all of us skiers, and probably everybody on the webcast knows how hard Karen's worked to go out there and run a 32 that looks like that.
Yeah, we talked about moving to the men's side. Just the amount of 39s that were run yesterday, and even the amount of 3 at 41s. We had two skiers that ran 3 at 41 and are not skiing today. We saw that last year with John Travers. I think he had a 3 and a 2, and then unfortunately he's one of those skiers again out. And we had somebody with a 3 and a 2.5 of Joel Poland not get in. So skiers are making it look easy, but we know that they're working hard, and all the time and effort that it takes to make it look like that. But we've got Jamie back in the course, 35 off, 12-meter line.
Like another skier putting on a clinic for all of us to watch about, this is how you do it. This is how you get down the lake. And it's just incredible. I love watching her ski. It's powerful, but not unnecessarily powerful, right? She's really strong, but it's never overloaded.
Well, it's controlled, right? We were talking about work zone yesterday. She's strong, powerful, and in control in the right zone. You know, she's doing the work behind the boat. Great view on the webcast, you know, of that gate shot into one. Gets the ski going out nice. You know, we talked about Jamie yesterday, you know, that 1-3, I mean, it's phenomenal, and it can be easily missed that's her offside. You know, so she's a very balanced skier.
So the boats, again, they communicate. They're on the radio. They're sharing the wait timer information. They tell that second boat when it's time to come. And now Karen knows she needs to run this 35 because the skier in front of her has. I'm sure she's not worried about it, but she's going to go out there and run this pass and get ready for the next one.
Yeah, a little heavy there at 1 for Karen, but seems to smooth it back down, 2 to 3, over to 4. Little back at 5, just maybe a little, you know, safety. Like I mentioned, little heavy at 1. Just course management. You know, one of the, you know, most veteran skiers in our final brackets that we have here this morning.
That's, you know, it's a fan of the sport. That's one of the things I notice all weekend long is you're saying course management. I think it's the ability of the skier to deal with things as they happen and not panic. And anyone on the water today knows how to do that. That's why they're here. You know, we go to a local tournament, and you've got your buddies out there skiing, and something goes wrong at 2-ball, and they're right there, they're done. They don't know how to keep going and make these adjustments. And we're seeing people make adjustments at passes like 39 and 41 and finishing them. And you know, like you say, Karen just makes a few adjustments by the end of the pass. She looks totally fine. I'm just as a fan admiring the level that all these people can process information and make adjustments and finish passes. It's incredible.
We talked about the mind, right? At each end, but you got the mind in the course. So mistakes are going to come. You know, we're all not going to ski perfect. So it's how does the mind and body adapt to those mistakes? You know, do you panic and then, you know, overcompensate, or are you able to stay in the moment, not let that get to you, and, you know, be able to proceed down the course? So here's 38 off for Jamie Bull. Little slow 1, but I'm sure good 2-ball, a little back at 2, over to 3. But this is where we're seeing this course management. Obviously, Jamie running deep 39 yesterday, very comfortable with 38. And a completed pass.
Yeah, hopefully she wasn't listening to us talk about course management, you know, because then that's what ended up happening there, right? She had to make some adjustments. I'm sure she knew she was going to run it in her mind, but there were some things she had to change there, getting down the lake to finish that pass out.
Yeah, we just see her a little slow, you know, drop the shoulder a little bit from 1 to 2, you know, caused that loose line. You know, she was patient at 3, and then she was, you know, back in the pass. You know, that's where you see that offside turn. That's where you see that confidence.
And that power, like she knew she could lay into it from 5 to 6, and you just see her she goes to another level there. You see that dig deep. So now we had, again, just double checking my scores. So Karen yesterday with a 3 and a 5. So a skier that's going to need to ski at least 1 buoy more than they did yesterday. She knows how to do it. She's done it many times. We've seen her do it many times in California ProAms.
Yeah, I believe 2 years ago we saw Karen run 3:39 in one of the head-to-heads. I think it was a national record for her age division. Definitely capable of getting through this pass. So let's start is important here. Karen, a good-looking 1, over to 2. Good shape at 3, over to 4. Comes into the offside at 5.
Excellent. Nice work, Karen. Nice. Unofficial. And remember, we are unofficial. We'll share official scores when we get them. But Karen, I mean, Brian, better start actually than Jamie.
Yeah, that was a better start. You know, like we said, Jamie a little slow at one, but we see in this replay here, Karen, you know, nice, you know, hook up at one over to two, and I mean, perfect onside 2-ball turn there. We come into three, and she's in great shape. You know, looks hard to tell with the spray at 4. Might have been, you know, a little bobble there, but you could see she, you know, did not let that affect her, had confidence turning 5 and over to 6. And, you know, great to see, you know, her put her best score of the weekend so far, you know, here in this head-to-head, putting, you know, the pressure on Jamie to, you know, go out and perform. We saw Jamie get, you know, 5 at 39 both rounds yesterday. From both directions. So we talked about Regina, you know, had seen 39 from the south end both times and just took, you know, a test to the north. Jamie saw it from the north and the south, was able to produce the same score. So she wants to put the pressure on Karen here and get deep. So we've got Jamie behind that nautique back into the course, 39.5 off through the gates. A good-looking 1 over to 2, tight 2 over to 3. Waiting for 3, a good hookup at 3 over to 4, and she's in really good shape. I think we're going to see her finish this pass. Strong 5 over to 6. Jamie Bull.
Sending a message back to the dock. Everybody on the dock, you've got a 39 that went down. That was incredible. She stayed pretty well ahead of that pass.
Yeah, that was definitely a great 39. And not only, you know, sends a message to Karen, you know, down at the other end, but like you said, to the rest of the skiers. Obviously, she's in the bracket that we'll see next with Whitney and Allie Nicholson. You know, both skiers we've seen run 39 this year. So definitely sending that message. Game on, Sunday finals.
Love seeing everyone improve. So now both skiers in this bracket have improved, right? They're building on their weekend, and Jamie going out and doing what she does and punching that through. I'm sure that feels good. You know, 5's a tough score, man. You're right there. And then so she puts the 5s behind her. She's got a 6, you know, and then Karen's got her work cut out. She knows what she's got to do.
Yeah. So we talked about, you know, the start is crucial, and you know, we saw Karen get a lot better start earlier at her 1-ball 38 compared to yesterday, so she's going to need a same-looking start here at 39. She's got a decent 1 over to 2. She turns 2, slack at 2, over to 3.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, like you said, decent start. I'm sure she wasn't that far from getting under the line on the backside of that 2-ball and putting her ski outside of 3, but just couldn't get it done. Let's just watch the replay here. Oh, a little stuck there at 1.
Yeah, she was back just a touch, but coming into that onside, I think, you know, if she was a little back, I think she might have gone just a little long to 2 because she didn't get the ski, you know, coming around at 1 like she wanted, and just added a little bit and created extra speed, which created that loose line at the finish of 2, unfortunately. But, you know, she's got to be proud for, you know, best score of the weekend, 2 at 39, and you know, obviously puts her above Janina. So, you know, we'll have to see where she ends up in the final bracket. But, you know, 2 at 39 is definitely right there where some of these other ladies were skiing yesterday.
Yeah, like you say, it'll help to find that placement for 5 to 8. But, you know, like you say, she built on it over the weekend. That's a tall order. You're going against one of the top skiers right now, a skier that ran 39 in front of you. And Jamie has, again, we said it with Regina, she has the choice, and she's chosen to take her shot at 41. And her reasons are her own. I want to see the gate. I want to try it, you know, from this end. I want to get a score because I care about my score.
Well, she didn't see 41 yesterday, so I think this is a good choice. Right. You know, she saw Reg have a good start yesterday.
Oh, so it looks unofficially a 1.5, but I mean a huge score.
Yeah, no, I mean we talked about yesterday with Allie Nicholson running a 2 of 41 last weekend that became the 5th woman to ever, run to a 41. So, and we've got four of them, here today. And so, these women are capable, and, Jamie, has had some good starts at 41 we've seen this year. And especially not being able to see 41 yesterday, good to see her, get a look and get around to. Unfortunately, wasn't able to hold on there. And we see Karen coming back down the course. Give it up. Great skiing.
So we'll try to keep you posted on. I do think in a head-to-head, one of the things that are interesting is what happens on the dock. So we do know both skiers, Allie and Whitney, are going to come out at 32. That's been confirmed. I believe that's what they both normally do. Is Allie's 32 start too?
Yeah, they both normally 32 start.
And Whitney will be going first. She'll be skiing with Will. So Allie will go second, skiing with Greg.
Yeah, I think, these next two matchups are probably the most exciting in this first grouping. It's the very close skiing.
Jamie, you want just a minute?
All right, we got Jamie Bull coming off the water. 1.5 at 41. Totally crushed that 39. What difference that you felt from yesterday?
Yeah, pretty big difference. So really happy with that 39, kind of getting my feet back underneath me a little bit. So looking forward to the rounds later on today.
Awesome. Well, we won't keep you long. Let you get dry, rest up. I know we're going to get right into the next round, but keep up the good work.
Thank you.
So eyes on the water, as Brian said, this is a competitive matchup. This is two skiers that have run 39 this year. We've got Whitney out first, 32 off, behind Will Bush and that beautiful ski nautique. Brian, I love the way, appreciate you talking to Jamie there. When I look at her, I see the eyes of a fierce competitor. I see her focused, deeply focused, ready to compete.
All right, Karen Truelove just got two at 39 in a runoff with Jamie
Bull.
How did it feel out there? That was really good.
And,
it felt great. I felt actually as the line got shorter, except for 39. But like my 38 was really nice.
I would put Jamie
felt like I kind of woke up after the 35. Wasn't what I was looking for. So, I knew going against somebody like Jamie, I was like, I'm gonna have to be on my game to even have a shot. And so it was actually like the pressure wasn't as much as, maybe if I was trying to be a little bit more, careful about what I did. So, I'm happy with that. I haven't had the best skiing this year, so it was nice to build through the rounds. And, it's always fun to be out with these girls who are skiing amazing and to be a part of head-to-head again.
Great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
That second Nautique boat back in the course. We see our second skier, our number 6 seed, Allie Nicholson. Ran a 2.5 at 39 in the first round, followed up with a 2 at 39. But she's been on a tear, this year, Kevin. We talked about, the improvements that she's made the last couple years, more consistent, running 38. Pretty much all the time, and seeing, 39 get knocked down a couple times, joining that women's 41 off club.
Yeah, it's great to see, whether it's the men's field or the women's field or any event, even for that matter, to see somebody step up and get to another level. And we talked about this yesterday. It can be your health, it can be your equipment, it can be the way that you train, it can be the coaching, but it's fun. Like you just said, she's punched up to another level, and it's great to see that in the sport and see somebody come in and contend. So, really happy for Allie, and it's good for all of us to see her out here as a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that's what excites me about this matchup is, obviously Whitney, had the better scores yesterday. She ran a 5 at 39 the first round, 4 the second round, and Allie was just a couple buoys behind each round. But just knowing the capability of what both of these women have been doing all year long, I think we can be in for a treat. And Whitney definitely being the higher seed, choosing to go out first, has a lot of control to dictate that.
Whitney has skied, behind Will many times, and she's a nautique athlete, and so she's clearly knows this boat. So I'm sure for her this is a pretty confident environment. She knows the lake style here. She's been skiing here this week. She's out first, so I would think she's got a really strong mindset. I mean, she's a very strong-minded, competitive person in generally, but with these conditions, driving boat, this is a great opportunity for her.
Yeah, definitely. And Whitney's the defending champ from last year. I remember in the final head-to-head pairing, we saw her almost take down 39, just overturn 6. But she's familiar with the lakes, skiing here at this event here at Shortline the last couple years, and then she's always come in every year, been here all week. So getting dialed in, and excited to see what these ladies are going to put out there this morning.
So Allie had her chance to sit there, like we said earlier, longer wait time. I know this is not her first head-to-head. I don't know how many she's done, but now her chance to come in at 35 off. It's fun to watch her skiing, evolve. And I always remember her being really tall at that buoy. You see her just stand up nice and tall, and another skier with a distinctive style. And you just, like we talked about Neely yesterday, I think you give me a silhouette of her anywhere in the course, I know who that is, and I think Allie's one of those skiers. But great to see her and Whitney getting warmed up.
Yeah, definitely excited. And I know you mentioned, about, changing things. She's a HO skier. We've got HO as one of the sponsors of the event. And, I know that she's on a different ski than last year, I believe. And so that's playing a part. And then I know off the water, there's been a big change with work. She was working, full-time nursing job. And 2 years. This is the second summer now that she has gone to a travel nursing position, where the last 2 winters she basically works her butt off, and then she's able to take off the whole summer. That's where we're seeing her at all the European events, and she's basically, for me, is 100% focused during the ski season only on skiing and not have to worry about anything else. And I think that definitely has to be at least some factor of the success that she's had over the last 2 years.
It's got to be. I mean, I think we all know that. We've all got some sort of work-life balance, and you create that kind of opportunity to focus on your skiing, it's going to add up to buoys. But Whitney's a skier who's focused on her skiing, competing hard. I grew up in Michigan. She grew up in Canada. I remember seeing her ski at records when she was like 10 or 12 or something. And so she's been at this a long time, and just a fierce competitor out there getting this done at 38 off.
Yeah, Whitney's at a different stage of life with balance, right? Off the water. She's a mom, has a 3-year-old now, and it's exciting to see, what she's been able to do since giving birth. And, she's come back and strong. We saw her win last year, as I mentioned, at this event. And, she's looking strong out here this morning as we see this replay 38 off.
Yeah, she's got a nice social presence, so we could kind of keep track of that as, when Zane was born and then how she rebuilt, and she was just doing that work. It takes some time, to get back. I don't know if she thinks she's at the same level or if she's still building or if she's comfortable, but, she's obviously out there. It looks great. Looks good to me. We'll see. It'd be interesting to ask her if she feels like she's still building or she's back to where she wanted to be. Or, but yeah, that's a process. Right?
Yeah, we used to see Whitney. She was one of the top overall skiers in the world, and now she's basically a slalom specialist. So you're able to take all that time focused in the other events and focus just on slalom with the other duties off the water that she has. Well, we've got Allie back on the water around 3 over to 4, 38 off.
Nice skiing. I would think she's feeling pretty good right now after, you get a pass like that under your belt before the one that is going to make a big difference. You run that 38 before that 39. It feels good. There's nothing better than going out the gate going, yeah, this is clicking. It's the way it looked to me. What about you?
Yeah, no, very good 38 off for Allie. I know talking with some people in her corner, just was spiking the boat a little bit at the gate yesterday, especially at 39. But, seeing the replay here at 38, not much to pick out. I think, onside there at 5, maybe a little quick. I know, Allie likes to be, aggressive out of the turn. And, for the most part, it works for her, but sometimes that could be that nemesis of getting a little too much, a little ahead of herself. So I think that's going to be important for her, as she comes in at 39 of good gait and not getting ahead of herself in the turn. And I think similar cues I'm sure for Whitney. We talked about that gait's important. We saw her get 5 the first round, 4 the second. She wants to put the pressure on Allie, and just like Jamie, run this 39.5 off pass, and she's got a big one over to 2. Good 2 over to 3 on the onside, a big 3. And unfortunately, Whit, you all right? Unfortunately, early fall for Whitney. She had a decent start here at 39, Kevin, as we see this replay. I think maybe a little ahead of herself at 1, but I think good shape at 2. Over to 3 to the onside. It looked like she had a good hookup, and just that load was just too much to be able to hang on.
Yeah, maybe just not ready when that rope came tight and just kind of crushed her a little bit and couldn't get that acceleration into the wake and got pulled over her ski. It's very unfortunate. We know Whitney had a lot more in mind, but that line is short. It's short, and you got to get it right in the moment, in that moment.
Yeah, Whitney is a strong skier. We see her hang on to a lot, and you don't usually see her get overpowered like that, because with the strong pulls that she has, that body position is always there. So, a little uncharacteristic to see her get pulled out like that, and I know she'll be disappointed, and we'll just have to wait and see. She's not out.
This
like
is almost
you said.
the toughest situation for the next skier. So now Allie knows what she's got to do. She needs to stand up 3, and that's kind of a tweener. It's almost easier if it's a deeper score, because then she comes in knowing she's got to run it. But you can't safety 1 ball at 39. You can't do it. So, but she's got to. This is not an easy thing. Well, people think it is. All she's got to get is 3, but I think it's hard.
Yeah, no, it's definitely hard. It's a 3-buoy course right now, and we saw Allie 2.5 and 2 yesterday. So, she's got her work cut out still. The gate's important, like I mentioned earlier. She's got an onside 1 ball over to 2. This can be crucial. She attacks 2 over to 3. She's going to stand up 3.
So, congrats. Unofficial look. Just let me wait for the officials, make sure. Yeah, so the judges are calling in 3. That's great. Brian, that was a great start, maybe a start to run it. But I think when she came into that 2 balls, probably the first time I would allow myself to start thinking, all right, let's just get 3 and stop. But until you're on the backside of 2, I don't think you can think about it. How about you?
No, we can see here in our replay, that 2 balls are offside, and we saw her rock back yesterday, lose the line in the second round, and wasn't able to get to 3. And we saw her keep her center of mass over her feet, really attack that offside turn, be able to keep that ski down, keep a tight line, and gave her the opportunity to go into 3. And unfortunately, got to play it smart, advance to the next round and stand up there, But I think that was a great confidence booster for her going into the next round because, if she, had to get deeper, she was definitely in shape to do that.
Let's sneak in some thank yous to our sponsors, Brian. I mean, so again, Greg and Debbie, 21 years. I think we missed 1 year due to the pandemic, but otherwise it's been 21 years. And a lot of these sponsors have been here the whole time. And Greg gave a pretty passionate talk at the dinner last night about how this event does not happen without these sponsors, period. So we've been doing it for 21 years. Nautique's been there, bringing these boats, getting us all dialed in for these events. It's amazing. We've got Dublin Toyota. We've got some ski companies, Good, Syndicate. We've got D3. Then we've got Thank You Russell. We've got Eagle, Masterline. We've got Rich Storley, State Farm, local agent, my insurance agent. We got Zero Off, Dutch Brothers Coffee, and Wilderness Forestry. We can't leave out Babes. Greg's always using the Babes on his boat, selling it to all of us. So Babes taking care of the boats. So appreciate all you sponsors this event, and all these skiers would not be here without you.
Yeah, we've got California Ski Barn on site. Also have the food truck, so if you guys are wanting some breakfast, head on down, get some ski equipment, get some food, and we see our next grouping, our number 4C, Chelsea Mills, just completing. We'll have to get confirmation. I think 28 off. Yesterday we saw Chelsea go 28. We saw Neely go 32 yesterday, so it'll be interesting. Chelsea, probably chose to go first, so I could see Neely just take a ride down in the boat potentially, but we'll have to wait and see. But interested in this matchup, Chelsea Mills, she ran a 3 at 39 and half at 39 yesterday, and then Neely ran I think a 2.5 at 38 and a 3 at 39. So
right. Exactly. So both skiers running the same top score, seeding being resolved by their backup score. We'll get back to you in a minute. So we believe we both went on 28 starts. So again, the skiers can talk about it on the dock. They can either agree to do the same thing or they can do whatever they want, and then they'll offset the boats and get everyone lined up. Here, I think we had 2 skiers look comfortable going out at 28. No problem. That's what we're going to let them do. Enjoying watching Neely in person, Brian. As I mentioned this yesterday, she's got a great social presence, so I feel like I've seen her ski a million times. But first time in person, love being a student. I mean, what I'm sure Drew's doing a lot of the coaching, so kind of looking at Drew and the outcome of all his and Neely's work to get her style like this. We got Charlie coming up later, another one, really up and coming skiers with, an amazing, interesting style. So just as a student of the sport, I forget I'm announcing. I just start watching them.
Yeah, they've got obviously a great support system back home. Drew, you got Andrew Bergman, I know works with them as well. I know she, is going out with Pato Font, number 1 tricker in the world, been on a tear, setting world record after world record and pushing the limits on the men's trick side. And, they're definitely surrounded with great, skiers and coaches.
Brian, we've talked about it a lot. Like, if you're at this event, you're committed, you're working hard, and you've probably got great coaching. I mean, I don't know if anyone here doesn't have all that support network. So I'm sure Drew's family, right? That's just credit to both of his kids here skiing today. the support that they have to put them out there. And I know Chelsea has a lot of support as well.
Yeah, I know Chelsea, has Jennifer Leachman LaPointe, as a mentor, and worked with her, and talking about mindset, that's something that Chelsea does, for work is working with a lot of athletes. I know a lot of junior athletes in water skiing as well as other sports, on the mental aspect of sports.
It's anyone that does this sport knows how important the mental element of it is, right? I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of us love it. We get hooked on that piece, like that ability to stay focused. And for her, that's an asset, man. If that's something that she really brings to the table, that's going to help her.
Yeah, especially, in the head-to-heads, we talk about the wait times, longer. You're sitting in the water, and that mind can, drift off a little bit. And obviously, she knows the tools. She's, helping other people learn those tools and hone in on that skill set. And so I'm sure, it's something that she's always working on herself.
So Will's spooling up his nautique, bringing that boat down the lake with Neely. Her chance to continue what I'm sure is her warm-up, get this 32 going, get dialed into everything she's feeling this morning to help her go up the line and compete for this championship. Very calm, Brian, just very, very deliberate, very controlled, very smooth. No quick movements, just really looking good going down the lake.
Yeah, another great warm-up pass for Neely. As we said, yesterday she docked 32 off both rounds yesterday. So just getting an extra pass today. And, I look at her rounds yesterday, and, she already had a pressure round. Based on, her seating when she took to the water yesterday, she was no longer in the final. She had to go out that second round and perform, and she, was able to do that, and not only, didn't squeak her way into the final. She knocked down 38 off, 11.25, and ran a great score of 3:39. And I'm not, sure, where her personal best is, but I think that might be in the personal best range. 3, maybe Neely's seen 4 before in a tournament. I'm not sure, but, definitely a built a lot of confidence to come into this final.
So Chelsea coming on course, Greg Bedell at the wheel. This is her 35. 12-meter line. Chelsea's on a bit of a, Horton calls it a ski safari. She started on a road trip, and they made their way across Canada, over to the West Coast, down the West Coast, got some rides along the way, and drove in here to set up for the event and be here. So now she drops to the lake. She knows she's got about 2 minutes to sit down there and, as we've said, either stay focused and rest, breathe, wait for her chance to turn around and come back at 38.
And Kevin, I always think, one of the interesting things with Chelsea is just how much later in life she started in the sport. And, you take somebody, like Neely, who she's going up against, grew up, in the sport. Obviously, her dad, a very successful Canadian team skier through the years on the tour, and seeing, the different ways of getting to the same results. Definitely a lot harder. I know someone that we're close with, Greg Bedell, was very, very similar of a late start like Chelsea, and just interesting, to see her, be able to take on the sport and get to the highest level.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mentioned this yesterday. I met her at a big dog, 10 years ago. And I was in North Carolina, her lake, and they pulled some of the officials, and she went out and skied. And I think she ran 38. So who is this? She could be competing in the big dog. And I had, just somebody on the other coast. I just hadn't heard of her, and then been following her ever since. And then it was years after that before she showed up to a pro event. And so, like you say, late in life, but it's great to see everyone out here from however they got here to be out there competing.
So we got Neely Ross back in the course, round 2 over to 3, 35 off, 12-meter line. A Team Nautique skier, so definitely familiar with the boat.
Brian, from where we're sitting, look at that line. I mean, she dropped in on 5 at 35 like it was, 28 off. She's just right there.
Yeah, definitely an early line. You can see in our replay, comes into that onside. Great looking 2 over to 3.
This camera angle is pretty similar to ours. I was just watching this just kind of her skier path out of this 5-ball. It's like, wow, awesome. So again, I think about as you go out the gates, what's your mindset? And maybe the pass went really well, and you're like, man, this is working. My cues are working. I'm in the moment. I'm focused. That's feeling what I want to feel. Or maybe you had a wobble or something, and you make an adjustment. Oh, today I'm letting this happen. I need to improve on that. But I watch her go out the gate, and my guess is she goes, yeah, I'm ready. Game on.
Yeah, no bobbles there. You can't critique anything that we saw there at that 35, and definitely will build that confidence, for her as she comes into 38. And, but first we're going to see Chelsea. Chelsea was able to run 38 both rounds yesterday. And I think, in order to advance, she's going to have to do the same plus more this morning. And Kevin, I think with Chelsea's style, we see a little, kind of snow ski here as a pump and a release. You see her like kind of de-weight the ski there as she comes into the turn.
Yeah, no, you see it. There's a move there, but however she did it, she didn't want to jump the gun there. She's out the gate, so 3 times in a row she's run 38 this weekend. And so now there's a skier that's maybe she's thinking, I had to do a little work there. If I want to go deep at 39, what do I add to my game plan, or do I just do a better job executing on my game plan? Whatever it is, but she is, like I said, now she's got 2 minutes or so to think about that and evaluate.
Yeah, Chelsea, tends to have some bobbles at times, but I think that mindset, like we've talked about, she doesn't let the bobbles affect her. She keeps her cues. Usually you don't see her get ahead of herself too much, and she just takes the line that she's running, and it's not trying to gain it back.
Right.
If she's lost the line that ideally she wanted to be on.
And whether that's experience or athleticism or just mental discipline, right? However you get there, being able to make those adjustments. We talked about this yesterday. A lot of my good friend amateur skiers, and myself included, it's just making sure that you don't let that get in your head. Like, it's all right, I got room. I remember watching Chris LaPointe at a big dog, and he was running late somewhere, and it was a 38 or a 39. And I just think even everyone else here probably would have panicked, but that guy's run that past 10,000 times. He knows exactly how many centimeters he has of margin to finish the pass, so there is no reason to panic because I know where I'm at. And a lot of the skiers here today, they have that confidence and that discipline.
And Neely Ross coming in has that confidence. A great 35 off. It's a must-run 38 off. We saw her do it yesterday. The start's important. Has a pretty good one over to 2. Unfortunately, 2 and a.
Yeah, unfortunately, that will be a 2.5. I want to watch this on the replay, Brian, to see if we can see. I mean, maybe not the perfect one, but not a one I think that would make you too afraid. Maybe it was just getting back under that line, getting stacked out of 2, getting your ski out to 2. What do you see?
Yeah, I think maybe just a touch back there at 1, and it just didn't look like she was able to get her center of mass moving in the cross course direction to 2. It was almost like she was just didn't get that load like we saw, yesterday when she ran 38 and even at 35, unfortunately. And, came into still that onside 2-ball turn. I thought she was going to be okay. And from 2 to 3, down course, a little bit, but, I thought she'd be able to manage that, but unfortunately just got ahead of herself. I think, because of that bobble, wanted to get, more of that back at 3. We've talked about yesterday. She, has a very strong offside turn, and unfortunately, just too much to handle this morning.
Yeah, an up-and-coming skier, obviously, skier capable of running a lot more in buoys, but I got to also think about just getting pro event experience. I'm not sure. I don't want to cite how many I think she's been to. I'm not sure, but you're going to take away from this, and you're going to build on it. I'm sure there'll be good debrief with the family, and what can we take away, and how can we build and come back next time.
Yeah, well, so we see Chelsea electing to take 39. She's going to be paired up against Regina in this next grouping. She's got a good start. We see her 2.5 unofficially. And, yeah, just touching, on Neely real quick, what you said of how much experience. Obviously, in the trick event, she's got a tremendous amount of pro experience, right? Slalom, we see her from time to time. We talk about head-to-head. Was this Janina's first one? Could this potentially have been Neely's first head-to-head for slalom, just because we don't always see her, skiing in the slalom events?
Yep, exactly. But as you know, you've built up from, a national-level boys skier all the way through the years, and you just put all these things away. What can I learn? How can I build on it and get stronger?
Yeah, so we had Chelsea Mills 2.5 at 39, advancing to the next round. So right there where she was with her top score yesterday of 3 at 39. And I believe we're going to get right back into it.
Yeah, I believe the plan is to go right back into the women's 4. So I believe Chelsea's up. So I believe it's Chelsea and Regina will be coming out next. So let's see, just a second, we'll confirm. But I believe it's Chelsea and Regina coming out next. But obviously we'll give Chelsea a chance to get back to the dock and be fair to all our athletes. I'll make her run down there.
We talk about strategy.
Yeah.
Was there strategy? She knows that she's in that next grouping, right?
Yeah.
Her letting go, being able to take time to walk back, gives her a little breather. Could there be some, chess match, going on? She knows she's coming up against the number 1 seed. Regina ran 39 both rounds. Obviously, going to be a tough matchup, and Regina's had probably, what time do we have? Almost 9:50. She's had over an hour, since she last skied, where Chelsea just had, her ride, and is going to have to go back out there.
Yep. And I think it's going to be a personal preference. Do you want more rest, or do you want to get right back out there? And some skiers probably are going to want to go, and some are going to say, no, I'll take the break. So here's Chelsea on the least amount of rest, Regina coming out on the most amount of rest.
That's the advantage of being the number 1 seed.
Yeah, the brackets, by the way, they're staggered that way. They're staggered so that if you're top seed, you've got more lower seeds on your half of the bracket. You're going to get more rest. The brackets are thought through carefully so that it's an advantage. Seeding matters. And it's the same for the guys, exactly the same structure. So, seeding does matter.
Yeah, so, now we're in our final 4. So in our top bracket, we've got our number 1 seed, Regina Jaquist, against our number 4 seed, who we just saw advance, Chelsea Mills. And then we'll move to our lower bracket. We have our number 6 seed, Allie Nicholson, taking on our number 2 seed, Jamie Boole, who are also teammates, HO Ski teammates. And I know that they've, battled it out, at some events in Europe, and so interesting to see that matchup.
Well, just while we've got a second here, Brian, I just want to thank Greg and Debbie, and not only just Greg and Debbie, I'm going to thank a couple people. So none of this would happen if Greg and Debbie didn't want to do it, and they started it a long time ago, and we all love being a part of this event, and everyone loves skiing in it and helping work it.
And, just taking a look at our prelim scores, yesterday, I mean, we had 10 guys, run a 3 or more. Unfortunately, we didn't see anybody. We had a 6 continuation of 41, but, the site's pristine. We've got the Nautique boats. We've got Greg, Bedell, Will Bush driving. Everybody's dialed in, and, someone we've seen dialed in this weekend, running 39, both preliminary rounds and getting a good-looking start at 41 yesterday. It was our number 1 seed, Regina Jaquist, riding her good ski, and she is elected to go first in this semifinal event.
Or she elected to pick. She must have gone first, because if she picked Greg, I think Chelsea probably would have gone first. So
that's what I would think.
Yeah, we're not getting that clarity from the doc, but that is interesting stuff. But it doesn't matter. Regina is first. She is skiing behind Greg. Chelsea is second. She's coming out with Will. I look forward to asking Chelsea later, how was that quick turnaround? Were you ready to go? Did you feel good? I mean, it's a head-to-head. It's going to happen. And that's why we've staggered. The finals are not right after the semis. So we don't make, whoever wins this bracket and whoever wins from Jamie Nally, they're going to get a break. They're going to get a good hour and a half, because the guys are going to go for their first 2 rounds. So we don't let the championship be decided on how winded you are, right? We'll give them a break.
Yeah, and I think we talk about, how open Greg and Debbie are to, hearing the athletes come up with, items that maybe they'd like to see done a little different, from rules to, formats and things like that. And, I don't know whose idea, if it was athletes or officials, but I think that's a change we see this year. We're seeing, 8-4 right away, where in years past we've seen 8 for women, 8 for men, 4 for women, 4 for men, into the final for each of them. So, it's nice to, go 8-4, knock those first 2, bracket, the first 6 brackets out, and then give everybody a breather, especially the women, for the final.
So Chelsea, she did it. She turned it around. She got back to the dock. She strapped her ski back on. You see that double pump there at 1, Brian. You really see it at 1. You mentioned that earlier. I think you really see this on her offside, that stand up, maybe unweight the ski. Just let her get ready to come into the finish of that turn. But, great to see Chelsea go get that quick turnaround, get right back out there and push through that 32. They believe on this round it's mandatory 32 start. We're not letting anyone do 28 this time, so that's only on the first round. After that, it's 32. And I believe with the wait time, I didn't see it in the rules, but I'm sure it's 32 for the final. I don't think we're going to make them wait an hour and a half and go 35 off the dock.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's 32 for the final 4 and championship rounds, and we talk about that little double pump, and I wonder if she has we talked about coming late into water skiing, but I wonder if she was a snow skier. And the reason I say that is there was somebody we haven't seen her much lately, but reminds me of similar style was Gina Kruger, who had a good snow ski background, and had that kind of similar de-weighting of the ski in the turn. But we've got Regina 35 off, another warm-up pass. I mean, the amount of 35 offs that Regina's run in her lifetime
She's just, we talk about yesterday with the guys, the skiers that people watch to learn from. She's one that I would watch to learn from. I looked up and I had this still shot of her coming into the 4-ball, just standing up, 50 feet in front of that buoy, just waiting, nice and tight line, just tall. She just crushes it. We've got good athlete versus good athlete here. I know Chris Roberts, new leadership at Good, owner at Good. He's here today watching his athletes compete. I remember in the big dogs, we hated to have a good skier taking out a good skier, but the brackets fall how they fall, and so we're going to have a good skier through to the final.
Well, yeah, you're going to have a good skier and you're going to have an HO skier. So our semis, we've got 2 good skiers going against each other and 2 HO skiers. So I'm sure both brands would have liked having one in each with the potential of them facing each other in the finals, but unfortunately they're just going to have one making it to the final.
But and those 2 companies, right, we talked about this over dinner, Brian, is the team that you have, the team at Good is strong. You've got the team at HO, the syndicate team. Those guys are great. They're really excited about their product right now. Here's Chelsea making her way down the lake. I kind of held my breath there at that 3-ball, Brian. I just said, we talked about presence of mind and ability to stay in the moment there. Just thought I saw her maybe fall back and suck up a little rope out of 3. I look forward to watching the replay.
Yes, we see the replay here. Turns 2, comes into that onside turn at 3 over to 4.
It looked better on the replay to me than it did live. Here she is making her way down the lake. Awesome to see her out there competing. I mean, it's tough though. I mean, I don't think anyone here necessarily wants Regina in their bracket, or in their pairing. I don't think anyone here wants that. So, but a fun moment. You get to go compete against the legend.
Yeah, and I mean that's where we talk about seeding, of where things fell yesterday. And I bet Jamie and Whitney were excited to secure that 2nd and 3rd spot. So if they were able to make it through to the final, that's when they're going to face Regina. They wouldn't face Regina here in the semifinals with them securing the 2 and 3 seed. But 38 off. Seen Regina run this 3 times this weekend already. Nice tight line out of 2 over to 3. We talk about the very balanced turns and strong offside. Regina is definitely up there with them with having a very strong, confident, committed 1-3-5 turn for her offside, as we have a great shot here on webcast, the replay coming into 3-ball.
Just so much power and control and just ownership of her skiing, man. This is awesome.
When she has her hips, that's a big thing is you don't see Regina lose her hips much. So when that ski's coming around, even though, especially at 1-3, it can come around quick at times, she always has her hips and center of mass with her. So she's able to make that quick turn, keep that ski moving through the turn, center of mass, going across course, and setting her up in great shape for the next buoy.
This view, I love this view, so I agree 100%, Brian. But watch the work zone, right? Regina, Brian, we talk about it a lot in our skiing, but where that line comes tight and where she moves out, and it's always centered. Even when she has one of those turns, she's kind of famous for, right? Sometimes that ski will stand straight
up. Big wheelie.
And everyone but her probably panics, and she just waits for it to fall back down, gets under the line, and goes right into that work zone and runs 39 anyway. So I love watching the way she manages that work zone. But now it's Chelsea's turn to manage the work zone. Let's see, tight-looking one. Reaching for that 3-ball right in front of us here in the center tower, turning that 4, pulling to the 5, stay with it, and she runs 38 for the 4th time this weekend. Yeah, great skiing for Chelsea. I mean, that's consistent. But now, so Chelsea's high score is a 3. She's got a 3.
Yeah, she ran a 3, a half, and a 2.5 at 39. So, she's been in that middle of the pack. She's capable of getting farther, and I believe, she's run it 39 once in a record
that's right.
capability
I don't think
tournament.
It was that long ago either. Last year, maybe?
I can't remember if it was last year or the year before. But yeah, so I mean, she obviously has finished the pass once in competition, and we see if she can do it here. Going against the number 1 seed in a pro event. We saw Regina. She ran 39 both rounds yesterday. She chose not to complete it this morning. She was in great shape coming into 3 and decided to stand up. It was a different direction of taking 39 from the preliminary rounds yesterday. But
it was another look at that start, right? Every lake's a little different. You want to get your timing nailed. So she had that look. So she's had 3 39 looks. This is Regina's 4th 39 look. As she comes in, I love the way she smashes that onside. As the line gets shorter, she gets more aggressive.
Once we see some bobbles here, a little loose line at the buoy for Regina, but that just goes to show the confidence, the composure. Heavy at 1, comes over to 2. We see in the replay, around 2, space at 2, but back and lost the line a bit. So a little speed into 3 caused that a little loose line, but then she comes into that onside 4 and the classic, offside, confident 5-ball turn that we've seen so many times from Regina to finish the 39.5 off for the 3rd time this weekend and really put the pressure on Chelsea.
No doubt. So at least for Chelsea, one thing it's nice is it's a simple plan. There's no question. You just have to run it. And that's a tall order. She's done it before. What a cool moment to do it again. Would be my attitude is this is my opportunity to do something cool. I'm going to go do it. Sorry, I said offside for Regina. I meant onside. She's a righty, but I love when she goes out and smashes buoys. I mean, that's the way my brain wants to ski. I've been trying to not do that, but she's so powerful, man. You watch her smash that 1 ball. I know you're right. It cost her slightly, but it's...
Well, when we talk about, she can get ahead of herself a little bit, and I know I've mentioned, that's where it's hurt some skiers, but because she's so strong and powerful and gets into the right position, Regina's able to get away with that, even at 39. And so we need to see what Chelsea's able to do, mindset. She's got a decent 1 over to offside 2, a little broke at 2, over to 3, and unfortunately a 2.5 at 39. So give it up for Chelsea Mills, not advancing, but definitely going to be in the top 4. We'll have to wait and see where the next bracket finishes out. Obviously, she has a mark of 2.5 at 39, so it's not going to be a score that's going to be in the minds of the next 2 skiers, especially with Jamie running 39 last round, and but
yeah, but great skiing for Chelsea. Consistent all
great
weekend.
skiing.
You're in the top 4. Consistent.
So the strategy now, we know the men are going to do their 8, and 4, so the women are going to have a break. So it'll be interesting to see if Regina's going to come back at 41 and get another look. My guess is she's going to, especially we saw Jamie, run 39, get a good look at 41. She ran 1.5. Unfortunately, wasn't able to hang on to the full 2, but she knows. Jamie proved I can get the 2-ball. Not only today, she's done it a few times this year. So I think we're just waiting for Chelsea to get out of the water, for Regina to come back in the course and take an attempt at 41.
Yeah, I know, love it. Take another look, right? We talk about it, Brian. You just get that gate timing. How does this lake glide? How do I feel behind this boat? How are my moves? How do I, if you're going to go anywhere at a line length like 41, that start's got to be good. So she's taking just a look at this, get her gate dialed in.
So she's got a great swing into one, a little stood up out of one, but a good two.
Oh, kind of like yesterday, right?
Very, very similar to yesterday. You know, I think this, as we see in the replay, she had a great swing into one, stood up a little bit, got down, but she had space and time at two. And I know she's going to be a little disappointed with that because, you know, having an opportunity to get in front of two like that, her onside to turn, to get over to three, I thought that's what we were going to see. But, you know, still takeaway, she's advanced to the finals. She got a good start, got ahead of two again. So 2 out of 3 times, you know, she's had some space at 2 ball 41 and able to take that, you know, now take some rest and regroup to have a great final.
Absolutely. I mean, if she just one more fraction of a second, that boat runs down the lake, she stays up, that rope comes tight, she's either going around 3 or coming on shore. And she had that, she was ready, cocked and locked and ready to go. So, yeah, like you say, you've had a couple of good gates now. You've had a couple of times, not only good gates.
All right, we got confirmation. Our number 2 seed, Jamie Bull, chosen to go first against her HO teammate, number 6 seed, Allie Nicholson. Looking forward to this matchup. So we're 32 off start for this semifinal. Jamie Bull, around 4, onside turn, over to 5. It's probably been about 45 minutes to an hour since Jamie last skied. A little shorter than that for Allie. We see on replay, good looking opening pass for Canada's Jamie Bull.
All right, sorry, stepped away for a sec. Back to the mic. This is Allie coming in 32 off. I love that just tall stance coming into that 3-ball. Patient there out of 4 and just, you know, no drama, routine. Hard to say she's getting warmed up. She just skied earlier, but again, getting dialed in, ready for the shorter passes. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is our last pairing in the semifinals. So we have Regina punched her ticket into the final, and then we have Allie versus Jamie. When we're done with this, we're going to go into the men's round of 8, followed by men's round of 4. Then we'll get back to resolve the women's final. But these two skiers are working for their opportunity to be in that final. Okay, Jamie coming in here, 35 off. Obviously had a nice round this morning, running that 39. As Brian said earlier, this is syndicate versus syndicate. All right, Brian, we've got Allie. She's coming in. So we said this earlier, right? 2 skiers on the water right now. Both ran 39 this year. Allie's having a big year. She's on an upswing. We're excited to see her doing this. So here she comes at 35.
Yeah, and she's got the boat that Greg Bedell is driving. So, I was interested in this. Obviously, I believe Higher C chose to go first. Was there strategy that, Allie feels a little more dialed behind Greg, or with the knowledge that, Greg has, with living in Florida, has been skiing with, some of the other HO skiers at Travers, and, she's got a lot of time behind Greg. So, you talked about, when we used to have 2 manufacturers, people changing things up, it might not be an advantage to them, but they know it's a disadvantage to the skier that they're going against.
Yeah.
And obviously we saw Jamie run 5 at 39 both rounds yesterday behind both drivers. Trying to remember, we look back. I think she had Greg this morning with the 1.5. Obviously, just speculation from shore. Trying to put things together and without having the intel from the dock, like you've mentioned, and seeing what's going through the minds and strategies that we know from being in these positions before that take place.
Yeah, and also I've been in the boat many times at this event as a boat judge, so you get a front row seat to it, right? And not only the selections they make on the dock, but the antics at the end of the lake. I'm going to spray this guy. I'm going to do whatever, and you see that. So everyone here's got a strategy. Everyone here's thinking about what can I do to take an advantage, whether I'm going to give myself something I want or take away something that I don't want my competitor to have. But here comes Jamie. She's getting dialed in behind Will. She's running down the lake at 38 off. Man, Brian, the consistency. She is strong and powerful skier. It's incredible.
Yeah, we talk about Regina, strong offside turn, very connected, powerful. I would put, Jamie, potentially that next skier is, right up next to Regina. And, we're starting to see that with the scores and the consistency that she's starting to run 39. And if she's not, we're seeing it like she was yesterday of 2.5s, that she is deep. She's right there knocking on the door every single time.
Absolutely, and we get to watch it again on this replay. I mean, this is just excellent pass after excellent pass from these ladies, just putting on clinic all day long for all of us to envy. Just, I mean, this is 38. That rope doesn't go out to the buoy, and she's just walking through it like, we all try to run 28 or something.
Yeah, you talk about the support team. Obviously, she's like Team Jack skier, where everybody will be for the World Championships. A lot of Team HO with John Travers. You've got Will Asher, the LaPointes, Rob Hazelwood. All there skiing. Good team environment that they have there, and plays a role. And you got her fellow skier in the Orlando area as well, Allie Nicholson, back in the course, around 3, over to 4, the offside turn, coming into onside 5. Little back there, but nothing to worry about.
It's been like this all weekend, Brian, the level of skiing. These passes that are just going down over and over again. I mentioned it yesterday. I heard multiple men's and women's skiers talking about how they love coming to an event like this, with conditions like this, where there's nothing stopping them from putting up their best scores. There's just no issue. And you do see the scores up. We'll talk about it again when we get into the guys about how that went down yesterday. And here we just see 38 up and down the lake, man. Just going. And now we get to see them both at 39.
Yeah, and this is what we expected, right? How these women are skiing. And, I think we may see potentially both of them knock this down and it taken to 41 to make it into the final.
Well, I know that's what they want, and I know it's what I want. You too?
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
I think everybody on shore, everyone in webcast land, would be excited to see that happen, especially at any time, in the final. But this is, the semifinal, and, we'll have to see. Jamie, totally crushed 39 off this first round this morning. She said she felt dialed. The start's going to be important. She's got a good one over to 2, a little back at 2 over to 3. That offside turn, how can she handle it? A shoulder drop over to 4, a little long, extra speed. Are we going to see an S turn at 5? And there we go. 5 buoys, 39 off. We'll have to see that confirmation, and a great score, but that door is slightly cracked still.
It's slightly open. I mean, I think for Allie, the plan is simple. It's a 5. You got to run it, so it doesn't. She may as well have run it right. We talked about this earlier. It's not a pass you can really safety anywhere, maybe until 4. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to watch that replay because Jamie. Looked pretty good, but we saw her starting. I've been saying make an adjustment, right? So she had to make some adjustments halfway here down the lake. But I was watching when she turned that 3 coming up. Here we go. Our boat camera got off a little bit there, but this is what I want to watch right here. I can't quite see it. I knew after that 3 ball she might get stuck on her ski and be long out to the 4 ball right in front of us. But I saw the edge change on it. She's got a chance now, right? And so it was cool to see that. It's easy to pull real long at that point and to go blowing by the buoy, but she didn't. She stayed in it. Just couldn't get out. Couldn't get that ski in front of 5 enough to finish the pass. But this is still a tall order, right?
Yeah, this is a tall order. We saw Allie. She stood up 3 ball just to make it into the semifinal, and we'll have to see. She had a great start. Can she replicate that? A big one coming into 2. The offside turn at 2. She's back at 2. Over to 3. She turns 3. Over to 4. Remember, she cannot tie. And unfortunately, we had the spray. Not sure if she got around 4, but nonetheless, Jamie Bull is going to be advancing to the final against Regina. That's putting Allie with a final score of 3. We're hearing from the judges, a half buoy above Chelsea Mills, so that guarantees Allie a 3rd place finish, which, she'll be excited about being on the podium, but, a little disappointed that she wasn't able to get into that final. And that means we've got Chelsea Mills finishing in 4th place.
Yeah, I've said it a couple times. It's the opportunity that you have, right? So clearly, Allie, we all know she's run that 39, and you're here in a big event, cameras are on, you know.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
All right, Brian. I know we just saw a good commercial. I recognize that dude. Who was that guy?
Yeah, that guy's wishing that he was able to be back out there doing that.
Let's not talk about it much, but let's just I'm feeling for you. Just let everyone know you wish you were skiing today. We talked about this a lot. You were planning on skiing today. Got another injury, unfortunately, off the water. But I'm glad you're here with us, announcing. Thanks for coming out. It's fun partnering with you up here, and we're gonna get you fit and get you down to Jack's. How about that?
Yeah. That's the end goal is still be able to make it to Worlds, and timetable I think is still doable, and as long as there's no more speed bumps in the road, but time will tell. We'll see. It's good to be out here. It's hard. I'll be honest. Last week, I told the girlfriend I think we need to go out of town. Just the mental space that I was in. After some things happening, and but settled down, and great to see. Obviously fellow competitors and friends, and that's what's great about the sport. It's a good community, and it's great to see everybody and be out here, and really get back to Greg and Debbie, and another aspect. They've taken me under their wing, and Greg's been a big mentor and support. Not only with kind of technique and ski wise to me, and just a small token of appreciation to be able to give back to their event in this capacity.
Yeah, I know you're close with Greg beyond the California Pro-Am, and it is fun to be here and help out. But we had a skier meeting during the break. We make sure that the officials have met with all of the 8 guys, make sure there's no questions on what's going to be going down in the head-to-head, how the rules work, and make sure that we're creating as fair a competition as humanly possible, for these guys to go out and compete on the right basis. So since we've been away, the boat has run a simulation pass. We're getting the water moving the same for everybody, and it's been decided that Freddie will be coming out first. He's going to be with Greg. Corey Vaughn will be coming out second with Will.
And I think this could be the little difference with men that we're seeing. I would be shocked if the higher seed did not, or I mean the lower seed did not choose to go first. However you look at it, 1 versus 8 in this grouping. I think we're always going to see the person that had the higher score yesterday choose to go first. Everybody was stacked up. Top score 3 at 41 was the minimum to get in, and our number 1 seed, Freddie Winter, had the top score, a 6, no continuation, as well as a 4.5 at 41. So 8 guys, all stacked, top score, 3 buoys.
Yeah, so many things to say about yesterday, right? I mean, but just incredible skiing by the guys yesterday. It was so competitive. And, Freddie was out there killing it. I got the pleasure of getting to watch him from the boat when he was practicing, and he just looked dialed, and that was his first ride here. He's been out here now a couple days, and he's ready to rock. He said to me he woke up that morning before practice, and he was just pumped. He's been in England, and, conditions were not what they are here. And he said, I get to ski shortline today. I get to go blow up and run some buoys. So he's pumped to be here, and he looked great in all the qualifying rounds. And, Corey's not any less pumped to be here. I know Corey pretty well. He's excited to be here.
When he's been coming out here a long time. I mean, I remember I first met Corey, I want to say back in, 2008, 2009. He came to short line, skied the Labor Day record that we're going to be having next weekend, and then went down, when the Diablo Shores California ProAm was a little later in the year. And Corey had, he had to fight yesterday.
Oh, man. Brian, we've talked about this a lot. Corey's second round yesterday, I am going to go back and find that on the webcast, and his second round was some hero stuff. He stayed over his feet somehow. That 38 was totally missable on the backside of 2, and 39 wasn't much less exciting, but you know what? He got it done. And look where he's at. He's in our final today. So exciting stuff by Corey, and he's out here today. I'm sure he wants to shake that off and ski different today.
Yeah, he took the you have the rope, you have hope to a whole new level yesterday, and he was hurting. I heard that he went and got some treatment on the body, and hopefully he's feeling better. There was a nice opening pass for him, and we talked about some antics. I saw a big spray go up as he dropped at the end of the lake, and it's a ways down from where we are at, so I can't quite see heads, but I can imagine that spray was intended to go in Freddie's direction.
Yeah, that could be. That's been known to happen. Wouldn't be surprised. But Freddie's a pro. I'll tell you a story in a second about how end of the lake stuff doesn't rattle Freddie. But here he comes at 35 off. I've used the word powerful a couple of times. There's nobody here that doesn't have power, but Fred skis with tons of power. I love watching him get after it. He digs deep. Nobody less passionate than him out there, putting on a clinic. But, Brian, I was in the boat, one California Pro-Am. Chad Scott's driving, and Nate's coming out on his opener, and he says, hey, Chad, put me on his head, because Freddie had gone first, so Freddie's at the other end of the lake. And Chad says, you got it, right? And we go down the lake. Nate cuts out, and he drops in literally exactly next to Freddie and puts his arm around Freddie and says, hey, mate. And Freddie says, dude, I just took a piss. I mean, Freddie's not rattled at all. That guy was on it. And Nate, you are not getting in my head, right? And so, I don't know, Corey spraying him's not going to cause any problem. I know Corey's running his ski school out there in Bumpus, Virginia. I know, Mike, you're probably listening. My good buddy and our good buddy Mike Kuziak out there doing some coaching with Corey over the years, and I'm sure Mike's glued to the screen, waiting to see how his buddy performs. Corey, another family man on site this weekend with his wife Amelia and his son, and cruising around together. It's great to see.
Yeah, it was, Amelia came, skied the amateurs on Friday, skied well. I think was just on the outside of the amateur head-to-head, and great to see Seth here with them, running around. He's tall. He is tall for his age. Seth's only 2 years old, and I know we talked about Whitney. Zane's here, and Seth has got a substantial size, even though he's a year younger. So, that kid's definitely going to have some height for slalom.
Yeah, I mean, Corey's, how tall is Corey? 6'3", probably?
Yeah, he's definitely ballpark around there.
I don't want to guess Amelia's height, but she's not short either. So Seth's got some height in the family. I'm sure he'll put it to good work.
So we see on webcast replay, boat video. Similar to what we saw yesterday, the earlier passes, Corey was looking dialed, and, we talked about the 38 and 39 in that second round, and hopefully he can, clean that up. And
he can, and he's been at so many events, and he's a pretty consistent skier. I know he's made an equipment change this season, so maybe we're still getting used to that. But Fred, one of our sponsored skiers on a D3, I know I've spoken with him. He loves his equipment right now, loves the way this ski feels, and he's going to go out there and make it do its job.
Yeah, he was saying he wasn't thrilled with the ski when he first received it, and Will Bush kept pushing him. Try a few more sets, and now he says he's really enjoying the ski, and appreciates that Terry Winter, Will, and the other people doing the R&D for D3 was able to do all the hard work to get the ski to where it's at, and it showed up, and it took a few sets for him to get comfortable on it, but he was excited that he didn't have to spend that time and energy to work through that process. You've done some R&D testing yourself, and it can be a process and take time, and so when a ski shows up and it works for you, that's a big relief.
Oh, no doubt. And we talked about how awesome the syndicate team is and how they support their athletes and the things they're working on. You and I both good athletes. We know what's going on there, but it's not any different at D3, right? They have a great team. Will is in touch with every single athlete. They're talking fin setups, flex, rocker, flat, just everything. And when you're in that team and you're a part of that D3 team, you get taken care of. Right now, Corey's getting taken care of by Will, head of the D3 research team, as Corey's coming down the lake.
Yeah, Will behind the wheel of that Nautique boat. Corey, a much better 38 than we saw in that second round. Looks like he's dialed.
It's like bookends, right? That one was beautiful. And the one yesterday, maybe it's the worst one he's ever run in a tournament and actually finished. I'm going to ask him that later. I'll bet you he'll say that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue that just because of, how deep he was at 2-ball yesterday and how pulled out he was into 3, and then the bobble again at 4. So it compounded, and he was able to get it done, and looks a lot more dialed, and that's what it's going to take. We know Freddie ran 6 no continuation and 4.5 at 41 yesterday, even with the bobbles. No style points in slalom. Corey was able to get through 39 both rounds, run 3 and 2.5 at 41, and is capable. He's a skier that has run 41 in a tournament before, and we get to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. Let's watch Fred run 41 and make Corey do it. Right. Let's push the scores, but we'll take it one pass at a time. These guys are coming back at 39. Now, 39's yesterday, right? We ran We should add up how many it is. But in the first round, only 2 people missed it. In the second round, only 3 people missed it. And we have 19 skiers in the men's event. So that was everybody running 39 up and down the lake. Here's Fred at 39 right now, just dropping in on these buoys, man. Just staying ahead, just getting locked in, just cranking through this pass. I mean, man, he looks ready to go. Freddie crushing that 39. But, Brian, we talked about it yesterday. On this lake in 1983, Bob LaPointe himself ran the first ever tournament 39. 40 years ago. 40 years ago, first 39 went down here. We know Bob actually is on site today, so if we see him, let's talk to him about it.
Yeah, it'd be great to talk to him about it, and I believe it was the Labor Day record.
Right. So
almost next weekend would be 40 years to the day. The LaPointes grew up. We're out here in the Sacramento region skiing and have spent back in the 80s and 90s a lot of time at tournaments in Northern California, as well as the tour, and everybody back in the heyday had the hot summer nights, Wednesday hot summer nights, and a lot of pro tour events, and we're finally slowly getting back there with things that are being done in the sport. We've got the Waterski Pro Tour, the European tour is ramping up. We see people over there for 5-6 weeks for a handful of events. So it's excited to get back to those times. We've got Corey, a must-run pass, a good-looking start, 39.5 off, a little back at 2, broke into 3, back at 3. Unfortunate 2.5 at 39. I thought he had a decent one ball here, as we see on the replay, Kevin.
Yeah, no, I know. I think Corey put his arms up like, he's right in front of us, and I think – we talked yesterday about how important that start is. So if you get that gate, you get that swing, you get out of 1, you think, okay, here we go. And then just fell back a little bit out of 2. And it's a harder pass to run when that happens. And so Corey gave it his best, got himself outside of 3, but just couldn't keep it connected, couldn't keep going.
Yeah, unfortunately, as the line gets short, I mean, your body position is crucial at any line, but for when everybody gets into their hard passes, it becomes more crucial because that margin of errors is reduced significantly. And when you lose your hips at 39, you're not able to get that swing and get that cross course direction that Corey usually gets there into 3, and unfortunately wasn't able to make it happen. But still, great effort. He worked his butt off yesterday and was able to get in 19-8, and sure he'll be happy. At least he's skiing on Sunday.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Corey's a spiritual guy, right? And he's very grounded, and I'm sure he's going to be thankful for what he got to do this weekend, and he's traveling with his family, and they're making it a whole trip, and so there's more to it than that. But he's also passionate, right? So it's not easy to not be continuing. But speaking of continuing, Fred chose not to. Fred said, he could have taken a look at 41. I assumed he was going to, but he's like, nope, I got it. I'm good. I'll go in. And so our first skier is coming back, and the next pairing is going to be Nate Smith against Stephen Neveu. So Nate is going first. I'm going to assume he chose to go first. I don't know why Neveu would give that up. And then my assumption is Neveu took the boat. So Nate is going to be behind Greg. Stephen Neveu is going to be behind Will.
Yeah, I think these higher seeds are going to choose to go first. As we mentioned, 3 buoys separating the top scores yesterday between all 8 of them. So we've talked about the consistency with the boats, consistency with the drivers. There's not a big difference. So why would you, in my opinion, dig yourself a hole by sending out someone first, and then you have to beat them? That's where I think strategy is going to have that higher seed go first. And Nate ran 5.5 at 41 and 4.5 at 41 yesterday. And Stephen Neveu was right there at that 3-ball mark, three at 41, 2.5 at 41, and then in the runoff had the high score to secure that 7th seed, and ran 39 cold and another 3 at 41.
Yeah, Nate has set his standard so high, right? I mean, in most events, especially at a place like this, and Nate knows this place well, right? Obviously, D3 skier. Will lives here. Nate skied here a million times. We have Go Back Gold Rush, record tournaments, so on and so on. And got to say, I think I wasn't the only one surprised. He got a 5 and a 5.5. He's the skier you expect to run it. So how do you think Nate feels about that, right? I mean, he would love to go out there and run that pass and send a message to all the boys. And he didn't finish it twice yesterday.
Yeah, obviously Nate's got the experience. I'll take us back to just last year. Nate barely made it into the final. I think he might have been the eighth seed and ended up, winning the event. So, someone you can't count out. He had, I believe, his 200th 41 off run in the runoff at nationals, and even though, that's to me that's a dangerous Nate. He didn't finish it either round, so
yeah, totally.
he's coming, and even Freddie, he made some comments, yesterday that he's skiing angry, and we've seen an angry Freddie, and he is able to channel that and push that in his performance, and we see that with him being the number 1 seed, and we saw, our number 1 seed, number 2 seed was our final last year, where we saw Nate run 5, and Freddie, Nate was first, and Freddie was second, and Freddie, went for the win, turning 5, and unfortunately, fell in, finishing second. So that's something potentially, just because of how the brackets are, that we could see. But we know there's a lot of great skiers within these brackets that can definitely mix that up. But we know we'll see Freddie in the Final Four, and we'll see if we will have Nate or Stephen Nebu advanced in this second bracket of our eight-man head-to-head final for men's slalom here at the 2023 California Pro-Am 21st annual. Nate Smith.
You talked about you don't want an angry Nate, right? And I don't know if he's the most competitive guy in the field. He is one of the most competitive people I've ever met. So you layer in that with him potentially, let's say, angry. Oh, man, look out. I'd be scared of him all day long.
Yeah, just the consistency and what he's been able to produce. I know he had a streak that was going, I think it was 27 Pro Tour wins consecutively that started 2021 here when Thomas DeGasperi knocked him out 1 versus 8 at the California Pro-Am here, and it was up until this summer when he was knocked out. I believe you talk about head-to-heads. I believe there must have been another one, because he got knocked out in a head-to-head this year in the semifinals, Brandon Caruso, but I know he did not go to the Italy event. So there is, going back to our conversation this morning, there is another event that had a head-to-head this year.
Right.
Not remembering which event off the top of my head. But Stephen Navu, I want to say he was a 2013 California Pro-Am champion, right? Belle Aqua Lake 1.
Yeah, representing Canada, we've got, and we talked about this, just a number of Canadians here on site. Canada always with a strong program for water sports. Proud to represent the country today, flying the flag. Brian, let's go back and look at what happened yesterday. So we already talked about Nate's scores. It was a 5 and 5.5, right? And then Steven just tried 2.5 and a 3, right?
Yeah, Steven had 2.5 and a 3, and I guess we
almost a 3 and a 3. Just missed that.
Almost, yeah, and was you weren't sure if that little issue with the S turn was going to cost him a spot in the final, and fortunately he was able to get it done. And in the runoff, there was a runoff for 7th and 8th.
Oh, that's true.
Three-man runoff for 2 spots, and unfortunately, Joel Poland, world overall record holder and champion, went out first and only ran a 2 at 39 and opened the door wide open for Corey and Steven. But definitely redeemed himself in the jump event, jumping 235 feet, personal best, which, stay tuned onshore and webcast. We've got the men and women's jump finals later this afternoon. Walk in the park, 38 off for Nate Smith.
We talk about people you study, and I don't know if anyone's studying anyone more than Nate. You look at how much he's dominated over whatever it's been, 10 years. And, just people scratching their head about how does he do it? What is it? What is it, that thing? And people whisper, I think it's this, I think it's that. But you just watch him out there just walking through that 38, and he does make it look easy. Just refined what he does. I remember when he was first showing up and skiing and got to know Chad a good bit, and Chad says, no one ever told Nate 39 was hard. He just started running it before he even knew what it was. And, and then he's added a pass to it. So out there, just the way he learned how to do it and the way he thinks about things, and he goes out and executes, and it works for him day in, day out.
Yeah, and with his success, I mean, in any sport, people are going to be looking at the people at the top, and, there's many guys that have run 41 as well, but the consistency that he has it, and I think we see it. Our youngest competitor in the men's field this weekend, we've got Charlie Ross, and unfortunately had a respectable first round, a little early fall in the second. But I think you see with similar style, you're already seeing these young guys coming up that they've been watching. And trying to emulate a style very similar. And, Steven, we see on the replay here a little different style. Steven, the tallest guy on the tour, I believe, for minimum 6'5", maybe even 6'6". I know me being 6'4", he's got at least, some inches on me, long reach, and a little different style than we see from Nate, but he has been very consistent, running 39, midway through 41, go back to the 2021 World Championships. He was in that group with us of, 3 at 41 and set the stage first off the dock in the head-to-head, or not the head-to-head, but the runoff for third place, and backed it up with a cold 39, another 3 at 41, just like he did yesterday. So he's a very strong skier, and his consistency has definitely improved the last few years.
So now both skiers have their opportunity to run 39. Nate will get to go first. Nate's pulling out for that gate. Greg Bedell driving the beautiful ski nautique. A nice little tight line out of 2, clean exit. Just look at his line there, the turn that we get to see, and the path that's laid out in the water that Nate's riding. It's just incredible.
Kevin, we talk about work zone, right? And I think that's where, no matter what happens in the turn, Nate's work zone is, one of the most consistent. That he doesn't panic. He keeps that work zone, keeps the slower water speed into the buoy, tight line. Hardly see him, lose his hips. He's staying connected, and that's definitely, a lot of attributes that have played to his success.
Yeah, here you're going to get to see him leverage that work zone. So you just watch where that rope comes tight and where he does his work there about that first whitewater, and he's letting it go right about that second wake. And like Brian said, no matter how the pass is going, you just see Nate hit those spots every time. And I don't proclaim to know why Nate is as good as he is. The other thing I look at that I admire that I don't do very well is he just never loads, never drops that shoulder, uses the boat every time. Don't think he's not pulling hard. People talk about how many handles he's bent and stuff. So he's getting after it, but he's really using the boat. It's just he just executes so cleanly. It's so nice to watch.
Efficient.
Yeah.
Here we go, Steven. Must run pass, 39 off. We've seen him run it 3 times this weekend. Hips a little behind him at 1. Comes into 2 offside. Over to 3. A little back at 3. Over to 4. Can Steven...
Brian, I was not expecting that. Not at all. I mean, I know he was... We'll look forward to seeing the replay here. Maybe doing what he needed to do to stay in this pass. Little waiting for that rope there out at 2 and 3. Comes out to 4. This was our view, so we just saw the spray. So, he was under a little pressure coming into that 4 ball. I don't know what the last thing that went wrong is, but when you're kind of trying to fight to stay in, and it doesn't take much at that point.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think it started at 1 ball. I think rushed that rotation at 1, lost the hips a bit, and I think that affected the drive and load that he was able to get from 2 to 3 coming into his from 1 to 2 into his onside. We saw him, loose line, little back, just a touch. I didn't think he would, enough to, not give him an opportunity to run the pass. And we see this replay. He comes into this offside, a little back at a 3, but, that's typical for Steven. That's nothing that stood out to me there. And over to 4 on the offside. And just, I think a little panic, dropped the shoulder, wanted to go, just got ahead of himself. And unfortunately, that's the end of his day. And we got a great shot. Our next grouping, Will Asher, Joel Halley, and we see Joel Halley, second skier off the dock, but, trying to get locked and loaded, literally.
Man, the guys, yeah. The only skier on earth using a drill to put a ski on, but he's confident in that. He loves it. I mean, he trusts that setup. It works for him, and great look at it there on the webcast. Does he put the drill in the boat?
No, drill doesn't go on the boat. I know Joel, came and skied the event last year. He stayed the following week, skied our Labor Day record at short line, so I was out skiing with him. And he had his mate Sam that was here with him last year, running up and down the shoreline between the California Pro-Am and the record we had the following weekend, if Joel fell. And was definitely the support tool man, but talk about technique, talk about legend of the sport. We've got HO's Will Asher.
Yeah, so this pairing we've got Will against Joel, and Will's out first. And you're right, Brian. I mean, you watch somebody that's just so solid and so consistent in what they do, and such a refined style. Nobody works harder than him. His fitness, his technique, his equipment, just consummate professional. And man, when he's on, it's the prettiest as it gets. And that 2.4, everyone talks about his 2.4. It's just gorgeous. It's unbelievable.
And experience. We see on the webcast replay, nice, easy, 32 off. When we talk about Charlie Ross, Will's been on the tour longer than Charlie's been alive. So just the amount of experience that Will has. I know we'll see it with Thomas DeGasperi as well, and we had some other veteran skiers, unfortunately, that didn't make it into the final. But it's exciting to see. I know me, approaching my mid-30s and seeing guys like Will, like Thomas, Terry Winter, Nick Parsons, Chris Parrish. We had 5 guys over 40 that were right in the mix of making this 8-man final, with 2 of them being right there towards the top, if not middle of the pack. And another guy we haven't seen a lot, since his World Championship title in 2019 and in Malaysia. he had injury from that, then COVID, and he finally finished university. I know he jokes it took a little longer just because of I think the endless summer chasing that Joel was doing there at the 15 through 19 time frame, but he got his degree. He's a project manager, and I was wondering if he was going to stay for our tournament next weekend again, and he said he's leaving tonight on a flight and going straight to work when he gets back home in Australia, but was excited to hear someone say he is going to make the trip back across for the World Championships in October.
Yeah, of course, that's a huge event and on the minds of everyone I've talked to here, and Brian and yourself, and planning to go back there and have it like it was in the past, right? A huge event last time. It'll be a huge event this time. And all of these skiers are planning ahead for that outcome. And so Joel's already got his plan. You're working on yours. But right now, Will's working on getting ready to run as many buoys as he can. And that's a lot of buoys. So anyway, Will's at 35 off. Will skiing behind Will. That 2.4 is just Slayer 2.4. Just, unless I'm not saying his 1.3 isn't amazing as well, but just at that, gotta lay that turn.
Well, Will arguably having the best season he ever had last year. So awesome. I mean, just shows to the dedication to the sport of not only, we talked about R&D, he's had a huge role in the R&D aspect with HO, the technique aspect that, he's always working on, but then the fitness.
Yeah.
The fitness level, obviously what I'm going through, I made a comment to some skiers if, we've seen skiers out, I know Thomas has had a back and Nate had some, injuries. Freddie's had something, everybody goes through it. But one skier, for especially the duration that they've been skiing, is I don't remember a time where Will missed a significant amount of time. I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't go through his own, little injuries and battles. I'm sure he has, his fair share as well. But I don't recall, a time where, he's had to miss, an event or multiple events or, a season. So just goes to show the dedication and fitness level he has off the water as well. But Joel Howley, the man down under, only Aussie in the final. A little shoulder drop there at 3.
Ear drop, too. Did you see that head? Watch for that on the replay. But Joel's somebody that doesn't get rattled by some extra movement, right? And he's an amazing skier. I'm not taking anything away, but some guys are real quiet, very solid. Some guys have a little more movement that they're comfortable with. And I think of Joel's one of those guys. But let's watch this right here. Look at this head. A head gets a little tipped over, but it's only 35. Joel's not worried.
When we talk about his binding setup, having that front binding go so far up the shin, it's going to give more
sensitive.
It's going to be sensitive and easier to roll that ski over. So it's definitely, he cannot ski the same with that binding as somebody in a rubber or even another hard shell type binding that's a lower profile. But he's gone through the R&D process, obviously, and the binding aspect, and found something that works. And I know
he shared some of that online. I think he was fairly open about it. Some of the stuff he was trying, experiments he was doing, and he's landed here, and clearly that's his weapon of choice.
Well, he's found something that works. I know he's made comments that he really wants to get off of it at times and find something else, but when as dialed as he's been, he 3 at 41 both rounds yesterday, that it's hard to make that change. And we see Will Asher onside turn around 4 over to 5, dialed 38 off.
Oh, just ripping! It's great to see Will out there just crushing passes like this, and we've talked about it, right? He is a huge player influencer at what's going on with that syndicate team and what they're trying with skis. And this is not my comment. It was somebody else on the syndicate team that says maybe at times it's even cost him some of his scores because he's in the pursuit of finding that best equipment. And you're not gonna get to the great ski without trying some other stuff that didn't work. And you're going to spend time on stuff that doesn't work. And I feel like whenever I see out here Will ripping like that, I'm like, oh man, he likes what he's got right now. Like this is something that's working for him. And I've said it a couple times. I keep hearing the team talking about, man, we're onto it. Where these things are clicking, these new skis are coming, and you just does Will look good on that ski to you? Looks good.
No, Will looks really good and dialed, and I think you could be onto something with those comments that somebody mentioned of maybe had to sacrifice a couple years. Potentially even unknowingly, right? You're working on something, you think you're onto it, and you just get to a point where maybe that wasn't the right path. And I can tell you what, Will and some of these other HO skiers, they're definitely on the right path. The improvements, Allie Nicholson we've seen the last 2 years, Will Asher, Jamie Bull, but we've got Joel Howley, Conley skier, on a new ski of their own.
That looked good, right? That was maybe his best pass. That, again, just up course, early, waiting, no drama. Just watch this on the replay.
When I think the earlier passes, we talk about, Joel having some more movement, that usually the earlier passes, we don't see as much as that movement, and you start to have that movement increase as the line gets shorter, but still through that 38 off.
There we have the view at the south end of the lake. The two boats sitting there, and plenty of room at that end for those guys to drop down and wait for the timers to go off and the other boat to line up, and we get to see Joel from the boat here. I mean, look at the way that ski hooked up and changed edges going into that 4-ball, just incredible. Look at Joel. So, again, I keep thinking, I've said it a couple times, I love when somebody goes out the gate like that, and I got to imagine Joel's thinking, this is going good. I like how this feels. I'm feeling good about my connection with this boat and me and the lake and me and all my equipment, and I'm pumped up for my shot at 39.
Yeah, it's all about building, right? You're getting to feel, they both had great rounds yesterday, getting to feel for it this morning, and, being able to pick up where you left off yesterday, and both those 38s, they're dialed, and expect them to both get through 39.5 off here. Will Asher, nice looking 1-ball, ton of space at 2, over to 3.
Yeah, Will just showing everybody he's here to compete. What a powerful 39. I can't wait to see this on the replay, Brian. You talked about that 1-ball, Dan. Oh. Just the way he came on, he's coming under that line. He's pointing up course. He's just waiting for that stuff to come together. Then he hits that work zone, stays on the handle moving out, and everything just stayed tight up and down the lake. It's hard to believe it's even 39.
Yeah, we talked, earlier with the women, sometimes that fast rotation at the buoy, can put themselves in a hole. But, we saw a pretty quick rotation there from Will, but he didn't dig a hole. Those knees were soft at the finish of the turn. That ski, even though it came around fast, it continued to move. And so that, just set him up, right from the start to build that angle without a ton of load into 2 and set him up for a great-looking 39. So Joel Howley, our number 6 seed, knows what he needs to do. A must run, 39 off. We saw him run 3 at 41 both rounds yesterday. A good-looking start. We got Joel as a lefty, a little tail slide bobble there at 2, but manages it well as he goes from 4 to 5.
Nice to stay collected after that. Like you said, maybe we'll watch on the replay, maybe a little bit out of 1, but then I saw that tip heavy at 2 and that ski chatter and maybe that tail slip, like you said. Let's see what happens here. So waited to get that line tight and then pushed here, saw maybe it's no big deal. But he he had to stay in that moment, wait for that line to come tight out of 3. By the time he comes around 5, he's saying, this is over. I got this.
Yeah, looking back on the replay, didn't look so much as a slide like I thought I saw live. I think you hit it on the nail. Just a little push, maybe just a little, getting a little ahead of himself there at 2. And, he comes into the onside 3, cranks it, and back into a great spot in the course.
Yeah, this is always good. It's interesting to me how different it looks when you get the boat camera.
Well, I think what we saw right there when we went to the boat camera into 2, that left shoulder popped up right off the second wake. So I think that's might have brought him to the inside just a little earlier than he wanted to, but fixed that into 4.
And now we've got a 41 off show.
And talk about 4, Will Asher yesterday. 4 and 4. Joel's capable. He ran 4 twice last weekend, 5 last year. So Will, needs a great start here at 41 to get down a big 2 ball.
Oh, Will letting out exasperation. I think he knows there was more in that. I think let's look at this on the replay. Looked big out of 1 to me, like heavy. No, it was good. In front of that 2 ball, dropped in and just couldn't quite get hooked back up with that boat to keep going, but he knew he had something going, Brian.
Yeah, he had space, he had time, he got the ski around, and unfortunately he just didn't quite have the line. You talk about Will Asher's 2 ball. I mean, so many people around the world we see on the replay. Definitely uncharacteristic to see Will, especially with a 1 ball like that, to go in there at 2, and definitely going to be disappointed. But this is where the door's open, but you've got to attack. Yeah. Joel is a lefty. He's should have a good gait, good one, being that left foot forward skier. And interesting to see what he does into 2. Does he stand up 2? Time will tell. I believe he does. You don't, especially that offside. You're not going to risk it, especially maybe a little something what we saw at 2 ball 39.
Exactly.
You're not going to risk that. He's going to want to come in here, get a good gate, attack 1, get a good hookup at 1, and then we see him patient at 1 over to 2 and a stand up just like we thought we would see. Yeah. And he's excited.
Yes, sir.
The name of the game, make it to the next round, right? You're not going to win an event. Him to go, deep 41, run 41 doesn't mean anything at this point, at the risk of potentially going down at 2. So get a solid 2, secure your spot to the next round.
Make sure it's clear, a 1.5 he would have lost.
Correct.
So that's why we stand up at 2, right? I mean, you turn that 1.5, Will advances. You can't tie. You have to beat the guy before you. The only time that's not true is in the final to decide a championship. In a championship, we run off. For all these other head-to-heads, all the rest of the bracket, the second skier must beat the first. So we talked earlier, most of us don't practice getting 2. We practice running a pass. And so it's different when you have to check up. Now, a 2 is a pretty comfortable way to safety. Now all I got to do is get a decent 1, pull outside at 2, and stop. But still 41, you got to go. You have to get after it on that gate. You know better than I do, Brian. But Joel getting it done. Congratulations.
Yeah, excited to see Joel get it done. We don't see him often, as we mentioned, since 2019, but when he comes, he's a force to be reckoned with. And so that shows us at least our second bracket for our final 4. We'll have the number 6 seed Joel Howley versus our number 2 seed Nate Smith. Very similar to our women's bracket. We saw our number 6 seed Allie Nicholson take out our number 3 seed Whitney McClintock-Rini. So we'll have another 2-6 matchup for our men's field. And we go to our 4th bracket, our last bracket of our 8-man final. Good teammates. We got our number 4 seed, Dane Meckler. Ran 1 at 41, had the pressure in the second round. and was able to get it done, running a big 4 at 41. And Thomas DeGasperi, Mr. Number 3 ball.
We got Joel here. We're looking for the pit crew so he can get himself out of the lake. This sport's a team sport, Brian. We've talked about it. It's a team sport.
That's right. You know, on and off the water, and obviously with Joel's setup, when he doesn't let go, I think he sometimes forgets that he's going to have to rely on his team to help him out, come down the shore, and I think we're going to have a slight delay. I hear we've got a buoy that has been deflated, so we'll have to take a quick break, get that changed out before we get into this next bracket.
Brian, let's take it here. Give me this bib so we can go through these sponsors again. And I said it earlier, this doesn't happen without sponsors, and most of these guys have been here from the beginning. And, Greg talks about it all the time. No one gets to come to this event otherwise. So we've got the Nautique boats, 2 beautiful boats running exactly the same. We talked a little bit on the commercial break about how our 2 drivers today are just boat professionals, right? We've got, former towboat committee lead, and driver committee lead, Will Towboat. These guys are both so focused on making sure both of these boats are running exactly the same and they're driving the same. When we got SurePath in the boat, we can look at how we're driving, what kind of ride people are getting. We want everything the same so the athletes can just focus on their performance. But Nautique, a sponsor. Greg's relationship with Dublin Toyota goes way back. We appreciate their sponsorship. Got ski companies in Good, D3, HO. Been here for years and years. Appreciate your support. Babes Boat Products. We use them on our boat. Greg uses them on all his boats. State Farm Insurance. Thanks, Rich. Eagle Wetsuits and Masterline. We're using Masterline ropes this weekend. We've got many Masterline Eagle athletes on the water today. Zero Off. Thank you for that speed control. Dutch Brothers Coffee. Grubbs family. You guys are the best supporting the sport. And Wilderness Forestry. Thank you for your help. Also, my buddy Scott reminded me, Sanger Homes. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for what you're doing. California Pro-Am. If you need custom home built down in the Bay Area, Scott's your man. Trust me. We also want to thank you down the street, Liz and team at Ski Paradise California at Valleson Ski Ranch. So last night we had a beautiful dinner on site, and they donated some wonderful wine. We consumed it all. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate you and hosting the event for Gordon Rathburn the other night. It's great to see that facility continue as a water sports facility. I've skied there many times, and what a beautiful property, and it's great to see you guys running Ski Paradise North. So it's fantastic. It's great to see you. We're getting the buoys fixed up. We'll be back on action quickly. In the meantime, food truck on site. We hit them up yesterday. It's great stuff. If you are on site and you need something to eat, please go down and support the food truck. We've got my good friend Paul Crawford. He's on site with the California Ski Barn. He's got all kinds of product there right in the middle of the lake. Stop by, check it out. And after thanking sponsors, we're going to just go back to Greg and Debbie, who, a lot of these pro events that people put on really come down to 1 or 2 people that it just doesn't happen otherwise. Greg can't do it without sponsors, but sponsors can't do it without Greg. Sponsors can't do it without Greg or Debbie. They're a team. They're both working their tails off, depending on all kinds of friends to get this thing done. So thank you, Greg and Debbie, for not only the California Pro-Am, but everything else that you and Greg do to support the sport. So as you're tuning in, we are partway through the first round of the Pro Men final head-to-head bracket. We had a buoy go flat there, and that's been fixed. I think we're going to get the boats and skiers lined back up. We're going to continue with this process. The next matchup will be Dane Meckler and Thomas DeGasperi. We'll let you know who's going first in just a moment. I'm sure we're getting them hooked up on the dock. After this, we're going to go back to finish the women's final. So we'll crown our champion. We'll have Regina against Jamie Bowl. What a matchup there. After that, we'll come back and crown the men's finalists, which we'll see whether that is. It'll either be Freddie, Joel, Nate, Dane, or Thomas. We'll see what happens there. Then after that, we're going to do a quick site switch over. We've got to remove some buoys and jack the jump up and get everybody in place, and we're going to cut right back over to jump. Last night was an exciting jump event. We had the ladies going far. We had some of the guys going really far. We had a 235 by Joel. That jump, I wish you could all see. If you didn't see it, go back to the webcast and watch it back because he got some serious lift. That guy just went straight up. It was amazing. And then, of course, Freddie's incredible jump of 237. So, these guys are just about landing on the island down there. And I personally think they're saving it for today. So I don't think we saw the long jump last night. I think we're going to see it today. Hey, we're going to get back to the action here. We've got the course fixed up. And, Brian, I know you know this next skier is coming off the dock first. Dane Meckler, teammate, good teammate. What do you got to say about what we should expect from him?
Yeah, I think big scores. I mean, we saw Dane last weekend run 4.5 at 41, and been seeing him consistently, 3 and 4s all year long. Unfortunately, had a ski issue occur last weekend in the tournament, so getting dialed on a new ski. I think that might have been, a little mishap yesterday in the first round, only getting one at 41. But when the pressure was on, he was able to get it done. Punched a big ticket, running 4 in the second round, being the 4th seed, and expect him to do the same here. And really interested with this matchup with Thomas, fellow teammate of good, Mr. 3-ball, very consistent of 3. We saw Nate, 2 years ago in 21 as a 1 versus 8 seed versus Thomas, and Nate went first, stood up 3-ball, and the chances of seeing Thomas go to 4. He's so consistent at 3 and, not always getting across to 4. I thought he had done enough, and Thomas was able to squeak out that 3 1/4 in advance. And so obviously a little different. Nate being a right-foot forward skier coming into that 3 ball, Dane being a lefty. Just depends if they're able to get through 39 and see where they can go at 41. But definitely an interesting matchup with teammates. And
everything you said about Thomas is true. Brian, the whole field respects Thomas's ability to consistently get 2-3. I understand where, Nate probably felt like that was a pretty good chance of him holding on for that win. But I remember I was at that event. I was in the boat. Thomas's celebration after getting to that 4, that's big-time stuff. It's been a while since maybe Thomas had been to 4 at that point, and to do it in that event, I mean, that's why a lot of these guys compete, right, for those moments, and that was a big moment for Thomas.
Yeah, definitely a big moment for Thomas, and I think one thing that's different is we've seen Thomas get to 4, more often this year than in years past. So that definitely going to play a role with maybe some thought processes of depending on where Dane ends up feeling and able to get to 41.
We talked earlier, Brian, about skiers we watch for, to learn from, and people that, guys like myself and all my friends want to emulate. And I'm a lefty, so Dane is becoming one of those skiers people talk about. And they say, if you're lefty, you're not watching Dane, you're missing out, right? Dane has refined his craft to a level that he's another one of these guys I really want to watch.
Yeah, I totally agree. It looks like we're going to go to interview.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just punched his ticket to the next round for slalom. How is it?
Oh, it's so good. Honestly, these head-to-heads are so much fun. And you jump so many spots each time you get through one. So, my God, it's good to get through it. And beating Will is no easy feat. I'd well and truly prepared myself for needing to run 41, and I'd convinced myself I was going to, but it was nice to not need it.
Yeah, and it seems like this is a good event for you. You were seeded first last year in the head-to-head, and you got to go against Nate Smith, so it's really cool that it's going to get good again this year.
Got to go against Nate Smith. I think it's more like had to go against Nate Smith. But yeah, last year it was rough. Like, Nate doesn't qualify last into finals ever. But yeah, the year I happened to be top seed in, Nate was last, and he kicked me out in the first round. So, gee, it's nice to make it through. So good.
All right. Well, good luck to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's great to hear from the doc down there getting the skier interviews. We were tempted to grab Joel on the way by. I know, Brian, you were giving him a bit of a hard time.
Yeah, just gave him a little hard time. Just a little buckle or something on his boot. I think flattened the buoy, and just joked with him that he was out due to that, and told him I was joking, but I don't think he caught that at first, so he was a little confused. And
I think he was in game mode.
He was in game mode, but I talked to him briefly. Obviously very excited to move on, especially against somebody caliber and resume of Will Asher, and he finds himself against Nate. We just heard on the interview he was the number 1 seed last year, and going against number 8 Nate, and got bumped out in that first round. So he's going to be looking to have a revenge. And yeah, I was going to try to talk to him, but I know they're getting into these brackets quick. So I told him, hey, head down to the dock, get focused, and we'll catch you after the next one. So we saw Dane, nice 35 off, and we've got Thomas coming back in. Righty versus lefty.
Thomas is so consistent, right? You know what you're going to get. You watch him out there. I don't see – it doesn't vary very much, right? I mean, he's on it, and just he's just a machine.
Yeah, Thomas right up there with one of the most consistent skiers out there. Obviously made a living, and people joke about Mr. Three Ball, but that just no knock to him of not getting down it, but big accolades to the consistency, and we talked about the longevity of Will Asher, and that goes to the same for Thomas. He's won many events, 2-time world champion, And now we've got Dane. And I know you mentioned about lefties. Totally agree. If me being a righty, if people, ask me, hey, if there's somebody to look at that does things the right way, left foot forward skiers, you've got, Dane coming on the scene strong, definitely at the top of the list, and still, Chris Parrish, especially at the gate. I think, as a lefty, Dane and Chris Parrish, probably up there with the best gates for a left foot forward skier. And so, for all you lefties out there on shore in webcast land, take a look. Great shot here at Dane's gate, 38 off. Dane, keeps a nice tight line. And I know something he preaches of not, overloading the line. You see a lot of his load comes from the center of mass and really gets that ski to swing out off the second wake, and that's from him loading the ski. You see, he has a lot of knee drive. Not the tallest guy out there on the tour, but that's how he's able, someone like myself or Thomas, who he's going up against, a little easier to get leverage against the boat just from a height perspective, where Dane, someone like Terry Winter we saw yesterday, has a more, knee bend, creating that load to get that swing and outbound direction into the buoy.
Yeah, really nice pass for Dane. I mean, I watch some of these guys, makes me want to ski. Like, Greg, don't put the boat away. I'm going to take a ride when these guys are done. Get me fired up. But, yeah, Dane's looking good. Thomas is looking good. This is going to be a good matchup. Good versus good. Get to see this on the replay. See, I'm just taking notes. Nice little swing there from 3 to 4. Watch that ski move out. His reach is so deliberate and slow. It's not something I focus on a lot in my skiing, but when I watch him, I can't help but notice how he moves that arm out nice and slow. And would love to ask him is that something that he just does, or is that a cue for him, or is that just something that's been there for a long time? Not sure, but it's something I always see when I watch him ski.
Yeah, no matter how obviously everybody's style of reaching is a little different, but the biggest thing that you'll see the common for everybody is, if you're releasing slow, you're going to come back slow. You release fast, into the buoy, you have a tendency that you're going to come back fast. So, really see with these guys, the different technique, but the fundamentals are very, very similar. Thomas is on, his signature good ski. It's wider, in the front, and that's where you see, Thomas is able to climb up on the front of the ski, a little farther than you see most skiers, but it's because of the width profile of the ski that he's riding. It has a bigger platform and surface area to support him with that movement.
Yeah, everybody skiing here is a serious competitor. But when I've been around Thomas on the dock, on the day he's going to ski, he is focused. We've had head-to-heads where it was cold. We've had years where the weather wasn't like it is today. We didn't have 85-degree water. We had 70-degree water, and Thomas climbing on the back of the boat, wrapping up in a towel, doing everything he needed to do to be ready to perform. And just every detail, paid attention to. I remember watching him from the boat, and just everybody's a little different, but I know Thomas is dialed. So now we've got 39 for both these guys. They both ran it yesterday, both rounds, and this is a pass they know they need to run. They want to have a 41 off show. That's what we all want. And, man, Dane is off to a good start.
Yeah, great one. Little back at it, 2. Onside 3, back in it. Hard to see with that spray.
See there, getting it done, right? We talk about presence of mind and control of everything that's happening out there. We could kind of see it as he went away from us here, going from 4 to 5. It's something kind of wiggled through the gate or through the wakes, and then he had to just suck that line up out of 5. I could see it right here. Something looked a little funny as he got out, but then that just jumped in front of that line out of 5. But, maybe being a little shorter, center of mass, that line came tight, and he didn't lose it, and he got outside of 5 and out the gate. So forcing Thomas to run the pass as well.
Yeah, and like we said, we haven't seen that view. We got the spray at 4. Not sure what happened. We'll be able to see from this boat video here. But I mean, phenomenal one ball by Dane. A little back, loose line at 2. Not anything for him to worry about. We see that from time to time. And 4, I think he lost the line a bit too. But I think the difference into 5 compared to 3 was he dropped the shoulder a little more into 5, and I think that could just cause a little more water speed. He caused them to rotate faster at 5, creating more load, and fortunately was able to stay with it and get around 6 and out the exit gate. So we talk about a great pass leading up to the, hard pass. That wasn't great. Dane's going to be down there, throwing that aside, focusing on that gate 1 that he had and to replicating that if he needs to come back at 41, which I believe we'll see with Thomas. We've got 39 coming into his onside. Good 2-ball over to 3. Patient at 3. And no problem. A phenomenal 39 for Thomas DeGasperi.
Yeah, maybe not no problem in the beginning. Maybe he had a moment. But this is when I think about Thomas as Mr. 3 at 41. I run 39 all the time. It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 little glitches happen. I'm going to run it anyway. I feel like that's just the way it feels to him when he's skiing. It's like, I don't know where I'm going to run this anyway. I'm going to be coming back, and I'm going to get at least 3 at 41. So now we've got another 41 off matchup, which is what we expected based on all the prelims, based on how all these guys are skiing. Just remind them that the winner here has to go right back out. The way our brackets fold, we had that earlier with Chelsea. She had to get right back out. So now these guys, whoever gets the honor of moving on, is going to have to get right back to the dock to go right back out against Freddie.
That's right, Kevin. So, a little disadvantage being in that, 4 versus 5 bracket, the number 4 bracket in this first round, and the advantage of being in that first bracket and that number 1 seed. And, Freddie got it done in advance. He's had the time, just like we saw Regina have some time against Chelsea, and she was able to advance. We've got our women's final set, Regina versus Jamie Boole. But we've got exciting last bracket here for the men. Dane Meckler, Thomas DeGasperi. Dane Meckler into the course. He's going to need a great 1-ball 41, and he gets it. Can he turn the offside 2? He's back at a 2, over to 3. He's going to turn 3. And unfortunately, 2.5 at 41. Kevin, left foot forward skier. We see a great 1-ball. He comes into 2, back at 2. It's hard to tell. Was he doing everything he could to get outside of 3?
I think so.
Do you think he was trying to still turn 3, that being his onside?
Well, maybe he'll tell us in a minute. He's swimming up in front of us. But I think after you didn't feel like the exit of 2 is what you wanted, you're thinking get that ski outside of 3 like Nate did. Let's get a full 3. Let's make Thomas go to 4. Right? Maybe I like my odds with that, but I don't know that I even have a choice at this point.
When we see here, we've got the boat video. Can I have a better view? Yeah,
that ski got out pretty late.
That ski got out late. I think Dane was doing everything he could just to get the ski outside of 3, and unfortunately, he couldn't keep it, underneath him to be able to stand up to secure that full 3. But the door's open. Obviously, Thomas missed her 3-ball, but he still has his work cut out, right?
It's no
easy,
but this
easy
is the
task.
last guy I want coming out behind me when he only has to get 3, right? So Dane's standing here. He's still in the event for the moment. Thomas does have to get this done.
So we've got Thomas, a decent one.
The 1-ball he loves.
2-ball, but can he get over to 3 and S-turn?
Now Thomas has to get the 3. So looks to here like he did, but Brian, that was a foot away from Dane advancing. I mean, if Thomas didn't get in front of that boat guide, he's out.
Yeah, extremely close. I thought he had an okay one, not the best one, but to come into that onside 2-ball turn for Thomas, but it wasn't a great 2-ball.
No.
But Thomas knew, hit 3-buoy course. He knew what he needed to do to get it. To get over across the 3, get a ski around it, bleed the speed, S-turn, and get back. to advance his ticket to the next round against Freddie Winter. And so this can be, like you said a minute ago, Kevin, it'll be a quick turnaround for Thomas. As we see on the replay, you know, Dane was blocking just a little bit of our camera view, but you see that big 2-ball. Thomas lost his hips from 2 to 3, but still, this is where the height difference.
I know.
We've got Thomas, you know, roughly 6'3", 6'4". Dane, you know, about 5'9", maybe 5'10". You know, so that's a difference that you know, they came in not too far off from each other, but that's where that extra reach that Thomas has allows him to get that ski around. You know, Dane stayed more connected, you know, from 2 to 3, which is easier for someone shorter not to get us separated. So that's where you have your advantages and disadvantages with you know, someone shorter versus someone taller. But at the end of the day, like you said, if you got somebody behind you that's going to be getting 3, Thomas is not somebody you want.
No, and there he is, Mr. Consistency, getting it done. I mean, Thomas and Dane's path was very, like you said, very similar into 3. They both get their skis outside it, but Thomas is able to get back to the rope, do the S-turn, and I mean, I'd love to see it from the judge's perspective. I know he made it. It looks like he made it from here, but he was pretty close. I mean, he's done that S-turn a bunch of times, and he knows how to do it, and he did it, and he's through. So he gets the reward of going to the dock and going right back out. So we're going to find out who's coming out first, who's in what boat, and we're going to get this Freddie and Thomas pairing on.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we're not seeing Freddie first. I think, you know, as we go through this men's grouping, that higher seed is definitely going to choose to go first. And with that, you know, we've got our fifth through eighth place. In eighth place, and these are going to be unofficial, just based off the scores that we've been keeping track of. Eighth place, 2.5 at 39. Corey Vaughn, 7th. Stephen Navu, 3.5 at 39. 6th, we've got Will Asher, 1.5 at 41. And Dane Meckler, who we just saw out there, 5th place, 2.5 at 41. So that brings our next matchup, like we mentioned, Freddie Winter, Thomas DeGasperi, in our top bracket of our final 4. And our lower bracket, we have Australia's Joel Howley and USA's Nate Smith. So we've got a D3 versus Good and a Conley versus D3 in this bracket matchups.
So I think we'll be getting this back on here in a minute. We're not privy to if they're giving the skiers a break or if we're dealing with something. But we see there on the dock view, Freddie's getting ready to go. It looks like he's going to come out first. Right there in our center, if you're not familiar, that's Greg Bedell and Debbie waving at us. Thanks, guys. Thanks for everything that you do. Appreciate you both. Got Jeff Goldman, homeowner, sitting on the engine box, keeping Freddie company. So yeah, Brian. Let's make sure we recognize our sponsors. We just talked about Greg and Debbie and everything that they do. I'm glad you guys got to see their faces. For those of you that don't know them, don't have the pleasure of knowing them like we do, but right there, we're looking in the back of that Nautique. That's Greg's boat. That boat's pulled so many events out here on the West Coast, and we appreciate Nautique's support for having that boat out here to support our tournaments. As well as Kevin Lee's boat, but also here at this event and the support that you've given Greg over the years to make sure this event keeps happening. Appreciate you. Dublin Toyota, Greg's good buddies down there in Dublin by his old house down there in Diablo Shores. But thank you, Chris Roberts at Good, for supporting this event, for coming out here today on site to watch and support your athletes. Babe's Boat Care, thanks for taking care of all of our boats out here on the West Coast. Syndicate, Dave Wingert, and all of you up there in Seattle, taking care of all your athletes and building the skis that you build. Thank you so much. D3 Creed, thank you. Denny, Will, everybody on the D3 team, thanks for what you do to keep so many skiers moving on their D3 skis. We've got a couple of D3 athletes left in this event with Freddie himself and Nate. Eagle and Masterline, phenomenal products. I use both. Thank you very much for what you do and putting the ropes into this event. Zero off for giving us all the right ride and, giving us that pull that keeps us all moving down the lake. Appreciate you. Dutch Brothers, thank you very much. And Wilderness Forestry, thank you.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
All right, we are ready to get into action. We've had the boat run the simulation pass again. Let's get the lake moving exactly the same way for everybody. They're going to come off the dock on the beep just as if we had just pulled a ride right before this. We do have Fred out first. He's going to be behind Greg. Now we're also doing 35 off start, Brian. So just like the ladies, they had option for 28, and now they're at 32. The men started at minimum 32. Now they're coming out at 35. There's been some talk. I mean, should we be doing this anyway, right? If the scores are as high as they are, should that be the minimum start? I've heard a few skiers talking about that this weekend. I know what Greg, putting on the event, his initial reaction was, that's true, but we want to also keep the up-and-coming new generation going, and they may not be ready for a 35 off start. So do we want to do that to the whole field, or do we want to just let you as the skier have a choice? But the guys we have left are not going to be uncomfortable with a 35 off start. Freddie did it. Didn't he do one of the 2 rounds 35 off start yesterday anyway by his own choice?
Yeah, I believe Freddie did the second round, and especially all these guys have had 1 round under their belt already. So 35 start, no problem. It's not his first ride of the day, and even if it was, it would be no issue. So we see Freddie winner, D3 skier, 35 off start. No issue. We got the European matchup with him being from Great Britain and Thomas Di Gasperi from Italy.
Yeah, Freddie's ready to compete. I mean, everybody is. Everyone in this event came ready to compete, and everyone still in it is ready to compete. But I know Fred, from the second he walked on site, he was ready to go, and he looks like it every round.
Yeah, we talked earlier. Freddie made some comments that he's angry. He's got some frustration for whatever reason, and said that usually when that happens, he skis well. And, I heard these comments after the first round, so I guess can't argue with a 6-0 continuation at 41. And he could be angry. He skied well last year. Passionate.
He's got a lot of passion.
He's got a lot of passion. Very, very emotional. Individual on and off the water. We see a lot of emotion on the water at times. And
yeah, you can get him going. Politics, F1. It doesn't have to be skiing, right? He will come to the table passionately.
Yeah, and some frustration could be how well he skied last year and didn't get it done. So he I don't know if he's ever won the California Pro-Am. I know Nate's won a lot. Will's won, quite a few. We mentioned Stephen Navu won one. I know that was a year that Nate and Freddie were out, but we still had a stacked field. And, one that I felt that I was the number one seed into that final and let that one slip out of my hands. And so definitely want to be able to secure, that title. Like I said, I don't think Freddie has won one.
I don't recall. I'm not going to say I'm sure of it, but I don't recall him winning one, and I've been at a lot of them, and I don't believe Thomas has ever won either.
Yeah, I mean they've both won, a number of events. Just unfortunately haven't been able to get it done here. And I think if we look back over the number of years, maybe the last 10 years, maybe Nate's won 8 of them and Will's won 2.
Yeah.
So I know it's the same with Regina. She's got a streak that was going for a while, and Whitney was on top last year, and we'll see if there's a change of guards this year.
So now both skiers getting through that 35, continuing to battle through this head-to-head format. It's intense. It's a lot of skiing. You think about like a lot of the other events, you just ski a third round. To win this event, you have to ski the 2 yesterday and 3 more today. So you're skiing 5 times to win, not 3. And the last 3 are pretty close together, right? You're boom, boom, boom. So this is, physically demanding, but you've got some fine-tuned athletes on the water. But, this is where I do think no matter how fit you are, this round and the next round, fitness matters.
Yeah, definitely head-to-heads. 3 rounds, 1 day, especially these first 2 rounds being very close together. A little separation for the number 1 seeds. Freddie's been off the water, probably an hour and 20 minutes or so, where we just saw Thomas in the last bracket.
All right, so Thomas coming back, 38 off, continuing to keep his momentum rolling, continuing to battle in this event.
So we see on the replay, Thomas, good looking, 38 off. Like we said, he didn't have a break, so it's almost like, you went to the dock, made an adjustment, during practice, and went back out there without having that adjustment.
Some people like it, right? I mean, I had to turn around pretty quick in the regionals, got in a runoff, and I was ready. I almost would have rather just gone right back out than sat around. So, but other people might want the rest. I think it's just personal preference and how you feel about things. But Thomas didn't have any say in the matter, so he's going to make it work.
Right now to go to the 39.5 off. Freddie Winter, big onside 2-ball over to 3. Skiing behind that ski nautique. Kevin, I know heard your reaction there with that 3-ball, that offside turn.
Oh man, just I can't wait to see this on the replay. But we saw it a little bit in the spray there, but it looked like he got hooked up aggressive out of 3-ball. I was like, oh, look at this, that shot, man. That's that feeling of getting that ski pointed up course. You're ahead of the boat. It's not dragging you down the lake. You're dictating your own path, and you get launched off that second wake and fly out to the next buoy. It just makes me want to go get on the water. When is it my turn? Let's see what this 3 looks like back on the replay. I mean, we're sitting right in front of the tower here, and let's see if it looks like the same. That ski rotated pretty quick. I think that's what made it look so strong. Yeah.
The Italian stallion, Thomas de Gasperi, 39.5 off. We saw him just run it just a few minutes ago. Big onside turn, up over the ski at 3, over to 4. I think we got some Thomas fans here on shore. As he comes into 5, we hear some screams.
Yeah, Thomas getting it done. I want to see the backside of this 3-ball again. It almost looked like he pushed so hard he kind of hopped his ski out of the water there a little bit. But Thomas staying in this. Let's see here. That was I saw there, that little hitch and snap. But we said it earlier, Thomas is just so consistent. I think he knows exactly how much room he's got, and he doesn't ever seem to panic. And he's going to get down the lake. So here we go, another 41 off matchup. So we're going to figure out the skier here is in the final. And they're going to get either Joel Howley or Nate Smith. Well, this matchup will be next.
And this is where the start's important. I know, there were some comments, Freddie's 39, probably, the worst turn was 1-ball. And I know that's where we, see Freddie get into trouble at times, might not have the best gait or turn at 1, and then it all depends on how he can hook up at 2. He's known for a good 2, as long as he doesn't get a huge load where he can manage it into 3. He could be on his way. If he gets a big load, that's where sometimes we see a loose line, and then it's a 50-50 shot of where things go from there. So we saw him get down the line yesterday, both rounds. He ran 6 no continuation and a 4.5. So this start, 41 off, is going to be crucial. Put the pressure on Thomas. Freddie Winter, a loose line at 1, over to 2. We're going to see a big 2. Can he manage the load into 3? He cannot.
So we're having some flashbacks here, Brian. So one of the other giants, Nate, right, went out there. What was it? Was it 2 years ago or last year?
Yeah, 2 years ago, 2021.
And so Freddie, I'm sure, wanted a higher mark than that because Thomas proved he could take down a giant and do this. And So Thomas is at the end of the lake right now, and he knows exactly what he has to do, and he's got the confidence that he's done it before.
Yeah, and, unfortunately, we saw with Freddie, I talked about having, that gate one being so crucial, and unfortunately lost the line at one. It was delayed. We see in this webcast replay, he loses line, did a great job waiting for it to get tight, but just put him so far down course, he wasn't able to, get that load and swing across to two, didn't have a very good line into two. Onside turn, he was able to manage it to get to three, but just not able to get in front of three, have the water speed he's looking for to keep a tight line to continue to go. And three, still a big score, right? We've seen Thomas 3 rounds in a row now, 3-3-3, consistent. It puts pressure on him, but we mentioned earlier, Thomas has started to get, over to 4, more often this year. So he's definitely capable, and the start is going to be important. So we see that Nautique back into the course. Thomas pulling out for the gate. Can he get a good one coming in the offside? He's back a little bit, little separated.
So Thomas, not what he was looking for, let out a cry, and missed opportunity for him, but, leaving it all on the water today. What do you think about that gate swing into one, Brian?
Yeah, there was something with the gate. We saw a big double pump there at one for Thomas. So, not what he was looking for. And, we saw, he hooked up at one and gave himself opportunity to go to two, but think he got separated there and just wasn't able to maintain his outbound direction, seeing him go inside. So, unfortunately, ends Thomas's weekend. Still, it'll be a top 4 finish. We'll have to see if it's going to be a 3rd or 4th, depending on how this pairing works. But looks like we've got Kevin Bishop going to be replaced. Want to thank you all morning.
I just want to talk to Joel. I'm happy to switch it out for Rob in a second. I got Joel Poland none other than Joel Poland sat next to us here in the tower. Just wanted to ask you a couple things about yesterday, Joel. So you make it into the runoff for the last place there, and you had your shot at 39. Tell us about what happened there. That was kind of an exciting 2-ball.
Yeah, I kind of overshot my gate yesterday. I was sort of struggling. I don't know why. Just on that first end coming in, I just didn't really figure out my gates on that end all the way through the tournament. And yeah, I overshot my gate, dropped in hard for the gate, dropped in hard at 1. Dropped in real hard at 2. Luckily, I can do a side slide on pretty much anything because it was almost backwards coming out at 2 and managed to hold on. But yeah, that put a little bit of fire in my belly for jump, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone saw it yesterday, I mean, you rotated so hard that ski popped out of the water, and all the crazy stuff you can do on the water. You just put it back down, and it was like, I'm going to go anyway. And laid into it for 3, didn't quite get there, but then you got some redemption. So tell us about how that jump ride felt yesterday.
Words do not explain that feeling, man. That was one of the best jumps in my life, and I'm hoping I can kind of back it up today.
Yeah, good luck. We're all rooting for you. I know you're excited for your opportunity there coming up in a bit, and so we'll all be on the shoreline and on the webcast watching you then, Joel. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, British national record, right?
I don't know.
Or close? We'll see. Great skiing, Joel. I know I was joking with the organizers that we need to have a 1 or 2 round trick in the sanction, and if the skiers earn it for an overall record, that they would be able to have that opportunity. Tough to see you go out there 3 at 41 in the first round of slalom, then jump 235. I know those are scores that would make it very attainable for the way you've been tricking. And I know me being a local guy, home lake, would have been great to see you have that opportunity to break that world overall record.
So Brian's been quietly campaigning about that. So I don't know if Greg and Debbie are ready to expand the California Pro-Am, but we're working on it. We'll give you a chance, Joel.
Well, I know officials, for tricks, that's always tough, right? And we realize that, Northern California, we don't have the caliber of triggers that we see in other parts of the world, and especially Florida. And I said, I don't know about these other trickers or jumpers and slalomers that are also trickers. If they would be willing to take those 2 passes to put in that time to judge. Maybe something in the future that we can get going. But anyways, we saw Nate Smith through 35. We got Joel Howley 35 off. Our number 2 versus number 6 matchup. We saw Joel take out Will Asher. Unfortunate, little early fall for Will with the start that he had at 41. A great one. Unfortunately, that classic 2-ball Will Asher turn, and unfortunately just didn't have the line like we normally see him. And Joel was able to capitalize, take advantage of that, and now he gets Nate again. So we look back to last year. This was the pairing 1 versus 8 in the first bracketed rounds last year, and I believe Nate ran 3 at 41. If I remember correctly, or no, Joel went first. He crashed from 2 to 3, I believe, at 41, and then Nate at least got a piece of 3 to advance and ultimately win, as he was our defending champion.
This is a really interesting matchup. Just in the last couple weeks, Nate's not looked quite as bulletproof as normal, and Howley, he is so unpredictable. Like, he is, I would say, one of the most underrated slalomers out there. He's capable of running 41. He's not done it yet. I mean, we've got Nate cruising down right now, making it look pretty easy. But yeah, this matchup, I mean, I think this is going to be a really interesting one in a pass or two. Just, totally unpredictable Joel Howley. I could potentially see him getting really far down 41, and we all know Nate's capable of it too.
Yeah, and there was a tournament last weekend that both of these guys were at, and different, wasn't a head-to-head format, but in the final, Joel went out and ran 4:41. Nate ran 4:41,
yep.
And I know they had a runoff. I don't know what scores they ran, but I know Nate did come out on top.
Yep.
So Joel's right there, and we saw Joel show up last year. Hadn't seen him in a while. 5 at 41, then I think backed it up with a 4, and that's why he was that number 1 seed. And
then we haven't seen him since. He disappeared.
He disappeared and showed up last weekend and ran 2 4s and consistent with 2 3s yesterday. So he's right there in the mix. I think, like you said, it's an interesting matchup. And, I know Nate has been, working man as well, just like Joel, doing a lot of hours in the air, trying to get accumulate his flying hours. And so, just doesn't look, maybe 2021, 2022 Nate, where, he was
dominant.
Now, almost untouchable.
There's a kink in the armor, and everyone else is getting way better. I mean, it's one thing to be dominant when everyone's getting 3s, but when everyone else is getting 4s, 5s, running it, that really puts the pressure on, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That margin of error, is getting closer and closer. Yeah. So when he slips up, or has a mistake.
I'd argue in the past, once he gets past 3 into 4, it's like, from there on he can do whatever he likes. There's not really much pressure. He just gets to enjoy it. Now, we saw, 3 doesn't even get you into the final anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you ran
to 4 and 5 to have any hope of winning a tournament. You have to be getting to 5 if you want to win a tournament now.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw him run 5 last year in the final here.
Yep.
And Freddie came into 5 to go for the win. Overturned. So 4.5. And you're in second place, as we saw last year. So definitely we've talked about the caliber of the field we have, the conditions of the lake, the nautique boats, the drivers, everything's dialed. We've been seeing it all weekend. And, this Final Four, we expect it to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a cocktail for big scores, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't get much better than this.
So pass 3, already at 39. With our 35 off start, Nate Smith, our number 2 seed, elected to go first. skiing behind that nautique. Looks like we've got Will Bush behind the boat. Behind the wheel for him. And I think that's what you're talking about, Joel, right? I mean, we're seeing just little things like that. Yeah. I mean, nothing big. Nate totally managed it, but we see on the replay, I mean, look like typical Nate the whole way, and then comes into 5-ball.
You know, but I've seen him run 41 with those 5 balls at 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Like, you know, when he's on, he's on. That was a pretty clean 39. I wonder if he was maybe too early at 5 and kind of had to stool himself a little bit and slow himself down, you know?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a stand-up like that in the second round at 41, you know, coming into 5. Same thing where he looked in good shape, you know. I mean, we've seen him down course, you know, before at 41 and wondering how he managed to get through it, and so it was a little surprise yesterday from at least my point of view, where I was sitting, that you know he wasn't able to finish it, because typically we see him finish those.
It's a real thing though of getting too early on 41. Like if you get out there too soon, you know, you miss your pendulum, it starts bringing you back in, and you start running a little straight, and that's when you start seeing, you know, that ski rear up a little bit. There's a thing as being too late, and, you know, on 41, you can be too early.
That's right. Here we go, looking for early. Joel Howley wants to be nice and early. Big 2-ball, that offside turn coming into 3, over to 4. And a great looking 39 off.
Teasing us at 2.
He
was messing with us.
So that it looks similar to a 2-ball you had yesterday, and you being a lefty, I'll have you take this one, Joel.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously 2 being that offside. You know, like we say, sometimes you can get a bit too much out of 1. You can be a bit too early into 2, and then, you know, when you're nice and early like that, it's easy to just crank it and go crazy, and it kind of looked like he maybe went just too much there at 2, but nothing he couldn't handle. I mean, 3 was smooth, 4 was smooth, 5 was smooth. He didn't seem to have any issues. This is where it gets interesting, though.
Well, this is where it's interesting. I mean, we see, you know, Freddie, you know, didn't have the start he was looking for. You know, ended up getting a full 3. Door was open for Thomas. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Thomas wasn't able to take advantage of it. And, you know, we'll see. We know what Nate's capable of. We, you know, run 200 41s in competition, and you know, more than capable. We just mentioned he ran, you know, 4 last weekend in the final at the event at Redwood Shores, tying Joel. So he knows Joel's capable of getting down the line, and you know, Nate is coming in the course and wanting to run this, and it's all with the start. So here we go. Nate, 41, a good-looking 1 over to 2. He comes at a 2 real nice in the offside 3. Holds up at 3 over to 4. Can he get a ski around 4? He's around 4 over to 5.
Wow.
And
that was impressive.
And that's the difference I think we see with Nate. And actually Freddie was I think here yesterday making the comment. Coming out of 3 like we just saw at a webcast, most of the field is not getting to 4. And Nate not only is able to get a ski outside of 4, but he squeaks around 5, which, as you know, is a big difference. A
really big score. And, you know, he has the advantage here because Joel has to beat him. There isn't, like, if he ties, Joel loses. So he now has to run 41 right now.
Joel's PB's 5. He has to go run a personal best.
And, you know, for some reason, I feel like he's really capable of it. He's been looking like he's on good form at the moment. I know he's been skiing well in practice. Could this be the day we see Joel Howley run 41?
It could. Like you said, he's capable.
He'll throw himself around, boys. This guy is not afraid to lay it out there. We saw Malaysia. This guy goes for it.
And we talk about the start. The start is key. He's left foot forward, onside turn at 1. I think, you know, all eyes are going to be at 2. How does he come out of 2? Does he get that ski rotated, not get ahead of himself, you know, and have a nice hookup at 2 like we saw at 39, and he can be on his way coming in his onside at 3. So this is going to be important. Pull out for the gates, through the gates. We got a decent 1 over to 2. He turns 2 over to 3. We're in good shape.
Oh.
And Joel Howley, I think, just got a little ahead of himself there.
Oh man, what start.
Knowing what he needed to do, but that I don't think he could have asked for a better start.
It's such a shame. I mean, that's the best start I think we've really seen all day. Let's rewatch this. What a great one. Coming out of 2 in great shape there. And yeah, it's kind of hard to see he's behind that boat a little bit, but just looks like he.
I think he just rushed it. He just got ahead.
Too much into 3 there, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, just got ahead of himself, and if he would have just been patient for a touch longer, let that ski come around, had a tight line, I think he would have been on his way, and then it would have been interesting coming to that offside 4 ball. If he could have get even a decent hookup at 4, throw himself around 5, the onside, and having that opportunity to move. But nonetheless, Joel Howley, great work. We need the pit crew. Pit crew needs
to screw him out of his binding.
So we're going to see a final like we saw last year for men's slalom. Freddie Winter, Nate Smith.
How many times have we seen this matchup, hey?
Number of times. I mean,
and both of them are skiing. I mean, I'd argue Freddie's skiing the best I've ever seen him ski right now, and you know, Nate's got a little bit of a kink in his armor, but we just watched him run 5. So if this is Nate not skiing his best, then what a matchup we have ahead, eh?
Yeah, definitely. You know, both athletes are skiing well right now, and so that concludes our final 4 pairings. So that's going to put Thomas DeGasperi 4th place, 1 at 43. And that's going to put Aussie's Joel Howley 3rd place, 2.5 at 41. So we're going to take I think just a short break here. Give the drivers a quick restroom break, and then we're going to get into our final 2 pairings, our championship rounds for the women. It'll be our next grouping, our number 1 seed, Regina Jaquist, versus our number 2 seed, Jamie Bull. And then we'll be followed by our men's bracket that we just mentioned, our number 1 seed, Freddie Winter, and our number 2 seed, Nate Smith.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate this. This is full commitment right here.
That's teamwork right there. And Joel, it's interesting, you know, looking at these brackets. How many times do
only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
And we are back with the girls' final. Jamie's going out first. We are starting at 32 off.
And Joel, this is where things change, right? We're in the final now. So going first, second does not have to beat first. So ties.
Yeah, from here on out, it's a straight who skis the best. There's no first or second has to beat first. You know, if they both go out and run two, they go out again.
Yeah, so maybe, you know, little strategy for Regina. It's like, hey, let's go out. Let's see what Jamie's going to do.
Yep. I mean, you know, it's real nice going second, knowing you have to tie. And, you know, if Jamie goes out and she gets 1.5, Reg can S-turn and she can take an easy win. If Jamie goes out and gets 2 and Reg is in bad shape coming into 2, again, she has that option to S-turn. Jamie has to go out, and her benefit is she gets to ski to her own pace and just do what she can do. But, you know, you get a quarter or you get a half a buoy, you really leave it open. So it's a tricky one.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, you know, you're first. You don't have to worry about anything. You just go treat it like a normal set. Yet, only difference, the wait timers, you know, a little longer, sit in the water. But you're able to just go out there, focus on you, and not worry about anything else.
You know, I go back and forth with that one, and I think it depends on how I'm skiing that day. But I quite like going second and knowing what I need to do, especially, you know, if the score's halfway down the pass, you take a different mentality, whereas when you're going out first and you're kind of doing your own thing, you know, it's unpredictable. You know, you're setting the rhythm, but...
All right, if we're matched up, I'll put you out first then. I'll hopefully save that one in the bank to remember that one. all fun and games. And
but here we go, Reg making this look easy. I mean, these first 2, even first 3 passes, they're just warm-ups. They're filling it out. I can't imagine there'll be too much trash talk at the ends, but, you know, maybe there's a little bit of funness.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the pairings.
Yeah.
And, as you know, the field has a lot of respect, for each other.
Yeah.
And especially with these women, what Regina's been able to do, on the water, multiple events, slalom world record holder, former world champion multiple times, former world overall record holder, world overall champion. She's been a world trick champion, I believe, right, when she was real young. I think even teenage years. Don't quote me on the trick one, but I know she had early success with trick, and that was her dominant
I mean,
discipline.
she's really done it all, though, hasn't she? I mean, I think the only tournament she would have not won is Moomba, and I don't know if she's been to many Moombas.
Yeah, I've only been a couple times, and I know she was not there. I know it's tough for go all that way, especially with her pharmacy company, and trying to get that staffed for one event for the duration of that flight to come. From Florida all the way to California to LA to at least a 14-hour flight. So you're talking over 20, nearly 20 hours of flight time just to go on the unpredictable Yara.
But man, is it worth it?
Oh, it's worth it.
Especially if it goes well.
Yes.
What an experience.
I've been twice. First one did not go well. Knocked out for first one. Second one, redeemed myself. Made it through all the way to the final. Tied for second. Backup score. Finished third. And definitely, being there, that crowd,
that Monday is
it's like no other event that we have. Whether you're a skier or spectator, put that event, another Nautique event, put that one on your bucket list, because there's nothing like it, especially the atmosphere of everything just going around the town.
Yeah.
You got the Moomba Festival. I relate it to the California State Fair that we have at Cal Expo, just 30 minutes north of here. If we had that on both sides of a river, and that's the size of the crowds,
And then you have to add in that, everyone around you is Australian, so they're just crazy.
Yep. Yeah, and then
the Australians that I know, at least, they are a good time.
Yeah, definitely a good time. And then you add in all the night events. They've had some night slalom. I know the last couple of years I don't think they've had it. Definitely night jump.
Night jump is
so
insane.
An exciting event.
Fireworks.
But we have Regina back on course, 38 off.
I believe this is 35.
35 off.
Coming back 35. Next up, 38. So this is where it starts getting a bit more interesting. But, both these ladies should smoke this pass with ease. And, again, just such a good pair up. Like, we've got Regina, who's really, she's really done it all. She's arguably, not even arguably, I'd say she's outright the greatest woman slalomer of all time. And then you've got Jamie, who's just, she's that new talent. She's the new one on the block. Current world champion, chasing the wins. She's got quite a few under her belt now. I mean, is this the passing of the handle, or is Reg just saying, nope, not today? We'll see.
Well, and that's what's interesting. There's been some back and forth. Obviously, Jamie finished on top at the last World Championships, and Reg had the opportunity, a higher seed, to go out and get it done, and unfortunately wasn't able to, and that was quickly, coming off that injury.
Yeah.
And styles, we talk about styles, right? I mean, we've got righty, lefty, plus technique.
Yeah.
We've got two righties and styles that I think hard to find ones that are more similar than we have with this pairing here.
Big time. And here we come, 38. Oh, making this look easy, eh?
Just great looking 38 off pass, balanced on both sides. Hard to tell, onside, offside. Jamie Bull.
She's looking good. She's looking like she's on it today. I mean, that was a textbook 38.
As we see on replay, great onside two ball over to three, turns four, and a great confidence booster, right?
Big time. I mean, running a real nice pass like that. The drop times are a lot longer as well, and going out first, I find like, you drop in and you can have a little bit longer to almost kind of get stuck in your own head. You're down there for almost 2 minutes kind of thing. Like, it's a lot of time just sitting there waiting to go. I mean, some people talk to the driver, but, you're down there by yourself really and just waiting to go. Each pass is a bit more of a mystery versus, a normal tournament set where you're going every 30 to 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's what Kevin and I were talking about earlier, that's one aspect that's different with head-to-head, and people handle that differently, right? Yep. For me, it can be easy for that mind to wander. And so, adding the twice as long of sitting down there can be difficult for some people. I know for myself, I try to just repeat my cues in my head, and that keeps me focused. And, some people talk to the drivers, like you mentioned. And we've got Regina turning 2, going across the 3, 38 off. Greg Bedell driving the Nautique, boat number 2. And our final pairing to determine who our women champion for the 2023 California Pro-Am will be.
And this is why these two are the best. I mean, like, 38 is a short line length. These girls are making it look really easy, but, most of your regular slalomers out there know how hard 38 is. And this is just textbook. Like, not a worry in the world. I bet they're dropping in and they're probably heart rates at like 100 right now. Like, it barely elevated.
Yeah, as we know, Joel, 38's the first rope length, the buoy, or the rope 90 degrees to the boat. It's the first rope length that does not reach the buoy line. Yeah. So for those in webcast land or on shore that aren't as familiar with the sport, this is where the reach, the angle, all comes into play. And even though these ladies are making it look flawless, they are working hard out there.
Now this is where it gets interesting. We got Jamie coming around the island, 39 off. I think this is a must-run pass for her.
Yeah, Regina ran it both rounds yesterday. Jamie got deep with 2.5s. She ran it this morning, though, and flawlessly. But let's see if she can get a good start here. A little stretched out there at 2, over to 3. How's she going to handle the offside? She handles it pretty well. A little long to 4, over to 5. Is she going to S-turn 5, or is she going to turn it? She gets a half turn. Can she get around 6?
Oh, really good management there. She was a little on the back foot there out of 1 and not ideal out of 2. Let's have a look. I really thought she was back on it, but just maybe a little too long there to 5 and just couldn't rotate. Oh, she's left the door pretty open there.
Yeah, she's left the door open, and, you're down course. You got Regina behind you, right? You don't want a 4.5.
No.
So I think there was a little cautious, get the ski around at 5, but not over-rotate there. And unfortunately, like you said, it started there at 1, didn't really get the angle and space into 2 that she was looking for, and unfortunately just slowly started to get down course.
She's just back on the boat there, not getting a swing, not getting to where she wants to be on the boat. And, when you're that little bit back on the boat, the rope's just on you. You finish a turn and you haven't got that bit of freedom at the finish. The line's there. You got to be that much more perfect. And, I think she did a really good job there of managing. But, we've seen Regina run this pass more times than not. So it would be a real big upset if she doesn't get through this.
For the championship, she knows she needs a piece of 6-ball. Regina Jaquist, 39.5 off through the gates. Back at a 1. Let's see how she handles 2. Good onside 2-ball over to 3. She's waiting on 3 on time at 4. Over to 4. Can she clean 5-ball? And our champion 2023 California Pro-Am, Regina Jaquist.
Yeah, that was pretty good, really, wasn't it? I mean, again, not the greatest one. That's you know, she's almost showing off there a little bit. The management skills, not the greatest one, but really controlled it well into 2 there. Really controlled it all the way down the pass. And, you know, by the time she was in at 3, she was fully back in rhythm, fully back in the pass. I mean, that's just experience, though, isn't it?
100%. That's exactly what went through my mind is you know, that's veteran experience and confidence with the line length.
Yeah.
She, you know, didn't have the one that, you know, I'm sure she drew up, but she had the confidence to still get that swing into 2. And like you said, by the time she finished the turn at 3, her offside, you know, which strong offside turn,
Yep.
she was back on rhythm and was a flawless second half of the pass. And we talked about it. She got some decent ones and got swing into 2 here at 41, a couple rounds so far this weekend. And then unfortunately, you know, ended up with a couple 1.5s. She's capable.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing her get that rhythm again. You know, not a good one, had at 39, but got the angle and load she needed to get out to 2 and just crush the rest of this pass. So let's see if Regina can do that here at 41.
She doesn't want to just win. She wants to dominate. She wants to get down this pass.
So Regina.
Oh. Not the start she was looking for, but congratulations, Regina.
Still great skiing. You know, competitor in her once more, right? But obviously the goal, come, take the championship, and she has done that.
She has indeed. I mean, great skiing from the girls today, you know, especially Jamie and Regina. A good matchup. I mean, they'll be back at it again in a couple weekends. These two seem to be pretty neck and neck these days.
Yeah, I mean, very close. I mean, we look at Jamie, you know, 5 just inside 6. You know, Jamie ran 5 at 39 4 times this weekend.
Wow.
And ran a 1.5 at 41. I mean, she was right there knocking on the door. Regina running 39. I think three of the 4 rounds. And I know one of them was, you know, she stood up just because she didn't need to. She had already advanced. Just wanted to take a look at the gate. So phenomenal skiing. So we've got Regina Jaquist, our champion, Jamie Bull, second place, followed by Allie Nicholson in third to round off our top 3 podium. Chelsea Mills in fourth. And we'll wait for our final results for 5th through 8th. But that leaves us with our last pairing of the day for slalom before we move into our women and men jump final. We'll have Freddie Winter, our number 1 seed, versus Nate Smith, number 2 seed. And obviously you've got Joel Poland with me in the announcer's booth. We'll be seeing you later today, second seed in jump, personal best. You might know, I'm wondering, is this the first time 3 guys have gone over 230 in one event?
I can't
one
imagine
round?
this is the first time. I feel like there must have been other times in history. I mean, you know, I've spoke to Dodd a couple times, and he was telling me about a round where he went like 222 or 224. He had a big jump, and he didn't make the cut. He didn't make the finals with a 2. It was an early 220s kind of jump. So, you know, with the history of jump, I believe this is one of a handful of times it's happened. But, yeah, I mean, bloody Freddie just couldn't give me it, could he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to him after. I mean, he's a really easygoing guy. He's great to talk to on the bank. And, like, he said he watched me go out, and this is the competitor in him. He was like, well, if he can do it, I can do it too. He just switched on, you know, which I think a big jump for a lot of people might intimidate them, but not Freddie. It was like, oh, if he's doing it, I'm doing it too. And I'm not just doing it, I'm going to beat him, you know.
And I saw Freddie warming up. You obviously, you know, compete against him and see him more often than me, but he's looking fitter. He looked very fit yesterday, and I don't know if he's training more off the water, but it was something that definitely stood out to me. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed that that could play a role into the performance on the water.
Yeah, I know this year I definitely stepped up my gym game, and it definitely has been helping me. I mean, Freddie, for as long as I've known him, has looked like he was just made to jump. I've never seen him look weak. But yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, he's looking good at the moment. I went and jumped with him in practice a couple months ago now, but big jump in practice. I mean, these big jumps aren't flukes to him. He knows exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's been around long enough and showing that, he's not going away anytime soon.
But talking about a different Freddie, the Brit opting to go first. He has a choice here. He could have chose to go second, but he wants to go first. He wants to go and put the pressure on Nate and give him the score to beat.
Well, and interesting because last year he was the higher seed, and Nate was first last year. So I'm wondering, it didn't work out for him last year. Could that play a role of the decision of him wanting to go first this year?
And, I think Freddie knows he has to get deep down 41 here. Whether Nate goes first or whether Freddie goes first, I think he knows he has to go for it. And, would you ever expect anything but going for it from Freddie Winter?
Oh, no, not at all. He's one of those athletes. I know you mentioned it about Joel putting the body on the line. Freddie would be right there at the top of the conversation. And
I think he's got more halves and quarters than anyone else. He will use every single bit of his body to get around that ball. And he's big. He's strong. This is a guy who looks like he's made for slalom. And, he can take those hits. He's tough.
All right. Next up, Nate Smith, our defending champion. He ran 5 at 41 in this final pairing last year, and Freddie ran 4.5, going for the win. Again, in this final pairing, just like the women, the second skier does not have to beat the first like our normal head-to-head brackets. So if they tie, they will go to a runoff.
You need an outright win here. And I got a feeling it's going to be a score down towards 43. Both of these two have been getting down it all weekend. Freddie ran it in round 1. In round 2, I think he got
4.5.
4.5.
Yeah, he ran 6 no continuation,
yeah.
through the handle out the gates. Round 1, Nate, very similar, 5.5. Wasn't able to, squeak in through the gates because the boat was still there when he was already to that point and had to fall away. So theoretically, almost mirror finishes there. Obviously,
Don't you just hate that when the boat's in the way of you trying to cross the wakes.
Half buoy
happens to me all the time as well.
Yeah, half buoy difference there, and then second round, Nate ran 5. Freddie ran 4.5. So I mean, they were pretty much neck and neck the first 2 rounds. So not surprised seeing these guys in the final pairing, and hopefully we saw deep 41 as I just mentioned last year in this final pairing, and hopefully we see that, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, we got Freddie coming back now at 38. Again, super easy pass to this guy. He's just trying to find some rhythm, find some swing, maybe figure out his gates. And, it's interesting. I think these two are, like we say, they've been neck and neck all weekend, but they ski so differently. Both right foot forward skiers, but just such different techniques, Nate's more on that side of using the swing of the boat and a little more graceful, I'd say. But, when he gets into trouble, he still gets through it. Freddie is just strength and power, Like, he does some great things on a slalom ski, which is why he's getting so far down the course. But, when you watch these two, it's yin and yang.
100%. We talked about Jamie and Regina, styles more similar, but we've got some contrast here. Like you mentioned, Nate is, I think a little more efficient and lets the boat, do more of the work, and Freddie's more of a locked and loaded position, and you can tell, just looking on shore, of stature as well.
Oh, big time. I mean, I would imagine, I've not really seen them standing next to each other too often, but they're probably very similar in height. But I reckon Freddie's got to have like 20 pounds, 30 pounds on Nate.
Yeah, at least. I think Nate's around the 170, if 65, 70,
so
70 mark.
I'd imagine it's around that 20 pounds range. Like, I can't imagine Freddie being much more than 190. I mean, he's big and he's strong, but
he's lean.
He's not carrying extra weight, is he? Cruising through this pass, making it look easy.
Well, and both D3 skiers. So interesting.
In the skis standing, I think these two are single-handedly just ruling it with the D3 standpoint. I think D3 right now are leading on the ski standings. And, when you've got number 1 and number 2 taking turns on being who's number 1 and number 2.
And that's with their third. I think their third member for the standings of Brooke Baldwin.
She's injured. She's not been skiing.
So I mean,
it's literally just these
just
two
the two.
The
so
charge,
just shows to how successful their seasons have been to have their brand leaderboard be at the top. And we see the boat video for the webcast. We talked about Nate's rhythm, just that swing, that work zone. It's always the same, no matter what the turn is.
Yep.
He does the work in the same spot. He doesn't panic, doesn't go long, rarely see him drop the shoulder.
He keeps his rhythm. Even when he gets a bad turn or he gets something wrong, he always seems to find his rhythm by the time he's back behind the boat. And, it makes him deadly out there because he can get a bad turn and make 4 more of them still.
Freddie Winter, 39 off. Great looking 2 into 3. That offside, we saw that ski. Good turn. A little deep there at a 4, but nothing Freddie can't handle.
Oh, I hope there was a camera on him coming out of 4. He was in real nice and deep there out of 4. That was a good bit of spray. He looks like he's given it a little more this round, really, isn't he? He's a bit more aggressive, and Freddie's an aggressive skier, so I think, he's running this like it's 41.
Yeah, we saw that 3-ball. I think Kevin Bishop talked about the 3-ball at 39 last pairing for him, and it just really coming around on that offside, and we were having some conversations as well of, I think the worst turn was 1-ball, and that looked like a better 1-ball, set him up a better position at 39 this round compared to the previous, but Freddie's looking dialed, so excited, to see, we expect Nate to get through this 39 and have them battle it out at 41.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, again, this is almost a warm-up pass for these guys as well. I'm sure you could spin them 6 times and they would run it every single time. I know a story about Nate in testing for one of the Nautiques. He ran over 10 39s in a row. Just because why not?
Yeah, impressive. I mean, the amount of times you see him miss 39 in tournaments is, probably count on just your 2 hands throughout his career, with a couple of them, being at Moomba.
Yep. And we had the one at Masters this year. Big upset there as well, hey?
Yeah.
I think he got 2.5, and this is in a runoff situation as well. They had to go out at 39, and Will was out next. It was Will versus Nate, and Will messed up, and he only got 2, which is something you never see either of those guys do, but that's a testament to the challenging conditions there of Masters.
Yeah, but had the opportunity to ski those twice, and it's definitely Robin Lake 2, Brian Nunn. So definitely challenging. We've seen Will and Nate get down, 41 at Moomba, but still Chris Parrish has that course record at Masters, and those are guys that are skiing, Moomba all the time. Obviously, in Masters, pretty much all the time as well, and they believe that Robin Lake is by far the toughest site, even with the variables of the current and tide, and that the Yara can throw at you.
Masters is a hard site. You don't realize it from the shore, but I've skied there once as a junior, and it chewed me up and it spat me out. But enough of that. Freddie Winter coming in 41. He's gonna have to get far down it here.
It needs to get this one. We didn't see him get a good one against Thomas, but he's got a great one. Over to 2. Can he get a load to carry to 3?
Oh no. Oh, and he's gonna be livid about that. Yeah.
So Joel, he got a much better one. We see on this replay, and a great 2. We talked about if he could get a good one and not get too much load at 2, he'll be on his way and set himself up. And he did exactly that.
Yep.
And unfortunately, you talked about his 39 being a little more aggressive, maybe treating it like 41. We saw that, quick rotation at 3 ball. At 39, he was able to manage it, and unfortunately wasn't able to there.
It will be good actually to watch this replay, but to me it looks like he maybe just did too much there into 3, because that was a 1.5. Big 2. And yeah, just maybe a little straight there at 3 and a lot of speed, but I'll be surprised here if Nate doesn't make it to 3. It seems to be autopilot for him at the moment, and I think Freddie knows that. But again, great skiing from Freddie all week long. I mean, we've seen him get down 41 countless times, but that's a testament to how hard slalom is. Doesn't matter what you do in round 1 or round 2. Every round is a new opportunity.
Well, for those of you on shore, give it up. Freddie Winter, great effort. He knows the door is left open, but it's 41 off. I mean, obviously we have Nate Smith, just ran his 200th a few weeks ago, but anything could happen. That's why we ski. That's why we show up to the lake for that competition. And Nate is, up there as the ultimate competitor, but he still has to get the job done. Treating it like a 3-buoy course, I'd imagine we'll see Nate Smith come through the gate. Good-looking 1. Over to 2 is onside. He's going to turn 2. Will he turn 3 or stand up? He's going to stand up 3, secure the win, and defend his title. Nate Smith, your 2023 California Pro-Am champion.
Yeah, and that was a pretty textbook 3 there. I mean, barely even really S-turned. He just not too much out of 1 and 2. Just took it nice and easy and just did what he had to do to get to 3 there.
Yeah, great skiing by Nate. Obviously, if he was first out or the score was farther down, we would have seen him go. But the name of the game is to do what you need to do. You got to win. That's what he's here to do, and able to defend his title. So congratulations, Nate Smith, champion once again of the California Pro-Am. Freddie Winter, 2nd place. 3rd place, Joel Howley, and 4th, Thomas DeGasperi. Then we've got 5th place, Dane Meckler, ran 2.5 at 41. Will Asher in 6th. Stephen Navu, 7th. And Corey Vaughn rounding out our top 8. So phenomenal skiing for slalom.
All right, huge congratulations to Nate Smith. He just won against Freddie Winter. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. It's kind of a long battle to get all the way to the finals, but pretty happy with the result there. It took a few big scores to get through, but there in the finals, Freddie ran on 2.5, and I knew I needed a full 3. I had a really good start, but you got to play it safe. Sometimes you have to stand it up and take the win. So
great. Congratulations, defending champ.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you. Congrats.
We have our leader, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger, 237, and Dodd with a 230. couple guys stacked up in the 220, so I'm looking forward to it, Joel. Hopefully you're rested and ready to go put on a show.
Yeah, definitely excited for this next little bit. But thank you for having me on. I'll see you out there on the water.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one waterskiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
something to keep the crowd on their feet and keep the folks at home up to date with what's going on. I think we are now live for the folks at home, so we can give a rundown at least of our top 6 women in the order that they'll be going off the dock. Do you want to take us?
Yeah, so yesterday we had, all 6 women go. We reseeded. We had Regina Jaquist with a 158. Augustina also 158. I think Augustina might have been matched in meters. That's why she's first off. Valentina Gonzalez put out a 159, followed by Janina Bonneman-Meckler, 168. Sasha Denishkaya with 171, and Hannah Stretzlova leading the field with a 183 yesterday.
Yeah, so it looks like we got a very tight pack for that. The first 3 that are coming off, all within 1 foot. We could end up going to meters here for the payout. And then remind me, too, here, we're coming into a preliminary round right now, or we're straight to the finals? This is the finals, huh?
Yeah, this is straight into finals.
Yeah.
So yesterday was no cut. It was
seeding
just a
round.
straight seeding round, correct.
Okay. And Regina, oh, no, Augustina, where's Regina? Where are we at here? Augustine is up first. The order that we have is somehow not exactly right. Maybe there was a discrepancy in the meters. They had this tie in feet, but maybe we got the order wrong here. So Augustina up first. Regina gets one little bit of extra break. She was the last women's slalom skier on the water, so she's pulling a double duty today.
Yeah, that could be something why they might have Regina going off second. Could be letting her get a little reprieve from the slalom final.
She's a machine, man. We saw her at the King of Darkness. She ended up winning that event, a surprise victory. I think Hannah did not do what she wanted to do. Regina, beasted it out, and she finished second in slalom and first in jump in one day. So she'll be looking to do something like that today. Of course, she'll have to pick it up, but let's get eyes on the water. First jumper, we've got Augustina Varas.
Yeah, all our skiers out here yesterday electing for the double cut. Augustina out here getting wide on her first counter. Take a look as she makes her approach to the ramp.
Just like to see her get on, get a feel for the ramp.
Yeah, good looking jump, kind of leading a little heavier with her left shoulder. You can kind of see her slip out through the base of the ramp. But considering yesterday, she had a pretty gnarly out the front. Took a pass on her last jump. It's good to get over the ramp, land safely on her feet.
Just get a feel for it. Yeah, I feel like it's such an advantage when you take the first one over. You know that you're close to the right spot. I saw what you saw there, a little to the left, and didn't get her full kick that way, but a feel for the ramp, a safe jump, and 2 more to push that distance out.
Yeah, exactly. So getting through on the radio, we got 150 feet on jump number 1. Not her best jump, but again, like we said, nice and safe, ready to go down the lake, get ready for jump number 2. She'll be thinking about her timing. Pretty flat conditions out there, so not really much slowing them down in terms of a headwind. So we'll see where she adjusts her timing on the 6-7.
Yeah, I'd say we have pretty ideal slalom conditions right now. I'm sure these jumpers wouldn't mind if if a little bit of a head breeze just picked up a touch more for some lift, for that little bit of slowdown and rope tension in the turn. But you can't argue. Certainly no tailwind to speak of, and I know all the jumpers are liking the feel of this ramp here at Shortline this weekend. We saw some huge jumps on the men's side yesterday. Hannah with the 183 out in a pretty commanding position, but anything can happen in the finals. All these girls are going to want to pick up their distances over yesterday. Let's see if Augustina takes it a little further down here in the counter cut. I think she's a little closer to that 600.
Yeah, definitely. She brought that cut down probably 4 or 5 feet. Looking to carry just a little wider on the boat here.
I say she is.
Oh, just getting back on her heels.
And we're going to get the boat back to her. She's uprighting herself there. Not looking totally comfortable.
Yeah, her turn, I don't know, let's watch the replay, see what went wrong here. It was a good slow turn, but it just looked like just a little tentative with that out the front yesterday. She was on her heels.
I think she might have been a little late and was leaning into the left shoulder to get to the ramp and then wasn't balanced at the base. And that caught up to her as she came off the top. Skis slipped out. She did bring it down, and that was a late That was a late look.
Yeah, that was late. You can see from the replay there, she's coming off right near the middle of the ramp there. It's leading us to believe that's a late cut.
When she does, looks like she's in some pain. She's got the helmet off. We see wincing on the platform. We're going to have to wait and see if she will take the third and final jump or if she's going to have to pack this one in and live to jump another day. This does not look like a jumper and ready to take their third jump. Luckily, she has a surgeon on the platform with her, so we'd like to see that. And she is pulling that ski off. We hate to see that. Not going to go home with what she wanted to do today. I see physical pain when she goes to move. I don't know if it's ribs or what's going on there, but she's not very comfortable getting on the boat here. We hate to see that in our leadoff jumper of the day.
Yeah, not super sure there. Looks like something maybe on her right side. Just unfortunate. Not really her event there this weekend. Just not a great set yesterday, and to come out today, get a jump, and then jump number 2. Everything back together. We've got our next skier going to be up on the water. It will be Regina Jaquist. While we got a split second here, we'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. We've got Nautique, Dublin Toyota, Good Skis, Babes Boat Products, Syndicate Skis, State Farm with Rich Storley, D3 Skis, Eagle Wetsuits, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros Coffee, and Wilderness Forestry.
Yep, extra shout out to Dutch Bros powering both of your announcers right now. Getting a little extra chatty with the good cold brew cans. It was nice to see those show up in the cooler at the tournament. And now that the skiing's done on the slalom side, I'm enjoying a Dutch Bros cold brew. I encourage anyone else to do the same.
Yeah, the cold brews are a nice touch. They help keep you up, they help you keep you energized, and they really make the announcing go fast. But Regina now up on the water. She also went 158 yesterday. Not sure what the meters were, but good to see Regina out jumping again. You know, she had that nasty knee injury a couple years ago, and she's back out. She's won a jump tournament in recent memory, so she's starting to get back to her form.
Yep, I think we see the knee braced up there. Smart move. Just proactively protecting that knee, and Regina's been doing this a long time. I think there was a day or a point in which she was a bigger threat as an overall skier or a trick skier before she became the most dominant women's slalom skier ever. So she's no stranger to the ramp. And like you said, she won a jump event this year. So she wants to add some pressure to this field. She wants to put something out there that makes some of these top women have to think about what they're doing. And we know she's capable of doing just that.
Yeah, like you said, Regina's been jumping, doing 3-event skiing for a long time, pretty much as long as I can remember watching pro water skiing. So it's great to see her out here still dominating, still doing really good things. She's out here wide on her double cut, and she's out hooking
Oh,
six.
yeah. So this is already further down the lake than we saw Augustina. Let's see if she can take this through the turn-in. That's a nice turn-in, stays high in the water. Looks collected coming into the base, nice off the top.
Yeah, that's a big jump. You could see that she was nice and strong through the base, and she didn't get any slip up. She was powerful through the bottom of the ramp. Watch the replay here. And you just see the drive. She just takes her body and the handle through the ramp really well, and you can see the explosion off the top. She gets a lot of lift there.
Wow, and she has already stepped it up over yesterday on her opening jump. That's a 162, so that puts her in a good position to try to continue to build. When that first jump is already bigger than what you did yesterday, we expect to see some more. It looked comfortable. She can find her marks. She's getting a little bit of coaching, it looks like, from Jack Critchley over there on the shore.
Yeah, like you said, bigger jump than she had yesterday. It's always a good feeling when you go out there as a jumper, get a good jump under you on your first jump, put something further than you did yesterday. It gives you confidence to know that the conditions are nice out and you're able to go down and put something out.
And right now, we're sitting directly across from a couple of flags. It looks like, if anything, there actually is the slightest of tail breeze, so that's not the direction that the jumpers want to see, but it's very minimal, so I don't think it's going to affect them too much in the air or too much in their cuts, but there is movement in the flag. It is a minor tailwind.
Yeah, that wind kicked up just in the recent seconds. It's been pretty flat all day. Can't see much movement in the trees, so I don't think they're going to get much feel in the air. Pretty flat. But Regina out here, jump number 2. Pretty similar turn on her cut there.
Nice and high again in that turn, not sinking in. Looks like she got lift.
Yeah, it was a good-looking jump. Something weird is happening off the ramp. It looks like she's just not getting everything off the top. If you watch the replay here, skis kind of split right off the top. And kind of direction that she's losing some drive through the bottom. But altogether, it's a good-looking jump.
Yeah. So 158, that equals her best jump as of yesterday. Like you said, maybe didn't get everything she could off of the ramp that time. I want to say she was actually a little later coming in, so maybe that took away some of the explosive power off the top. I think what she's looking for on this third jump is the combination of both. Can she get that speed into the base but still stay collected and bring it all off the top in the kick?
Yeah, no, agree. You can kind of back when we were watching the replay, you can kind of see her left ski splay out a bit. It's a little bit sign that she might be not quite flat-footed, but just not getting all the drive and power she could through the ramp. So keep that turn slow and get the drive, get that right ski leading.
Yeah, I've liked both of these turns for the ramp. She's carried nice speed through them. She's not been sinking in. Had a good steady build-up of energy all the way in. Let's see what she can do with jump number 3. I mean, these are 2 solid-looking jumps, but she wants more. 162 is the lead, but that would still, based on yesterday, it'd be the 4th longest jump of the weekend. So she wants to pressure these top 3 skiers, Janina, Sasha, and Hannah. Let's see if she can get it done on jump number 3 right here.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe brought it up. Similar spot, maybe a foot or 2 earlier. Trying to gauge that speed right.
That looked pretty good.
Yeah, another good-looking jump. Maybe kind of a similar effect. It looked like that turn was a little faster. If we watch the replay here, she kind of had her speed and just looked like she maybe was later than she wanted to be. She kind of got under the rope a little too fast and maybe got the pull on her too quick.
Yeah. 159 on that one. So her opening jump of 162 is going to be her long jump. Definitely seemed like she got the most out of the ramp on that first one. That one was a bit more of a line drive, not quite as much float off the top as we saw in jump number 1. But a solid performance, 3 safe jumps. She's in the lead, 162. We will see how that stands. Next skier is going to be Valentina Gonzalez, had a 159 yesterday, so right in the same ballpark. She's going to want to notch that up, see if she can get up and over Regina's 162 here.
Yeah, and also still great skiing from Regina. You got to remember she went out. She took what was it, 4 slalom rides today?
Yeah, this is by no means Regina's first set of the day. I don't know if you want to say she's warmed up or if she might be feeling all of those slalom rides, because she also, in a couple of those head-to-head rounds, continued on when she didn't have to and took some looks at 41. So she's done a lot of skiing today, and of course she's our champion in the women's slalom. So big day for Regina, no matter how it goes in jump.
Yeah. Well, yourself being part of the field today, how much would you say that it actually does take out of you each time you go back out, quick succession for these head-to-head rides?
Well, I think in the moment there's just a lot of adrenaline. I didn't get the chance to keep going out there. Unfortunately, it ended a little too quick for me. I wanted it. When my round was over, I felt like there was a lot more in the tank. I didn't feel like I would have been suffering with fatigue to do more skiing today. I certainly wanted to, but I didn't do 3 sets, so I can't speak exactly to that. And I think when you're in that, when you're focused on getting through that next round, and you have all the adrenaline that comes with it, you're not slowed down. But I think the hard part that I don't have experience with is you come through 3 rounds, you're the champion, but then you can't let down. You can't let that energy drop off and get ready to go into snack mode and, have a drink, have a coffee, cool off. Like Regina had to change gears mentally, and I think she did that very well. She improved on her jump from yesterday, and she put something out there, and now Valentina's going to get a chance to chase it. She's turning on the 6 in a very similar spot to Regina. Let's see how this next phase looks.
Yeah, Vale, very, very good jump skier. Been doing it quite a bit. Yeah, just looking early there on that jump. You could kind of see coming in a little middle of the ramp, electing to pass on jump number 1.
Yeah, let's have another look here. Maybe not far off where she wanted to be, but I agree, a little bit early. Wouldn't have been able to get a steady drive all the way through the ramp there, so better to just take the look, get recollected, gather up her plan for jump number 2.
Yeah, sometimes with that early cut, you start driving a little too much, a little too hard, start overthinking, and it's just easier and smarter to pass and find your spot on the next jump. That's the nice thing with jump. You get 3 looks, you get 3 tries, so you're not down and out after having to pass on jump number 1. All right, so as Vale goes back down the lake, she's going to think about just her timing and overall setup here for jump 2. Think about what she did on jump number 1, why it wasn't there. Try to get something good, a little further than what she did yesterday than the 159.
And it's worth mentioning as well that this event, the California Pro-Am, is also a Masters qualifier event. So the event champion here will have their ticket punched into next year's Masters. They won't have to participate in the qualifier series. So that's something that else is, aside from the prize money, that's on these women's mind. If you can take the top spot here, you're already set for next year's Masters. So that adds extra degree of motivation. Let's see if a little more slowdown to turn the 6 on that one. Valentina kind of pressed into her skis, trying to get that timing sorted out a little bit better for this approach. Nice turn in. Takes that one. Nice kick off the top. Looks good in the air. Lands clean. Sticks it.
Yeah, it was a good-looking jump. Still just looking a little earlier than I think she wants to be, kind of hitting the middle of the ramp. Good float, though. Good press out over her skis. Kind of looking similar in that hole, the 157, 158 range. Wait for the score.
Yeah, so a 160. So that's going to put her in the second position right now, 2 feet behind Regina. So she's in striking range here. She felt what 160 feels like. She wants to see if she can just, I mean, I'm sure she'd like to add more and not just get over Regina, but look to put a little pressure on these women coming up. Yesterday, Janina had a 168. You know, if she can make something happen here to get another 10 feet out of this next one, then, you know, she's really putting herself in contention for somewhere in the top 3. But 10 feet's a big distance. You know, there does look like there's more available to her there. That was a good, safe jump. All the mechanics were just right. But I see what you're seeing. She may be able to bring it down the leg just a little bit more, live on the edge, find that right bottom corner and drive through the top left. She's a little bit centered at the moment.
Yeah, like you were saying, finding the right corner. There is a very fine line with jump, you know, between where you want to be, and it's a game of flirting with inches. So.
Yeah, and the stakes are high, like we've seen. You're never far away from the line between a great jump and an injury can get quite thin.
But here we go, Valentina. This is jump
A little
number
more
3.
speed right here, I'd say. This might be the setup that she's looking for. That's a nice kick.
Yeah, I like the extension off the top.
She's not happy with it, though. I didn't see that second float, that extra air time that you sometimes see. She got a hold of the ramp well.
Yeah, you can kind of see. Still just not quite finding the corner of the ramp, but nonetheless, further jump, 166 feet, puts her in the lead for the day.
Let's clarify that. Was that 166 or 156? Was that 156 or 166?
Sorry, I stand corrected. That was 156.
Yeah, so she's going to come up 2 feet short of Regina's. She's going to be in the second position for right now. Highest jump being 160, so an improvement on yesterday, but not enough to overtake the current leader, Regina's 162. And I think she had a sense of that. You saw when she landed, it was a good, clean jump, but she kind of dropped her head back, looked up to the sky as if to say, I know I didn't have exactly what I needed there.
Yeah, well, the stage is set. We've got 3 podium spots. We've got 3 jumpers left. Each of these jumpers had big jumps yesterday, and they're all capable of jumps up in the 170s plus range. So I believe our next skier should be Janina, put it at 168 yesterday. Very capable jumper. I've seen her go up in the 70s. Kind of seems like the wind is calmed back down, not really seeing any movement from the flag, so pretty flat water.
And our next jumper, Janina Bonneman Meckler, I feel like her best event is overall. She doesn't have a weak event. She was in the slalom head-to-head finals earlier, so this is not her first set of the day either. She's already been out there in slalom. She's an amazing trick skier, has won a pro trick event, has that to her name, and is certainly going to be one of the top contenders this year in the World Championship. She'll be representing Germany, looking to take an overall crown.
Hey, real quickly, guys, everyone down the shore, would we please be able to get anyone and everyone out of the water, please? Everyone down the shore, let's get people out of the water. Thank you very much. And sorry, Corey, right back to what you were saying. Janina, very strong competitor, make look a splash in the Worlds this year.
Absolutely. I know last in 2021, she really had her eyes set on the overall gold. Didn't come together in all 3 events, which is the brutal part of being an overall skier. I think maybe her strongest event being trick. That's where she didn't get everything she wanted, but you know, she's back at it. She's been training hard. She's in peak form in all 3. Let's see what she can get done on the ramp here on jump number 1. That's a pretty jump.
Yeah, good looking jump. Just not quite looking like she's get the extension. Maybe a little bit of an upper body crush. You see her kind of shaking her hand out there as she lands. Kind of a typical jumper sign. We'll watch the replay. Yeah, you can kind of see her chest drop forward through the base of the ramp there. Not really the best feeling, but
So a 156, 156. That's not enough to even move her just yet into even second position. It has her in third, but it's an opening jump. She's going to get a chance to feel it. It looked like as she was coming into the base of the ramp, she was leaning a little heavy into the left side of her body. It wasn't all in alignment as she loaded into that sling, and I think that's why she felt a little separated, didn't get everything she could out of the ramp and through the air.
yeah, as you mentioned, looked like she just a little left shoulder heavy. You mentioned the jump sling, and jumpers, they wear the sling. It helps reduce the load through their body, be able to take a little more direction and strength through the ramp. Jumps, there's a lot of load, a lot of force on your body, and the sling just helps keep your body together, helps keep your arms in, so you can get all the power and drive you can through the ramp.
Yeah, I can't speak from experience. I've never jumped with a sling, but I endeavor to someday. My plan is to begin my jump career when I retire from pro slalom. So I'll be taking up jumping at the age of 40, and I might get a sling, give it a whirl. Let's see what Janina can do here.
Yeah, she's brought it down here on jump number 2. Looks like she brought it down 3-4 feet. Nice and wide on the boat. Good slow turn.
Ooh.
Yeah, and just kind of back on her heels. You can see her skis slipping out from under her as she comes off.
Yeah, she doesn't like that. You kind of see again a little nod of disapproval from the skier. She wasn't getting everything she wanted on that. Maybe a little fast on the turn in, and then she couldn't get drive from that point. She kind of had to delay her full drive and acceleration into the base, ended up a little bit back on the skis, and we saw that in the air. Didn't get that kick and that lift.
Yeah, like you said, maybe a little fast to the turn, and when you have a fast turn like that, it ends up hard getting the speed you need into the base of the ramp because you've started to do too much work too soon. You want to have your strongest pull be right through the wake to the ramp just so you can get that nice lift and float off the top. But 151 there, jump number 2, still not a respectable jump, but not what she's looking for. She's going to be looking for something closer up to that 170 range again. She's going to need to go further than 162. That's what Regina Jaquist has right now, leading our pack.
Well, this is where having 3 jumps comes into play. She's felt a couple different things here. That time she tried to bring it down later. That seemed to make her rush the turn in. But it's going to be a matter here. She's had 2 chances to find that timing. If she can get that timing sorted, I think her body will be a little bit more collected behind the handle, and she really is going to need to take the full power of the boat through the cut, through the ramp. Let's see if she can get it all on this one.
Yeah, pretty similar spot for her counter here. Still hooking the 6, a couple feet past it. Cutting away, edging away from the ramp.
I liked that drive into the wakes and into the ramp better that time. I think that's going to be a longer jump. Will it be enough is the question.
Yeah, I agree. You mentioned something about a second float earlier. That one got our first little look of getting up there into the sky a little more. Let's watch the replay. Kind of a loose line into return, but...
Oh, and a 163 takes the lead by 1 foot. So that guarantees her at least a 3rd place finish. But based on the jumps yesterday by Sasha Danishevskaya and Hannah Strautsova, it may not be enough to apply a lot of pressure to them. We will see what they do.
Yeah, of course, having a jump that puts you on the podium, it's always a good feeling. But knowing that you left some out there not quite able to get the jump you had yesterday, not always the best, but still great skiing there from Janina, 163. Puts her in at worst third place on the podium. We've got Sasha out now, making her way, waving to the crowd.
She's getting the crowd behind her, lots of waving, trying to get pumped up. I feel like that's a thing for jumpers. She's waving at us, we're waving back. I feel, as a jumper out there, when adrenaline's a big part of this and eyes are on you, you can use that to your advantage and try to take some of that energy that the crowd's giving you, use that to fuel that attack of the ramp. This is no event to come in tippy-toeing around and defensive. You've got to really want it, and I think that's kind of a confidence move, waving at the crowd, saying, hey, look over here. I'm about to go give you guys a show. Yeah,
like you said, jump is a game of adrenaline. There's no hold back in jump. It's all go, and anything you can do to get your mind right, get yourself pumped up and amped is going to ultimately just help you when you come in. But we got Sasha. This is jump number 1.
Right over that 600 buoy on the cut, so a slightly different place than the last couple of jumpers that we've seen, but really it's a matter of how that translates through this turn, and that looks nice. Good tension, and that's a nice looking opener.
Yeah, that might be our best opening jump that we've seen today. She got up wide on the boat. Like you said, she split the 6 there a little earlier than some of our other competitors have been, but just getting a nice strong connection off the ramp. We wait for the distance. Watching the replay here. Yeah, and there we go. Best opening jump and our best jump of the day. We got a 167-foot jump on jump number 1.
And only 4 feet shy of her best jump yesterday, so that puts her in a good position to try to build. Nothing about that. She was not at her max. She's waving to the crowd again. She wants everyone behind her. Let's make sure we get behind her as she comes back down the lake. If anyone's there as she's making that counter cut up against the shore here, give her a little bit of a scream. Let her know that you're watching, and she's going to take that as fuel into the ramp. I know just watching, my heart rate is going up a little bit. It could be the Dutch Bros cold brew that's doing it to me, but I'm starting to feel a little bit more adrenaline and excitement myself here as we get to these top 2 women's jumpers.
Yeah, so now Sasha, with that jump, she's got something on the board. She knows what she needs to do to go further. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw her bring it down just a little bit here on the 6. She's got 167 on jump 1. She knows she needs more. Hannah went 183 yesterday.
There she is. She's around the 600 buoy. That buoy is 600 meters from the ramp, so she's 600 feet from the ramp. Can she bring all this? Ooh.
Yeah, and probably a smart pass there. You can see she looked late. She looked in a good spot, but as she came across the wake there, she just got tossed, kind of threw to the inside, got her skis all whacked. So electing to pass on jump number 2.
As compared to the first jump, the thing that set her apart, why I think that first jump was our best of the day, I thought she really had nice line tension from the boat through that turn, and it wasn't rushed, but she began achieving acceleration immediately. That one, to me, looked a little bit looser. She brought it down a little further, trying to get more speed into the ramp, but then maybe just a little bit too late.
Yeah, that turn and jump is all about tension. If you start to have a loose line when you make your turn, you're just telling the boat to go hard as soon as you hook up, and it's going to start going on you a little too much, and you're going to get pulled up, kind of like she did there. You can kind of relate the jump turn back to a gate and slalom. You want to keep your line tension. You want to edge out as you're getting ready to make your turn.
She's waving again here. She wants that crowd behind her. She's waving to all of us. We want to see it. She knows she's got one more shot here. Worst she can do is second place. She's holding the lead with 1 skier to go. But with Hannah on the dock and a jump of 183 yesterday, she knows she has to put more out there.
Yeah, so on jump 2, we saw her bring it down as opposed to jump number 1. had a little bit of a loose line in her turn. See if she brings that spot up just a couple feet, maybe try to keep that rope tension.
A little tighter on the 6, maybe. Still further down the lake than her first jump, but maybe not quite as far as the second. Let's see if this is the sweet spot. Nice turn in there. Good line tension. Looks good and collected into the base. That's a nice jump.
Yeah, that was a great looking jump. She had good tension, good pull through the base.
I'm going to say she broke 170 on that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna think that one's right in that range, right about 169, 170.
Well, I was a little off there, 166. So doesn't improve on the first jump. The 167 is going to be the one that holds. That's the lead with 1 to go. It comes down to what can Hannah do here.
Yeah, you know, as we were watching the replay there, that jump, to me, it looked better. It looked like she was in a better spot a little later, just not getting everything off the ramp. Maybe just not quite as much speed. But regardless, 167, it's a great jump. Puts a good amount of pressure on Hannah. It's no walk in the park. You know, jump, you're going all at it. So she's got to go hard and put something out there.
We've mentioned the wind. Right now we're looking at pretty much a lull. Almost nothing going on with these flags. They're just kind of draped.
All right, well, Hannah has been far here. She's got the far jump of the weekend for the girls. She's found her spot pretty well yesterday. Let's see if she can't replicate something like that. She needs to go further 167. Didn't quite get the meters on it, but she did it yesterday. Let's see if she can't replicate it.
Yeah, well, with the commanding lead that she took out of yesterday's preliminary round, there's Jay Bennett, her coach, on the side. He's going to be watching this closely, ready to give her any feedback. I think Jay will be hoping for, and Hannah will be hoping for, kind of a classic Freddy Krueger move in this situation. Maybe just seal the deal on the first jump, and then we will just see if she wants to continue for our sake as spectators or if she will just want to take the win and come in. But that requires a lot of things going well right here. Let's see what she does on this 600-meter buoy. Right to the inside of it, but a very strong cut going across. So she's got plenty of speed here as she approaches the turn-in. Nice line tension there. Brings it through the base nicely and a good kick. Oh, I'm going to say that this may be taking the cake on jump number 1.
Yeah, like you said, that might have been in Freddy Krueger-esque style, one and done. That jump, she was late. She had a lot of rope, and she got up. You could see the extra float that she had compared to everyone else. Let's wait for the distance, but watching the replay here.
182, and right there, that is your champion. 182. Will she continue to jump? Is she chasing a record? Is she chasing a PB? This is a record round. I mean, she could take that as a jump to build with. She, I'm sure, wouldn't mind being the second female jumper to ever go 200. There's still a gulf between 182 and 200, but that was such a solid jump. You know, let's see what she wants to do to build on it. She's getting the numbers from the boat. She knows that she has it. Let's see what she decides to do as they come around the island.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Hannah elected to take the next couple jumps. Conditions are looking good out here. You can see the flag starting to turn the right way. We're getting a little bit of a headwind kicking up. Pretty much flat, but still just a breath of something helps.
Okay, well, look, she's going to take the jump here. She's feeling good. She likes everything that's going on. She wants to get a bigger jump. She's around the 600 this time. I tell you what, from this turn last time, it was commanding. She got so much more edge and drive right there than any of the jumpers that we saw, and that's another one that would be a winning jump. I don't know if it's further than the first one, but I think it's, again, further than the rest of the field. Let's see what we get as far as a readout.
Yeah, I agree. That was another big jump. You could see it. She's really far up on the boat when she makes her turn. That was late. Doesn't look like she quite got everything through the ramp. Kind of slipped out a little bit, banked to the inside. Got 177 on the radio we're hearing coming through.
Yep.
Not quite as far.
Jay Bennett giving her some instruction over there. He wants to see something more. She's going to take that third jump, see if she can boost out a bigger lead over the field. I don't know what Hannah's PB is, but I don't know if she's been to 190. Maybe that's the new mark that she's hunting down here. I'm sure she has in practice.
Yeah, I've seen Hannah. I want to say she's been close. I know I've seen 187, 188, somewhere in that range. 189 I'm hearing coming through as her best jump.
So, yeah, 190, that would be huge, and it doesn't seem out of reach here with a 182 opener. I mean, 8 feet at this level is huge, but everything looked comfortable on that first jump. There's nothing to say she couldn't find some magic to find that other 8 feet.
Yeah, and, as we saw yesterday, the conditions are nice out here. Ramp's feeling good. There's been some big jumps. See if Hannah can't put something down here.
All right, looking strong. She's up on the boat nicely, high through the turn-in, good line tension. And that's nice off the top of the ramp.
Yeah, I don't know. That might have been further. Kind of similar hole. Might be 182, 3, somewhere in that range again.
I don't know that she had anything more going into the ramp that time, but she looked very well collected on the ramp and coming off the top. She got full kick. Did she have the speed in that she needed to go further is my question. Wow. She did. She had more. She got 188, 1 foot short of her PB. And gosh, it looks to me like she's not far from setting a new bar. I mean, that was a very well-organized jump. She's going to be hitting 190, in one of these next competitions. An amazing victory for Hannah. Congratulations, the 2023 California Pro-Am Ladies Jump Champion. And with that, we are going to have a bit of a crew change, and we'll be moving right into our men's event. Again, big congratulations to Hannah Strautsova.
All right, well, we switched between men and women here. We'd just like to give a big shout out to Greg and Debbie, holding this event, 21st year here. Not quite at 21st at Shortline, but the 21st year doing the event. Couldn't do it without all of the sponsors. Again, we got Nautique, Dublin Toyota, Good, Babes Boat Products, Syndicate, State Farm with Rich Storley, D3 Skis, Eagle Wetsuits, Masterline, Zero Off, Dutch Bros, and Wilderness Forestry. Don't forget to go check out the California Ski Barn. Paul Crawford's down there selling some stuff. All the officials out here doing a great job. Couldn't run the event without them. And, of course, a big shout-out to our guy behind the scenes. We got Kelvin Kelm out here doing the webcast, doing a great job with that. Been helping with the filming of that, and he's done a great job. If I'm not mistaken, our first men's jumper out will be at 5.5. It should be Blaze Grubbs, another one of those local guys skiing over at Belacqua Lake 3. Blaze still young; he's only 19. Another one of those pilots, water skier combos. But Blaze has been doing some good things on skis, big jumps. Still going under the max speed for the men, 34 mile an hour. But been seeing him make some big jumps.
Yeah, and Blaze was out here in the slalom event as well. Like you said, only 19 years of age, and Blaze is another fantastic 3-event skier. He's really, a great overall champion. And at the age of 19, he can continue to push in all 3 of these events and start finding his way to the top. So he's going to want to come out here in the jump event, do something like what Nick Parsons did yesterday, be the first off the dock and put up a really impressive score, start making everyone realize that they need to wake up and get into high gear. Very capable of doing it. Knows this California water. I believe he trains on a nautique at home over at Belle Aqua, just down the road. And he's got family support right here. Always nice to have your home crowd rooting for you. Again, in jump, having that support from the sidelines makes a difference. So Blaze is going to want to go out there and make his crowd, give them a reason to get on their feet and get excited. And let's see what he's got here as we kick off the men's jump event.
Yeah, like you said, Blaze got family here, mom and dad, sister here. Yenna, she skied in the amateurs division on Friday, took home the 3rd place. Good consistent skiing out of her. We saw Blaze put out a 184 yesterday. That's only a foot behind his personal best. So, a lot of good jumps recently from Blaze. Maybe see him put something out further than that 185 he did a couple years back.
Yeah, when you're at that point, clearly you're on the hunt for 200. He's just climbing his way up there, and he's going to be one of those very few skiers to be able to both run 39 off and jump over 200 feet. That's a very elite crowd, and Blaze is well on his way to doing both of those things. We see a little bit of a kind of an edge out right before the turn in to get his line tension. Looks really nice and clean off the top. Good kick right there. I don't know that late edge out move is exactly what he wants. He probably wants to be just carrying speed into his line tension, but sometimes you do that. Like you said, there's an analogy between the slalom gate turn in and this gate cut to the ramp. And sometimes you have to do that edge out in slalom just to get the full swing of the line. And so a 185, already an improvement over his best jump from yesterday. So that's a good place to be starting out.
Yeah, and that 185 actually does indeed tie his personal best. So good first opening jump. I believe Blaze went 184 on his opening jump yesterday. So big first jumps for Blaze.
For all those that are on site listening, men's and women's slalom podium and men's and women's jump podium finishers, awards are going to be handed out at the jump starting dock immediately following this jump event. So podium and awards giving will be right at the conclusion of men's jump. As the guys get dry, we are going to get that podium fired up and hand out the checks. So make sure you're hanging around and make your way over to the far side of the lake for that. So we saw Blaze on jump number 1. He turned just in front of the 600 buoy. Let's see if he takes the same place right here. Let's see if he wants to bring it down. That was a PB tie. And he's actually maybe a touch earlier here, but that doesn't say everything. That just lets him know where he's at. Let's see what kind of speed he carries in this turn-in.
Yeah, strong edge away from the rope there. Keep the tension. Yeah, and there it is, right on the corner. That was a big jump from Blaze.
I feel like that left hand had to release a little sooner off the top, so I'm not sure if he got the full power of the boat into his glide. You saw that left hand come off right off the top there. That's what I like to do, but that's why I'm not a jumper out here.
Yeah, that left hand off the top, that's just a sign that he was maybe a little later than he wanted to be, not quite getting the full pull off the top of the ramp. That left hand comes off early, you just start to lose just a little bit of that tension in the rope in the air.
But I think we heard 184 from the boat, so 1 foot shy of his PB, equal to his best distance from yesterday. All those things tell me that with a jump number 3 here, he can put something together and push over the 190 barrier if he really gets everything he wants in this cut and off the ramp. He's looking solid, and even with the jump, he was kind of shaking his head there, and he's 1 foot behind his PB. So if he can find the sweet spot I think we're looking at new territory for Blaze.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Blaze can find himself in a similar spot as that jump number 2, but keep that ramp work the same as jump 1 and get off the ramp a little better. I think we could definitely see something up near that 190 mark.
All right, let's watch this spacing here on the 600. He's been just in front of it both times. This time, yeah, maybe pretty similar to where he was before. This edge out, he looks a little more composed here. He's not edging away so hard. He's keeping the tension, but he's a little more over top of the skis. This looks better to me so far. And that looks good off the top. He doesn't seem excited. He seems a little browbeaten as he lands, but I didn't see anything wrong.
Yeah, when we watch the replay here, he just slipped out just a little bit here. You see his skis, he kind of got a little shoulder heavy. Don't think it's going to be quite as far, but, 3 big jumps there from Blaze.
185. So equals his best jump, equals his PB. Nothing to shake a stick at here, Blaze, and super consistent. We love to see that in the jump event. I mean, when you're right at your PB level, 3 jumps in a row, that level of consistency shows you're ready to break through to the next barrier, and Blaze is. We're going to see plenty more of him in the weeks to come and in the years to come.
Yeah, I think that was the spot Blaze wanted to be. I think if he can get that one together and just get off the ramp clean, that's right up near that 190 mark. And, Blaze still only being 19, a lot of jumping to come. Gonna start pushing up big jumps. And, again, like I said, he's still under the max speed, so we'll see a lot of good things from Blaze. Blaze also bouncing back and forth with the collegiate skiing. He goes to Arizona State. So we'll see him at some point in the fall this year jumping. I got a little break here, getting the ramp put up to 6 foot. I believe our first jumper, if I had to guess, is probably going to be Rodrigo Miranda. He went 2:08 yesterday. Yep, and like we thought, Rodrigo Miranda will be coming out, our first 6-foot jumper of the day, representing Chile. He jumped 2:08 yesterday. Good to see Rodrigo out here still jumping far. Been battling the injury bug here and there, but back out on his skis today. See if he can't put a big jump out.
They have the wheels well greased here at Short Line Lake. That was a very quick transition to a 6-foot ramp. Didn't lose any time. And I'd say we're seeing Igor off a little earlier than we'd expect. Oh, this is Rodrigo. Okay, again, we must have had a tie, and then the meters are not the way our sheet here expected, or made us expect. So Toti Miranda, one of the most exciting jumpers you're going to watch today. He's plenty early at the 600, but his typical style, he tends to get in a little bit deeper here in the turn and shuts down some speed, but then he's nice and high here. This is a nice looking jump, and he's got a lot off the top of that ramp.
Yeah, that was late. He was right on the right corner there. Just a little bit back on his feet, but still our biggest men's jump of the day, also the biggest jump of the day.
That's why Toti's so exciting to watch, because he rides that line, that narrow edge of being late but carrying tons of speed. And he got a hold of that off the ramp. A little slip out. But we're getting... Okay, 2:07. They told us in meters first. I didn't know what it meant. But 2:07 in feet. So that's the new lead. And so he had plenty of speed there coming to the ramp. He was late. We saw that little bit of crush but still got very collected as he came off the top. I mean, he was clean through the air. I think we're going to try to see if he can take that late approach and then carry all that speed through with a good, strong structure through his body. But he can poke one out there. I've seen him win a jump event with Freddie Krueger in the field, and he's not playing for second out here. He takes everything he has every time, and it's either a big jump typically or a pass.
Yeah, and like you said, Rodrigo, he flirts with the corner. You always hear jumpers talk about 1 to 3 feet. They like to live in that 1 to 3 feet from the right corner. Rodrigo definitely living on that 1 foot side. But as he comes in for jump number 2, see if he brings it down just a little bit.
Maybe a little bit, but he's still well shy of the 6, but he's relying a lot on this counter cut into his turn in, and he's late again. That's a big turn in, and he has to let that go. He is late.
Yeah, smart pass there. Definitely late. Rodrigo built like a jumper. He's big, strong guy. I think he liked his spot there. Maybe a little later than he wanted to be. Got a hard turn. Look at some coaching from the doc. See if he can't put something together on jump number 3.
Yeah, even that first jump wasn't let's take a look at the ramp, get a feel for it. It was a full commit. So he wants to be somewhere in that same territory, but to get all of that power through the ramp. 2 looks at it now. I mean, we're talking about one of our most experienced jumpers in the field right here. So he's been in this situation many times before. Down to the 3rd jump, looking to put out a score that's going to challenge the rest of the field. I mean, you're going to have to be in the 120s to apply some pressure at least. I mean, yesterday we had 3 jumpers over the 130 mark. We've certainly seen Rodrigo in the 120s before. So that's where he's going to look to be right here.
Yeah, I don't 100% remember the last time we saw 3 jumpers go over 230 in a prelim round to set up. But altogether, a lot of big jumps yesterday. Nothing really under 200 except for Blaze. A lot in the low 20s. Rodrigo's been over 220 before. Not sure if he's been 230, but more than capable of putting something up near 225.
And of course, for Blaze, he's electing to still go on the 5.5 foot ramp, so he will make that transition at some point. And that 6 foot ramp's going to immediately add some distance to his jumps. But he's got a lot of years to go. I think he's smart to take his time getting there. This is going to be an all or nothing. This is not going to be let's try to improve by 2 feet. This is going to be let's try to win this event with a 3rd jump. He's strong through the ramp. Oh, little heel heavy. Tries to get back over it. But I'm not sure he translated all the speed in that cut to the ramp through the ramp itself.
Yeah, just a bit of a full body crush there.
Ski slip. So that's a 200-foot jump. We saw the crush, the ski slip out a little bit, but that's Rodrigo's style. It's going to be all or nothing. He was putting himself in a position for the big jump, just couldn't keep everything going through the ramp on that one. Holding the lead for the moment with a 207.
Yeah, so now the stage is set. The jumpers know what they need to do. Granted, there's a lot of jumpers left, but 207, they know they're going to need to go further than that. And with the scores we saw yesterday, they know that they're going to need to put a big jump out. Looks like we should have Igor Morozov as our next jumper. I think Igor put up 213 yesterday. So Igor, not really the prototypical jumper build. He's a really big guy. A little hard to get that full drive and extension off the top when you're that size, but makes it work with his own unique style. Seen some big jumps out of Igor.
Well, when you're tall with long legs like that, your legs are a big lever. So if he can catch hold and get that extension, get that kick, then he can really boot something. Like you said, harder to do. I think people always think slalom skiers, the taller you are, the easier it is, and there's something to that, but also you're a little bit more top-heavy and you can tip. So there are always pros and cons to both. But, I mean, we've seen Igor, I believe, in Malaysia in the 2019 World Championships. I think he took home a silver medal. He was, at least, I believe he's on the podium for sure. So he knows how to get to the top of this field, and he's a Malibu Open champion also. So he knows what it takes to get to the top of the podium. So he's out a little early, but that means he can put something out here that gets the rest of the field really woken up. Let's see what he does.
And you can see that with Igor's spot at the 6. He's a little earlier than everyone else, but with that size, he's going to take a little more speed through his countercut. Good slow turn.
Oh, late. He was very composed. He wasn't showing signs of being late. He stuck to his game plan with a nice slow turn in, bringing the speed through, but he was headed mainly at that side curtain. He had to turn loose of it and take that as just a look at the ramp, hop over the corner, and recalibrate for jump number 2.
Yeah, and that hop in the corner there, that's a sign that a jumper's really in tune with what he's doing. You know, he sees a jump in late, knows whether or not he wants to take it. You know, you hear this a lot. I've heard from a lot of jumpers, myself included. You know, you almost know from your turn whether or not you're going to pass. And to be able to have the confidence to take it in, see it in late after the second ramp and still be able to hop the corner. Impressive stuff to see. But Igor passed on jump 1. He'll make adjustments as he needs, and he will try to put something big out on jump number 2. All right, well, Igor's back up, cutting out here wide for his double cut. We'll see him cut somewhere about 650 for his turn.
Just an impression. I seem to like the looks of that counter cut a little bit better. He just looked a bit more collected. This is a nice turn, a little more, oh no.
Yeah, and a pass on jump too. You kind of see he got that handle up high, kind of a sign he was a little faster than he wants to be, had to rush his turn.
Well, this builds the drama. He's left it all to jump number 3. I know it's a lot more comfortable when you have a score on the board here. He's taken aggressive looks. He's been late both times. He does not. He's not playing for the safe jump. But now he leaves it all to the third and final jump. The pressure's on for Igor.
Yeah, it's a tough feeling knowing that you've got 2 passes. You've basically given yourself up, and you need to take jump number 3, or else you don't have a score. So Igor needing to make some adjustments here. He's got 2 passes, needs a jump on jump number 3.
As he goes down the lake there, he's got the rope between his legs, trying to relax the arms. He's just swinging them, shaking them. I think I like to see that. Like that means mentally he's staying loose, not letting the tension get to him too much. You know, Igor is a seasoned professional. This is not the first time he's faced a situation where it all comes down to jump number 3. This is what the training and the practice is for. He wants a taste of that sweet-looking ramp surface here at Short Line Lake. He's hungry for it. Let's see what he can do on this third and final attempt. And he's going a little earlier. It seems like that's what he's needed. Open up that look for himself right here. Nice turn in. This time he can bring it through. Oh, no. Really gets a slip. Loses the left hand on the ramp. That's not what he wanted at all. He's throwing the head back in disappointment.
Yeah, that was really flirting with it right there. You can see right here on the replay, Igor getting really pressed forward off the top. And that's the struggles with passing up on your first two. You know you've got to take jump number 3. You get late, and you've got to take it.
187 sneaks in over Blaze, but not the jump that Igor was looking to put in his pocket for today. And he's going to have to wait for the Mastercraft Pro, the next event, to get some redemption for that one. Luckily, that's only 2 weeks away. I know the jumpers have been hungry for some events, and at least they got a couple in succession here. So with that, we still, based on the scores we saw yesterday, we got big action to come. Our next jumper is going to be Emil Ritter, put out a 215 yesterday. So kind of just shy of that 220s pack. Emil's somebody that I really don't know personally very well, but I feel like I really root for him. He's here with his family. He's a father and a husband, and he's super duper fit. We saw him on camera walking around the banks earlier. He's ripped, and I've seen him get ready for his jump sets. He goes through a nice little yoga flow, try to get the mind and body coordinated and all ready. Of course, that's what it takes here, whatever the event is, slalom, trick, or jump. You need your mind and body on 100% and working together. And Emil's looking to come out of the middle of the pack here and make himself known. Slapping those skis to the water, get himself pumped up.
Like you were saying, Emil, 215 yesterday. Not sure what Emil's best jump is, but I know I've seen him go over 220. I know conditions are looking good. Got the flags whipping in the right direction. Emil be looking to put out something closer into that mid-120s range, kind of put some pressure on the later guys in the pack.
Yeah, I'm just disclosing my bias here as a father. I feel like it's a tricky balance to be a dad, a husband, and a pro skier all at the same time. So extra points for Emil in my book for balancing and juggling all of those things. So I'm rooting for him to find his dad's strength out there. Sometimes you have to call upon that. And, we're playing a game of inches, centimeters, and I'm rooting for Emil to get the most out of those centimeters right here. Looks strong and focused. I like that turn in. Very connected with the boat and a very nice kick off the top.
Yeah, that was a big looking jump. I liked Emil's turn there. He kept everything slow, didn't really panic in the turn, and could put a safe jump out for jump number 1. It's a score in the books. I'm not sure how far it is yet, but he can build off that.
Yeah, a little different strategy than we saw with our last two jumpers. Both Toti and Igor, they were going hard. They were going late right from jump number 1. And so this is a 213. This is where I think he's just taking the lead. 2 feet shy of his best jump yesterday. And I like this strategy. Get that jump number 1 under your belt. Score on the board. He's taking the lead. He's had a feel for the ramp. He got a look. He knows that he's close to where he wants to be. And now it's just a matter of making those fine-tuning adjustments. He wants to find up to another 10 feet, I would say. That's no easy bargain. But that's where jump number 2, all right, he's looking for 5 more feet. Can he achieve that? And then jump number 3, look for another 5. I feel like that gives you confidence as you approach the second and third jump to have a solid one under the belt.
Yeah, and it looked like Emil had plenty of room there. No freak out there on jump number 1. Got plenty of space to bring it down and see if he can't put up something in the 120 or the 220s. Like you said, Emil, a very strong competitor. Been jumping for quite a while now. We'll see what he does on jump 2. I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it down a few feet.
I feel like he could get a little more if he gets that nice calm turn in, but then if he can dig a little bit more, he still looks, he's riding the skis nice and gracefully, but He's fairly upright and light, I would say, as if you compare him to someone like a Ryan Dodd, who's just deep in it, crushing through the wakes, or Freddie Krueger, who drops in deep and gets that little jump over the wake. He's more upright. He's riding speed. It's very clean.
Yeah, you can kind of see he had a little bit of a slip out there, a little bit of a crush on the ramp, kind of pulled out of his press, knew it wasn't going to be as far.
So it's a 205, a clean jump, gives him another taste for things. I think it's going to make him hungry, though, to push for something a little bit bigger than that first jump gave. To go back to that slalom analogy, it's why we have the opening passes and those 32, 35 off gates. They don't have to be totally perfect. You're still going to feel okay at the one ball, but as you get to the 39, 41 gates, everything needs to be falling right into place. Emil came out with a very strong look on the first one, but it's almost like he kind of drifted back into a comfort zone on the second one. Let's see here if he can find the equivalent of a really good 41 off gate, to use slalom terminology. That's going to be the difference here, just that extra intensity, get that full power of the boat, get a little bit more drive and speed into the base, because he's a strong skier. He can take that through the ramp.
Yeah, so with Emil, he gets that right ski up right out of his turn there on his first counter. Just create the least amount of drag he can so he can get wide.
Oh, that's another pretty jump. No slippage on that one. He was very, very good ramp work. I think the question is it enough into the ramp? It's a clean turn in. I mean, as a technician, these are the things that you want.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would think that one might be a little further. You know, he was late. He was strong off the top. And there you go, 219 feet. It is his furthest jump of the weekend. It is also the lead jump for the day. You can just see there, getting that extra bit of float there.
And as Emil comes into the dock, we see the Nightmare himself warming up on the other side, getting a little jog in. He's got his pre-ski ritual that he does every time, getting himself warmed up for what's about to happen. For those who have not watched the Waterski documentary that's out there as of lately, I would encourage everyone to look that up on YouTube. Freddie Krueger has some great insight just in terms of his approach, his mental approach, his professionalism, and how he takes on this jump event and how he's been able to last so many years and stay at the top. They cover slalom, trick, and jump. If you're a Waterski fan, you need to check out that documentary. Tee that up next as you wind down your Sunday evening, maybe. If you haven't had enough water skiing through the weekend with us, cap it off with the Waterski Broadcasting Company's documentary.
Yeah, I've seen that film myself a couple of times. It's a good film out there.
It'll get you pumped up for your next set.
Oh, yeah, big time. But our next guy on the water, we've got Mr. Pink himself. It looks like we've got Taylor Garcia. He's got those custom pink D3 jump skis.
I saw him carrying them around on the practice dock the other day. Those are long skis. They must be 92s. That's a big stick.
Yeah, they're at least 92s. I wouldn't even be shocked if they're 94s. You know, Taylor's another one of those bigger competitors. The jump ski lengths all vary based on size, but longer skis, more float.
Yeah, maybe a little softer on the landing.
I believe, what did Taylor go? Taylor went 222 yesterday. Not his farthest jump, but still respectable. I know he's got more in the tank. He's one of those guys that's been over 230 before. And if yesterday's anything to tell, it's going to take something over 230 to take the win here today. But here we go. Taylor's coming in, jump one.
Very nice turn. Drops deep. There's that edge into the wakes and off the top. That is a nice-looking jump. That could be the new lead.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. That might be the furthest opening jump that we've seen. It was a good slow turn. You can really see him get low and drive right from the turn there. Just explodes off the top.
Yeah, nice ramp work, nice through the air. And that's 219, so we're going to be a matter of meters between Taylor's opener and Emil Ritter's furthest jump. Taylor, of course, is going to look to improve upon that jump number 1. It may not have to go to meters, but at the moment we're at a tie in feet for the lead.
Yeah, you know, Taylor with a good strong jump there. 219 on jump 1 is great jump. Taylor knows he needs more. He knows it's going to take more today to take the win. But he's got his eyes set on the ramp. He knows what he's got to do. He's seen it now. So I wouldn't be shocked Taylor bring it down a little bit. Maybe keep that turn slow. It looked like he sank into his cut just a little early.
And aside from being a professional men's jumper, I know Taylor's also been working his way through law school, so he's been hitting the books as well as the ramp, pulling a double duty here. So I'm sure he's enjoying a little time off at the moment. I'm sure he prefers being on the lake rather than in the library. Let's see what he can get out of jump number 2. The calm right there, and then the storm right here as he comes into the ramp. Skis spread a little bit. I'm not sure if that made him lose something there on the ramp. He's still clean through the air, clean in the landing.
Yeah, maybe lost a little bit on the ramp. That was another big jump. That might be further than that 219. You still see he got a lot of float, but it was a bit of a line drive. He had the speed there. He just didn't quite have the ramp work. Myself watching the replay, I just noticed yesterday Taylor jumped in the speed suit. Today he's just going in the jumpsuit. Maybe a strategic move there.
121, so within 1 feet of yesterday's, and he's claimed the top spot over Emil Ritter as it stands right now.
Yeah, so like we saw, that jump was farther, 221, kind of a line drive, bit of a crush. If he can put the ramp work together from that first jump with the speed of that second jump, we might see something big.
Yeah, so at a minimum, he can do no worse than 5th place. But that's not what he came here for. That's not what's in his mind. He's looking for the top of the podium. And he's got 2 solid jumps under his belt. He knows he can get something more out of that second one. So with two solid attempts under his belt, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this one go even further.
Yeah, Taylor, far from our oldest competitor, but he's definitely wise beyond his years. He's put out some big jumps, and he knows what he needs to do here on jump number 3. As we watch his turn here, good slow turn, really getting in
deep into skis, and maybe not his perfect balance at the base, but, you know, he translated that pretty well. He did not get stuck on the heels. He did not get stuck slipping out. Let's see how this comes out. I'm really not sure how to call this one.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if that's going to be quite more than 221. You see it's just a little bit back on his heels. Had a lot of speed. You see he rode up deep on the island. But
214, so it does not improve on his furthest. It was nice work going from kind of deeper and on the heels. He let that boat pull him back over the middle. But 221 is going to be his longest of the day. It's the current lead. Can be no worse than 5th. And with the 220s out there, he's going to be waiting to see what the rest of this field can do.
Yeah, so like you said, 221, it's a good job. Everyone knows what they need to chase now. It's going to take over 221. Our next competitor is Jack Critchley. You know, Jack went 227 yesterday. I know Jack has also been one of those guys over 230. Conditions looking absolutely perfect out here. And to these jumpers, not that it makes the biggest of difference, but, you know, we're jumping a little earlier in the day today. We got a little more light, maybe just kind of changing their visual cues just a little bit. See it's different how everyone adjusts to it.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit more of your midday energy, too. I feel like yesterday, with a lot of slalom that they had to wade through, it's hard to, you wake up, you kind of get moving, you're excited to jump today, but you've got to wait until the evening. So I'd say I'm a little bit more of a prime time to jump at the moment. Of course, these guys, they oftentimes get it done under the lights. They're used to jumping late into the evening. They can really put out big jumps at any time of the day, I reckon. But right here, we're going to have this showdown wrapped up in less than an hour from right now. Jack looking to put something big on the board with jump number 1.
Yeah, Jack, easily our latest cut there from our 35-mile-an-hour skiers. Bringing it down closer to the 6 than anyone.
That's a nice turn in. Ooh, and that's nice off the top. Sometimes Jack gets in a little bit deep in the turn in, but that one I'd say he carried speed pretty well.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't know that he was quite as wide up on the boat as Taylor was, but still
nice
a lot
kick.
of extension.
And a 217 opener. So not a bad place to be starting out.
Yeah, 217. It's a great opening jump. It's 10 feet behind what he did yesterday. Knows he's got more in the tank. Jack knows it's going to take more than that to win the event today, especially with the guys that are remaining on the dock.
Yeah, I mean, he's in third position so far. Clearly he wants to walk away from this round with the lead. Like you said, still some heavy hitters to follow. The top 3 being none other than Joel Poland, Ryan Dodd, and Freddie Krueger. But Jack has claimed some jump titles, I believe even this year. I think he won the LA Night Jam. And so he's got what it takes. It's a matter of can he get that winning recipe put together today. I feel like we don't always see Jack as technical on that turn, but he really seems to get the most out of the ramp, even coming in a couple of different positions. So, again, high and wide as he turns before the 6. Another nice turn. I think he's a little later. Ooh, heavier load, a little out the back.
Yeah, it looked like Jack carried more speed into the base there. Just wasn't quite able to take the load. Kind of doing his little signature grab, throw back to the 90-style jump in there in the air.
Yeah, by the time he came off the top of the ramp there, it was basically just kind of a throwaway jump. Just land on the feet and let's go do jump number 3. He's not really worried about the distance here. He knows it's not what he wants.
Yeah, so that jump was only 192. You can see right here on the replay, just got slipped out.
He's got Regina over there on the shore giving him some tips, giving him a couple claps to pump him up.
A little bit different than what Igor had, but still all the pressure comes down here to jump number 3. He's got 217 on the board. He knows he needs to go farther. Lead right now, 221 with Taylor Garcia. You can hear Jack coming in. You can hear the roar of that Nautique boat.
I'd say Jack is the widest that we've seen on that approach to the 600. And he's later than the rest of the field so far, too. This is a late turn in, but nice one. Can he take it through? Ooh, slips out the back. He was going late. He just bails off. And 217 is going to be where he leaves it.
Yeah, you can see there, Jack almost getting too much out of it. Just a lot of speed. Wasn't able to hold it. Good on him to pull his skis back under him and land safely. Ski into the dock there.
So he's going to join Igor in the camp of pack up the skis and get ready for the next event. With the the extreme intensity of this event, I'm sure sometimes you can walk away disappointed with your performance, but better to come away on your feet, healthy, knowing that you've got another event coming up, and that's going to be the case for Jack this weekend.
Exactly. The motto, live to jump another day. Wasn't quite his day today, but still, thanks for Jack coming out. Great jumping. We'll look to see him put something out further in the future. But with that moves Taylor Garcia up with only 3 skiers left. He's sitting in the first spot, 221. I believe our next jumper out should be Ryan Dodd, one of our jumpers to go 230 yesterday.
Yeah, and reigning world champion. So we're about to see a show.
Yeah, not to mention also the current world record holder, I believe 254.
254, and this is Ryan's training boat. He trains behind a nautique every day at home and takes a really professional approach to his training. He's super focused. He's also a dad, so he's another one that I like to root for because I know the challenges of balancing family life and traveling on the pro tour. So extra props to Ryan for being a dad and the world record holder all at the same time. And with these last 3 guys who all went 230 yesterday, I feel like we get the chance to see, a few different styles. It's always fun to contrast the styles in slalom. We saw, the finals earlier between Nate Smith and Freddie Winter, who go out there and they both had amazing weekends of skiing, but they don't do things exactly the same, yet put up tremendous buoys. And I think that that's really the case here with Ryan Dodd style versus Freddie Kruger, and then you got Joel Poland in there. The 3 don't look the same, but they can all produce jumps over 230. So it's going to be a question of, who's able to capitalize on what they do best, in these very neutral conditions. We've got pretty much no wind here at short line, and, who can take what they do and bring it to the pinnacle today.
Yeah, so like you were saying, all 3 very contrasting styles. Ryan, really powerful, strong jumper. You'll see as he comes through on jump number 1, 0 budge through the wake. Joel a little bit later goes hard. Freddie flies the wakes. But we got Ryan, this is jump number 1.
And that's a big jump. That lift was so high the camera wasn't even ready. His head exited the frame.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to say that might be our furthest opening jump of the day.
I'm going to say so. That it was certainly the max lift we've seen. We see right here so much lift, more than anybody else. The camera was a little low, and I think we're going to see a new leader. 226, 226 feet. That is the new lead, bumping Taylor Garcia down into the second position with his 221. And we'd like to think that Ryan's just getting started there.
Yeah, 226 on jump 1. It's an absolute great jump to start. Ryan now knows his spot, knows what he can do. Just powerful jumping, zero budge through the wake. We'll see as he goes. He's thinking about what he needs to do as he goes back down the lake.
Yeah, and so the thing to take note of as we contrast these styles, when Ryan makes that turn in for the ramp, it's almost like he just crushes the wake down. Those skis don't lift at all. He's so strong and he's so on top of them. They stay flush to the water. He's getting grip from the water the whole time. He's getting edge, and he brings all of that edge to bear into that bottom corner of the ramp. And I think we're going to see something slightly different when we see our next jumper, our next 2 jumpers, Joel Poland and Freddie Kruger.
Yeah, and jump, it's a game like we've been talking, inches, microseconds, little technical changes. So Ryan bringing it down here a little bit, looked a little later on his counter. Watch as he makes his turn.
Here it is, through those wakes, firm, into the ramp, another beast of a jump.
Yeah, I had that dock angle cam yesterday. That's looking pretty close to that same hole they were in last night at around 228, 230, somewhere in there. But just a strong, powerful jump. Got a lot of float. I don't know if it's quite the 237 we saw from Freddie yesterday.
So 227, he picks up the pace by 1 foot. Looked like a little bit here, that left ski started to splay out. You saw it through the air, a little bit of that whip from the boat, kind of floated out through his body. He wants to see if he can get those skis just a little bit more underneath of him as he explodes off the top. But Ryan really has, I'd say, a prototypical jumper's build. He's super strong. He's got massively strong legs. He posts a lot of his workouts online. He's oftentimes doing plyometrics, jumping off of boxes, jumping with weights in his hand, constantly lunging, squatting, building up that leg base so that when he takes all of that force from the boat into the ramp, there's no give in the system. He's able to resist the force of that ramp and then even explode against it.
Yeah, being a jumper, it takes a lot of strength. There's a lot of leg, a lot of muscles that you need to be able to be engaged as you come through the base. You can't just go out there and train haphazardly and expect to go as far as these guys are going today.
All right, the third jump. He's got the lead, but he wants more. He knows it's going to take a little bit more. Can he get more right here? That is a clean jump. I do think that's the farthest. It looked like a lower drama jump, and I think that all translated into better efficiency.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know that it was as late as his first two, but you could see just the lift he got off the top of the ramp. I'm thinking that's right at that whole 229, 230 range.
Yeah, I'm going to guess 230 on the button. Let's see.
You got 230. I got 229. Let's see what they come through with.
Wow, and a 234. Ryan really getting it collected and putting out something big on that third one. Takes a commanding lead with 2 jumpers to go.
Yeah, 234. It's a big jump. It's over 70 meters. It's something for these guys to chase. Joel yesterday, he's going to be our next jumper out. He went 235. It's his first time over 230. I believe it was also a British record. If I'm not mistaken, it should have broken Jason Seal's record.
That's right. Yeah, a PB for Joel. But Joel's one of those guys that I feel like, for me in slalom, and I see it all the time at ski school, when somebody gets a new PB, then often you're chasing that so hard in the next set. It's a different focus, and you can come up short. But Joel's one of these guys, as young as he is, he has so much experience in all 3 events, and he thrives off of these pressure situations. He thrives on this adrenaline, and he's a big game player. He's one to go out there and do his biggest jumps when it counts. And so I don't expect to see him do anything less than what he did yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if he picks up right where he left off. Not saying his opening jump's going to be 235, but I think that you're going to see some smart jumping right here. He's waving to us. He said he was going to. He said, I know you're going to be announcing over there. I'm going to throw you the wave. That's a confidence move. And if Joel's got something in his pocket, he's got a lot of confidence. He trains super hard, puts in his sets day in, day out. And, he put in a long day of slalom yesterday before that 235. He did a 3 at 41, a 2.5 at 41, ended up in a runoff at 41. And that was all before he went and jumped 235. Today he's on fresh legs. This is his first set of the day. Usually by this time of the day he's on set number 3. So I'd say he's dangerous. He's got full energy, full power. He's got a young body. He's like the Incredible Hulk out there in that green suit. And I'll disclose again, I love all these top 3 guys for the professionalism that they bring to their craft. I'm rooting for all of them. I'm certainly rooting for Joel right here. I love that little float out that he does there in his glide. Beautiful turn in. And that is a nice looking jump number 1.
Yeah, that one had the float. That had the speed. That's really similar to that 230 hole. I'm not sure if it's quite 230.
I don't think he's got Ryan's 234 yet, but I think as far as an opener, that's right on pace with Ryan's opener. I mean, I think we're going to be in a neck-and-neck chase right here. Beautiful off the top. So 225, that is a solid opening jump. Ryan had 226 on his first jump, so we're talking about, right in the same ballpark.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, Joel thrives in these pressure situations, not afraid to put big jumps out there. He's an ex-Masters champion, another one of those guys to join the elusive 230s club. 225 in the opening jump. It's a big jump. He knows it's going to need more, though. He's got to somehow find 9 feet. And feel the wind. You can see the ripples on the water kind of coming up just a little bit. Kind of that little head crosswind the jumpers will be looking for. And with Joel kind of looking back at the pressure situations, it doesn't seem to ever get to him. You know, big wake jumping grab there. Getting ready to come in for jump number 2. Really laid back guy. Real cool to have a conversation with. But 225 on the opener, knows he's going to need more.
Just like you said, great guy on and off the water, a true professional, easy to root for. Let's stay focused right now because he's about to take a massive swing at this ramp. That's another nice turn in. Great speed through. That is a jump clinic right there. Sticks it on the landing. It's a really safe jump. It's a really clean jump. I don't know if it's, if he's closed the gap on the 230 range. It's hard to tell. Sometimes these jumps that are really clean are really far. I don't know that one had any more to it.
Yeah, I don't know that he quite just had that same.
229, so it had some more to it. Now, this is interesting. Let's track this against Ryan Dodds. Ryan opened with 226, then went 227. Joel opened with 225, then went 229. So, it's going to come down to this jump number 3. Can he keep notching it up? Can he throw this one over the 230? Again, when the 229 looks that clean, you struggle to see what can be done better. But like we keep saying, game of inches, game of centimeters, just a little more speed, just a little bit later, just a little bit more explosion off the top can be a difference of 5 feet when you're carrying that much speed.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how strong Joel is. Typically you see a lot of jumpers, if they stick that landing like that, kind of a sign maybe it wasn't their best jump. Joel, his best jump of the set so far, and he absolutely stuck it just strong.
He's skying it out here. I was going to say a moment ago, as we watched Joel get ready for his 3rd jump, we love following Joel on Instagram. He was making skiing look so fun and so cool. It's helping grow the sport. Makes him so easy to root for. He's got the confidence in these situations, but as humble as you can be as a competitor off the water. Great sportsman. Come on, Joel. We want to see something big here on jump number 3. The crowd's behind him. And there it is, a nice jump. Skis shoot out, but he's got nice lift.
Yeah,
Gosh.
I don't know. We're going to have to wait for the score to come through. It's another big jump, but it looks like he might be throwing the fist. But it's going to be close.
I mean, that's a great jump set. No matter what here, he's got to come in with his head held high. Those are 3 great jumps all in a row. Oh, a 229 again. Just fallen inches short of that 230 mark. So he's going to slot in the 2nd position now, trailing Ryan Dodd by 5 feet. And it comes down to the one and the only, Freddy Krueger.
Yeah, in regards to Joel's last jump there, that 229, I think I heard the meters come through at 69.9. So that one's just, that 1/10 of a meter off from being 230.
Unbelievable. Yeah, Joel, plenty of reason to come home very heartened from this event. He's on the podium no matter what, minimum of a 3rd place finish. He's really established himself as one of the guys any weekend, right along with Freddy Krueger and Ryan Dodd that can take home the title. Not going to have it this weekend, but he put himself right in the mix. Very smart jumping, and we got more jump events to go this year. Of course, all culminating with the World Championships in about another month and a half. So we're in the build-up right here. All these guys are really hitting their stride. And we've seen this position before. Freddy Krueger, top seed, big jumps yesterday. 234 is a big mark out there in front of him. He jumped 237 yesterday, so he knows he can put it together. But likely not one of those scenarios where it's a one and done. It's quite a tall ask to come right off the dock and go home with a 234 or better on an opening jump. But talk about experience. Freddie's got a load of that. He's not deterred by this. If anything, he probably sees these guys going far and says, okay, it's a good day to hit the ramp. I'm going to do it too.
Well, and interesting enough, Freddie's been on the pro tour doing pro jumping longer than I've been alive. I've been watching him since I was born. Just absolutely, he's been over 200 feet since I've been alive. And Freddie goes out there. He sees these guys put out a jump like 234. He knows that the conditions are good out there. He knows that he sees them go 234. I'm going to go 235.
Yep, I would say that typically in most sporting events and in water skiing alike, I'm kind of an underdog guy. You know, Freddie has been the crown champion for so long, winning events in, I think, 4 different decades now since the 90s. But I never root against him. I'm always rooting for Freddie just because he's a true champion. He's a great ambassador for the sport. He's a true professional. And, you know, like I said, I love rooting for Dodd, for Joel, and for Freddie. And I want to see what Freddie's going to do right here on jump number 1.
Yeah, so here we go. We got the third of those guys that went 230 yesterday. Freddie with the style he's got, big air through the wake. And that's a big opening jump. I don't know that it's 234, but
it's a big opening jump. He's not super excited. I think, you know, to pick him apart a little bit, he might have been a little bit back on the skis as he got to the base of the ramp. We saw him, you know, come off a little bit tail heavy. He got back over top of him, but compared to what he's going to need for the 235, I think that's 224. A great opener. I think he's got some in the tank. He's got a feel for things, and he's going to start right now. He's already in game plan mode for how's this jump number 2 going to be better.
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's pretty much almost T for T what Joel and Ryan did on their opening jumps. 224, 226. Not much of a difference. He knows that he's got a spot out there, and he knows what he needs to do. Like you said, a little bit on his heels, didn't quite get that typical off the ramp and just up like we've seen from Freddie. But Freddie's got 2 jumps left. He knows it's got to take 10 more feet, so he's going to try and find that in the tank.
He knows what he's looking for, and I think as a spectator, as we're watching right now, we almost know what he's looking for. When Freddie puts it all together and gets everything he wants through the ramp and off the top, you just see it in that kick and in that float immediately. He's just sky high, and it looks like he's never going to come down. I think if we can see that here, we'll have a pretty good indication of if he's challenging Ryan's lead of 234. And that's more like it.
Yeah, that's a big jump. Freddie looking back. I know he knows it's big. I'm not sure if it's 234.
But with these top 3 guys, we've seen the same thing. The second jump builds on the first. And I think that this is going to build on the first. Maybe still not be 234, but he's got 1 jump to go. 233. So this is what we like as fans. I mean, you can't get it any closer than this. 1 foot behind the lead with 1 jump to go. And if you're a betting person right now, you certainly don't bet against Freddie.
Yeah, so like you said, we got 233. That distance, we convert back to meters, 71 meters. Dodd's was 71.3.
And I've said it before, what I liked about that jump right there is, on the technical aspect, nothing that you would really want to change. You know, there was no dramas. He didn't look too late. He didn't look too early. He didn't lose anything on the ramp. He's 1 foot shy of where he wants to be. He doesn't need to make a big change here, but he does need to bring something a little bit more. That's beyond my pay grade, but certainly not beyond Freddie's. He knows if anyone's got a champion's mind, a jumper's mind, it's this man right here. He's got his plan. He's in execution mode right now. Can he make that 1 foot of change, that 2 feet of change that's going to make all the difference between gold and silver right here? Let's see what he's got into the ramp. My, oh my, that's again such a clean jump. He's not throwing the fist with excitement there. He may have had a little less speed into the ramp. He got everything off of the ramp, but he may have been early and not been able to dig those edges in as hard as he wanted to get the tension off the jump. Let's see. We're going to wait for the score right here.
Yeah, as we watch the replay, I'm not quite sure. Just looked like, yeah, like you said, not quite the same speed.
231. So that is going to leave it that your 2023 California Pro-Am men's jump champion is Ryan Dodd, with Freddie Krueger coming in second place with 231. Joel Poland in the third position, 229. Then we go down the list. Taylor Garcia in fourth, 221. Emil Ritter, fifth, 219. Jack Critchley in sixth, 217. Rodrigo Miranda, Igor Morozov, and Blaze Grubbs rounding out the event. And with that, I believe we are going to call it a wrap. We will pick up with the podium and prize-giving ceremony.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA. Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
We're going to do the awards of Open Women, Open Men, Slalom and Jump here in just a moment for the 2023 California Pro-Am. It's only going through, so I'll just, yeah.
Let's do awards, guys. I know you guys, some of you have flights. We'll do open women. Jump. You guys ready? Yeah, we're ready. Okay, we don't have like a microphone that works.
Only going to the webcast, so I'll talk loud, not loud, or shoots the webcast.
I don't know. Ryan's the other way.
Sorry. Nope. I was trying to look at you back your shirt.
You've always said he's going to stick up his ass.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Open Women's Slalom, we're starting. Open Women's Slalom, in 8th place, Neely Ross. In 7th place, Janina Bonneman-Meckler. In 6th place, Open Women's Slalom, Karen Truelove. In 5th place, Whitney McClintock-Reaney. In 4th place, Open Women's Slalom, Chelsea Mills. In 3rd place, Allie Nicholson. 2nd place, Open Women's Slalom, Jamie Bull. And your Open Women's Slalom champion, Regina Jaquez. Congratulations to your Open Women's Slalom champions. Open Men's Slalom up next. In 8th place, Corey Vaughn. In 7th place, Stephen Neveu. Okay. Who is this? Oh, 6th got. Who was 6th?
Will.
Will? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. In 6th place, Will Asher. Okay, he left. In 5th place, Dane Meckler. In 4th place, Thomas DeGasperi. In 3rd place, Joel Howley. The buoy destroyer. In second place, Freddie Winter. And your open men slalom champion, Nate Smith.
Oh, it's fine. That's how we spelled it. Cost you like $19. I can't believe I hung on to it for the last 8 months. You left it in my car, my rental car. I just delivered it to him. 8 months later.
Congratulations to your open men's slalom champions.
Future champions, too.
Yeah, and future. Yeah. Open women jump up next. In sixth place for open women jump, Augustina Varas. Not here. Okay. In fifth place, Valentina Gonzalez. Sixth, Augustina. In fourth place, Regina Jaquez. In third place, Janina Bonneman Meckler. In second place, Sasha Danishikaya. And your open women jump champion, Hannah Straltsova. Congratulations, ladies. Great jumping. Open men jump up next. In eighth place, Igor Morozov. Oh, Zane's going to take his spot. Yeah. There we go. Go to Greg. In seventh place, open man jump, Rodrigo Miranda. In sixth place, Jack Critchley. In fifth place, Emil Ritter. Fourth place, Taylor Garcia. In third place, Joel Poland. In second place, Freddie Kruger. And the open men jump champion, Ryan Dodd. We have a new announcer among us. Congratulations, gentlemen. And thank you all for coming and helping out. A big shout out to Greg and Debbie Bedell for putting this on and their entire crew. Round of applause for them. And of course, our title sponsor, Nautique Boats, thank you all. And we look forward to seeing you next year.